Into the manosphere to rule male voters ahead of 2028. But they'll have to compete with the digital bro world's new rising star, far-left activist Hasan Piker.
And what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch and YouTube like Hasan Piker or other kind of promoters of hate.
Revolutionary optimism. You must always continue to organize. You must always continue to agitate, because the quicker we can create enough pressure that causes the American state to recalculate its suicide pact with Israel, the quicker we can save as many Palestinian lives possible.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Saturday. Oh, shit. Oh shit! Wait, yo, show your chud ass dog for a second, guys. This is March's chud ass dog. Okay, you know he is a fat chud, and I love him. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Come here, Gunner. Oh hell yeah. He's a fat chud. He's so fat, and he barks all the time. Oh, look at him. He's just going crazy. He's like, no, this is my bed. This is my bed now. Yeah. I love this dog. He's the best. Anyway. What's his name? Gunner. He is rotisserie chicken. Yeah, he has a Republican name. Obviously, March is like making him libtarded. He cut his balls off immediately. Like Gunner had it for like 9 years, and then March was like, nope. 1 week in a libtard household, no more ball sack. Okay. But in any case, where was I? We're live. We're alive. The gun is loaded. Yeah. The gun never jams. So it's 79 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live. We're alive. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Coming to you live from stolen Tongva land. Okay. A little land acknowledgement for you. It is April 4th, Saturday, April 4th, 2026. And it's 11:30. I'm a little late, and I apologize. It was because we were just shooting the Fear and podcast. Was Cutie in this week's Fear and? Yes, she was, of course. Gunner shooting blanks. True. Fun day. Okay, buddy, Hasan today. Yeah, potentially. Yes, potentially. There is a Trumpet Walter Reed lid called, a rumor swirling around. I'm not going to lean into it because evil never dies. You already know. Until we have full confirmation, I'm not gonna make any sort of speculations. We will. But yeah, we'll do some fun stuff today for sure. We'll do some fun stuff today. We have to, right? Because there's no fun. We're no fun having ass. We're becoming too woke and too leftist. Like we're becoming the no fun leftists. I don't like that. But in any case, where was I? Game theory won the collapse of the U.S. empire, man carrying thing.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay. I'm doing much better than I did yesterday. Nice. So, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi April in between time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's precisely what I'm gonna do. Let me get to you right now. Let me give it to you right now.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Last night I ended the broadcast. You guys already know. Little 8-hour sesh. Not a big deal. I hit the finishing touches, the finishing notes on the Cuba doc. Had to do some reshoots on the VOs. Got some editing notes from Noah Colwin. And right after that, I put on a suit and I got in an Uber and got to the Chapo Trap House 10th anniversary show. Okay. Now, I don't know if there's any photos of that at all. I don't know if there's any photos of the event at all. I did not wear my Mao Zedong suit, but it was casino themed, so I put on a whole suit. I met Jacques. For those of you who are Seeking Derangements fans, I met the whole crew. I saw the E1 boys in person. That was fantastic. That was fun. And yeah, it was a great experience. Lots of friends. And yeah, that's what I got, honestly. And then afterwards, I had set up an after party for them through our friends because Felix was trying to set it up himself, and I was like, dude, what are you doing? Like, let me fucking handle this. Like, this is my hood, this is my territory. I know people. I got you, right? Oh, this is what it looked like. Chapo 10th attenders. Hasan's head does look really small. No, it doesn't. Unbelievable. That's unbelievable. That's a slur. You're slurring me. This is hateful. You're hateful. You're a chud. But looking handsome, law. Thank you. I can't believe it's been 10 years. Only thing different about me is I'm much more left and sober, law. Good. Congratulations on both. So Wait, what? Did you break my toilet seat? Oh my God, Austin, you are such a fucking menace, bro. That's crazy. You're such a goddamn menace, bro. You broke my toilet seat.
What?
Here, come and give your fucking
Side of the story?
Explain what you just
Look,
fucking
look,
did.
hold on.
Explain what you just fucking did.
Well, I went pee, God forbid, and I fucking put up the lid as you do because I didn't want to pee on the toilet seat, and the whole fucking toilet seat came off. It like completely ripped off, like
bro.
I
can't even tell you like half of the shit that he did while he was staying here without
it
even
came off. What am I supposed to do?
He didn't even tell me. He didn't even tell me that he was staying in my house. He told my team.
By the way.
He told my team.
I
right?
did.
He doesn't even communicate with me anymore. When he knows it's like something that's a nuisance, he just like directly goes to my team and he knows that they'll say yes because it's whatever, right? So that's what he keeps doing.
Yeah.
I didn't even know this motherfucker was staying in my house. And on top of that, there's a lot of spoilers that I'm not going to give you from this week's Fear and podcast, especially the paywall side.
Yeah.
But he is a fucking menace, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he's a goddamn menace.
Well, first of all, there's a couple things in that room that needs to be fixed. Okay, number one, the toilet seat's completely off. I put it back in there, so next person who uses it is going to figure out it's broken. Number one. Number two, there's no body wash in the bathroom. I had to wash myself with shampoo.
Really?
Yeah, there's no body wash.
That's you. These are both things that you communicate to me instead of just like leaving it up for the next person to figure out.
It's been this way for the last year. I always shower with shampoo.
Why don't you just tell me what the
because
fuck?
I don't know, because I don't want to be too much.
You think I don't have body wash?
I think it's too much. I don't want to be too much.
No, you don't think it's too much. You have no filter and no restraints when it comes to the stuff that you did that we found out on the Fear and podcast, which I will not be revealing. But I really want to because you would get cooked.
So
if
now that you brought it up, I got a punch list. Okay, more body wash. Okay, number two, the toilet seat needs to be reattached
because you ripped it because you broke it.
Number three, as I was leaving, I pulled the door and the handle came off again, and I don't know why it keeps detaching, but it does.
That one's tough. I don't know why.
And the third one, and the fourth one or third one is the lighting is too bright. So last night when I was sitting in bed, I was like, there's no in between. It's either full darkness or way too bright of a light. So you need like a more like a dim lit or a controllable lamp that I can reduce the lighting of, and I can just sit in sort of dim lighting in the bedroom while I sit in bed, because who wants to fucking have just bright light or sit in the dark? Am I right?
Yeah,
am I right,
you're
Chad?
so right.
Am I right or wrong? Right?
You're so right.
Who wants to sit in bright light or darkness? There's got to be some sort of in between, right? And frankly, I don't know how you've gotten so much shit for having a mansion. This place is a fucking mess.
Okay.
All right? It's falling apart at the seams.
He's
all right?
such
This
a fucking diva.
House.
He's such a goddamn diva. It's unbelievable. He's the biggest diva.
This is socialism. This is socialism.
Does Hasan run a hotel? Not to my knowledge until recently. Apparently I do, and not even well. But I run a hotel and it's not even good. Apparently.
I've told him this over and over again. Okay. Well, let me give you your flowers. That bed is the most comfortable bed I've ever slept in.
Yeah, he was talking about how it's like the best sleep he's ever had.
Yeah, no, I woke up like completely asleep, or excuse me, I woke up like with forgetting how I went to sleep. It was like amazing.
Yeah, maybe because you're a goddamn menace and you ate like an entire thing of.
Don't say anything.
Okay, I'm not even going to say anything.
You can't say anything. It's going to reveal for the podcast.
You're like a fucking.
Yeah.
You're like a parasite. You're like,
yeah, no. But I offer you because the Fear Ant is going on tour. Okay. And when we go to Portland, you're fucking soundboard.
Why did you say that?
Have you been hitting that recently or not
really
as much?
Haven't.
You need to hit it more because people haven't been talking about it. And I noticed.
Okay.
I noticed.
You could have pulled a chair, but anyway.
No, I have to go.
I gotta get started.
You're kicking me out. But anyway, I just want to let you know when we go to Portland, you can stay at my house. Okay. I've got a nice bed for you.
I don't want to stay at your house.
It's only queens though. I only have queens in my guest rooms. I hope you'd be okay with that.
Wow, I gave you the king.
No, that's a double. That's a twin. That's a double bed. It ain't a queen.
It's not a queen.
No, it ain't a queen. It's a double. But I can fit in it. But look.
Oh my God.
Okay,
I'm glad you can fit in it.
Have a good week. And good luck at monitoring the situation.
Okay.
I'll be monitoring as well.
Okay. All right. Bye, Austin. All right. That was Austin's show, who is...
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, where was I? We were talking about personal news, but yeah. Have you seen Ben Moore's show, Interior Motives? Yes, I'm gonna be doing his show, Interior Motives, as a matter of fact. He asked me to do it, and we might even do it on the stream, and we might even get Luscious Massacre to do it with us. So, where was I? What was I going to say? Oh, so, yeah, so I did the Chapo show. My head looked perfectly sized, appropriately sized, as you can see, for my body, even from this distance. Even with this angle, the show was great. It was very funny. People loved it. And then I set up this after party for them that they were supposed to set up, and I got like a friend who does events management here. This is the city for that sort of thing, to put it together. We went to this like cool bar lounge. We had our nice little private area for ourselves. Oh, Austin, I met the guy who made Neighbors. Yeah, he's dope. No, I haven't, but now I'm definitely gonna watch because he explained to me like the trials and tribulations he went through to put it together. Yeah. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. For me, I had 2 beers and it cooked me. I had 2 beers and it absolutely cooked me. This morning I woke up, I was doing an interview before the podcast about like the Iran war and the Democratic Party's like, incompetence in dealing with the Iran war. And I was hungover from 2 beers. It's crazy. I had to leave super early. I don't like being 34. I don't like being old. Unk is old. I mean, Unk's got white beards. Actually, what the fuck happened? Didn't I used to have like way whiter beard? Like, I feel like I used to have way whiter beard hair. Am I crazy? Is it still there? I can't see from this side. And now there's like white beard hairs like coming out of this part, and then my hair is starting to get white too a little bit. Like I'm gonna be Unk is getting up there. Unk is getting up there in age. Unk is gonna have white hair soon. So you need a trim? I definitely do need a trim. I'm getting old. I haven't been taking care of myself. I'm a chud ass loser, as you guys know. And politics do that. I agree. Politics does have a tendency to greatly age you. So a bit more MSM in your diet. Well, what, like mainstream media in my diet? You're getting hotter, to be honest. It's kind of disgusting. Thank you for saying that. I don't know if that's the case, but I'll take your word for it. Restore some of your youth back with the Zohran victory. Hopefully, inshallah. But yeah. Hair is silky smooth today. You got to get back on skincare. Yeah, I've fallen off on skincare. You're going to look like an IRGC official by the end of the Trump presidency? Nah, but the silver fox look is valid. Stop trying to unk max. Okay. Anyway, but that's it. That's what I got on personal news. Woke up this morning and, my shit was busted from simply being an old man. What is this? Has Benny been remorseful about his genocidal rhetoric? That motherfucker debated everyone stubbornly like an asshole. He doesn't deserve time. Is it a contentious show? What? Benny? Who? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're referencing. What? Benny Morris? What does that have to do with anything? Benny Johnson? Benny Morris? Did I bring up any of these names? I don't even understand where Benny Morris came from. Didn't Benny debate Norm? Okay. I was talking about Ben Mora, not Benny Morris, dude. You think last night I was at the Chapo 10-year anniversary and Israeli new historian Benny Morris was there and he was telling me about being on his show alongside Luscious Massacre? Like, in your mind, you thought Israeli historian Benny Morris approached me and said, hey, I have a show that you should be on. And Luscious Massacre is also going to be on the show. And you thought to yourself, well, obviously, the real question here that I have is not why Israeli historian Benny Morris is like has a gay show where he has participants such as Luscious Massacre on. But the real question was, like, has he addressed his previous statements about Israel's genocide? That's cool. That's a cool way to live, chatter. I respect that. I want to live in that world that you live in, right? Anyway. Is there a PBS DLC we can buy, aka merch? Yes. Ideology.shop, you already know. American made, union made. The new merchandise line is available. Did you watch the BS Bulwark video about you? I did. It was awesome. It was awesome. But I personally liked it. It seems like the Bulwark fans, the YouTube paid subscribers, they did not like it that much. They were very mad. And many of them weren't even like fans of mine necessarily. They were just like fans of Bulwark, and they kind of knew about me, and they were like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? But there is some very funny stuff that has come out with the Hasan derangement syndrome. Including John Podhoretz, who had a brilliant take. It's a gift that keeps on giving, you know? It's the gift that keeps on giving. I think is really funny. I personally like it. But where was I? What was I going to talk about? Oh, yeah, let's blast off and let's get it started. The Treats Maxer himself, John Podhoretz, has some choice words about me, and the Bulwark having a conversation. But do we have a do we actually have a blast off meme? Planet Labs extending the Middle Eastern image restrictions until the end of the conflict. The war is going great. Oh, absolutely. Bro, they are on your dick crazy. Oh, I know. They are on my dick. They are on my dick. Crazy style. Yeah, it's very strange. They're bouncing on it. F-15 down, rescue mission for pilot. 1 recovered. Epstein Fury day 35. Trump wants $1.5 trillion budget. War budget. Are we invading? Things aren't going well. Fun day later. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. But Lindsey Graham apparently talked to Trump and he's ready to escalate. Nice. That's what we need right now. Real swift kick in the ass, like a harder kick in the ass. All right, let's blast off and let's get it going. Let's get it twisted. It's situation monitoring time. You already know. Trump said Iran has 48 hours to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and repeated his Stone Age remark. Do y'all think he'll drop a nuke if Iran doesn't comply? The problem is, even if he dropped the nuke, it just wouldn't. Like, there's no guarantee. I don't think people understand. I don't think the nuke is likely, but then again, we are led by total madmen, right? We are led by total madmen, and it's very clear that, like, all signs are pointing to America not achieving any of its fucking war goals and kind of getting its shit pushed in by an adversary that is much smaller and an adversary that's not supposed to be able to fight back and retaliate in the ways that it did. An adversary that's not supposed to greatly damage profit centers that are so close to the adversary, right? But they've been able to do all of those things. And obviously, like, things aren't great in Iran. I mean, there's great loss of civilian life. America is pretty ruthless in its in the way that it wages this war. It's doing a good deal of terrorism, right? There's no other way to explain it. They're not capable of degrading the enemies or Iran's missile striking capabilities, but they are capable of, I guess, doing terrorism, and that's precisely what we've been doing. Is the Israel method, right? But having said that, it's getting to a point. It sounds like you said Ben Morris instead of Ben Moras. Okay, whatever. It's getting to a point where it's becoming increasingly clear for anyone who has more than 2.5 brain cells that the war effort's not going well. And at that point, I think Trump has two options. Either he tacos out, which is the smart thing, the good thing, will probably add some lifeline to American empire for a little bit at least. Like, I mean, there have been irreparable. There's been irreparable damage, right? But having said that, there is at least like less chaos and less death and destruction if he pulls out. However, doesn't seem like he's pulling out. My IR professor was saying it's not terrorism because only non-state actors can do terrorism. Yeah, really? Is Iran a non-state actor? Because they say Iran is a state sponsor of terror. It's just chauvinism. I love when, Western professors just demonstrate chauvinism and reactionary attitudes such as Western chauvinism, but then they try to claim that there is like some sort of intellectual component to their analysis, and it's not just like our enemies are brown and I'm racist. That's why we like Professor Jung around these parts and not Professor Racism. So, terrorism is a purposely vague term, guys. Okay? Terrorism is a purposely vague term, and it advances that same exact dynamic that is quite beneficial, I guess, for American propaganda, and that is the goal. I heard Dr. Jihad will be doing a guest series at the same school. Yeah, I'm going to be teaching. I'm going to be going to a Beijing private high school where I will be educating the children on jihad theory. Okay? Tim Dillon on MAGA. He's going in on MAGA. Nice. A lot of these guys have pulled the ripcord pretty hard at this point. It's very cool. When will you go back to school and get a doctorate so that you can finally become Professor Jihad? No, I'm Dr. Jihad. Dr. Jihad. I'm Dr. Jihad. I'm not Professor Jihad. I have a PhD in racism. It's a common mistake. I will not, I won't make a big deal out of it, but I have a doctorate in jihad. I'm Dr. Jihad, but I have a PhD in racism. Arabi. Yeah. Critical jihad theory. Yeah. So, where was I? When are you going back to China? Soon, in a couple weeks, hopefully. But we shall see. Israel's issued to do more war crimes, according to Reuters. Fantastic. New 60 Minutes to mauled at soon. Yeah. It's every 60 minutes. It makes me mauled. Breaking, Israel's preparing an attack on Iranian energy facilities, awaiting a green light from the United States. Attack will likely come in the next week. Fantastic. That's awesome. The war efforts are going well. Israel wants to do more terrorism. Yeah. What do you say? What do you do? Right? There was a IOF soldier that was killed by another IOF soldier. That's crazy. Okay. An Israeli soldier was killed and another was seriously wounded in an incident of so-called friendly fire in southern Lebanon overnight. The military announces the slain soldier's name is Sergeant First Class Guy Ludar, 21, of the Commando Brigade's Maglan unit from Yuvalim. The incident occurred around 3 a.m. during an arrest operation in the southern Lebanese village of Sheba. The Maglan commandos had raided Sheba to arrest a suspect who was allegedly aiding Hezbollah. According to an initial IDF probe, during the arrest, one soldier thought he identified suspects attempting to flee and open fire. The gunfire killed Ludar and seriously wounded the other soldier. The arrest mission was completed and the suspect was taken to Israel for interrogation. The military says it's further investigating the circumstances of the incident. Yeah. 21-year-old Sergeant first class, by the way. One of the few instances where Israeli soldiers actually opened fire at an armed assailant. That's interesting. In memory of Tupac Shakur. Okay, they're just having fun with it now. I mean, that's crazy. Yeah, I saw this. This was really funny. I don't agree with a lot of what Hasan the Hun says. I even have 4-hour-long debates with him. So what if we agree on some things and disagree on others? Why do these establishment assholes think they could tell us who we could talk to? I'll talk to Hasan or anyone else I like. Hashtag suck it. I don't know if he like forgot that he's my uncle. Very strange for him to say this, like as though, you know, I am, you know, a toxic figure that he like reluctantly communicates with or something. Like you're my uncle, man. Thank you for taking this brave stance as my uncle and saying I will talk to my nephew whenever I feel like it. This idea that you or others can't talk to anyone who you feel is out of bounds, intellectual, is an effort to curtail acceptable opinions. Is not good. It's not what good or smart people do. It's what propagandists do to limit conversations to only ideas they've pre-approved. Hashtag suck it. I will be talking to my nephew. Hashtag suck it. That's cool. To be fair, I don't talk to my uncles. Yeah, well, I got a little bit of a chud uncle too. You know, it's cool. The uncle-nephew bond is waning. No, it's not. It's stronger than ever before. Anyway, stop being so ungrateful. You're going to regret it when he's gone. I am not Jank. Okay, he's not gone. He's here. And yeah. What? Germany now requires all men aged 17 to 45 to get permission from the military before leaving the country for more than 3 months. Wait, what? That's crazy. Nira Tandit has been freaking out. John Podhoretz has been freaking out. But let's start with situation monitoring, and then we'll get to that shit later. Okay, I don't really care. I don't really care about any of the other like weird. I don't really care about any of the other like weird fuck Hasan drama that has taken place.
It's day 2 in the urgent search for a missing U.S. airman after an American fighter jet was downed by Iran.
Meanwhile, at least 4 people are hurt after the regime fired missiles into central Israel.
Chief Correspondent Jonathan Hunt joining us from Tel Aviv with the very latest.
I gotta pee real quick.
And let's get straight to the breaking news that has been breaking over the last few minutes. Another alert here, another strike. And as you look into the distance over central Israel there, you can see that thick plume of smoke from an impact scene. Now, from our experience, that is not one of those smaller cluster munitions, a bomblet from those. That looks to us like that may have been a direct missile strike, which would be one of the first we've seen in this area for quite some time. You can tell just by the thickness of the smoke there that that is much more than one of the bomblets from a cluster munition. Now, we've been under attack here in central Israel for several hours this morning. This is the second or third alert that we've had. We're waiting now. We usually get word pretty quickly on the number number of injuries or casualties of any sort in a strike like this, so we are awaiting word on that right now. The earlier one that you mentioned, the 4 people who were injured, those were very light injuries, but as you can see, this is a pretty serious strike out there on our horizon. Central Israel is the only location we can give you because of the censorship rules here, but you can see that smoke just keeps billowing. That does speak to the fact that this was a significant strike. We'll keep you updated. In the meantime, the other top story of the day here in this war.
What happened? Did they find a new Jeffrey Epstein? Did they finally choose a new Jeffrey Epstein? Smoke rises over central Israel. A new Jeffrey Epstein has been chosen? That was going on? What's this about? It's black smoke. Oh. It's different. If it was white smoke. Don't steal Emma's joke. First of all, that's not Emma's joke. That's not even the majority report I am joke. That's a very famous joke from Twitter from months ago, from the first time Iran was busting Israel's shit. Okay? But I like that you guys think that it was there's ownership. I've literally looked at that joke on stream before. Military censorship and U.S. satellite censorship for 14 days. Everyone ignores that. It's that military. I mean, that satellite censorship is permanent. First of all, and it doesn't matter. Even like Mizar Vision, which is the Chinese commercial satellites that have perfect access to everything that's going on. They also have blanket censorship over Israeli bases because no one dare offend Israel. You know what I mean? No one dare disrupt their trade relations with Israel, obviously. So we can't even, we'll just never know how, we'll never know what the successful strikes look like on Israeli soil due to the military censorship and due to the lack of satellite imagery. Anyway,
obviously is the
stealing a joke from a woman the week after Women's History Month is absolutely insane. I'm disappointed in you. It's funny.
Ongoing and increasingly urgent search for that F-15E crew member.
Is this the strike that hit the KKK Kiryat, the government military neighborhood?
Iran.
I don't know.
The Iranian state TV were very quick to show pictures of some of the wreckage, pictures of one of the ejector seats. We believe that that ejector seat was the one used by the pilot who was then rescued, although the rescue operation itself, very difficult indeed. A couple of the helicopters involved in it were hit by small arms fire, as we understand it, from the ground. Some crew members were injured, as we understand it, from Central Command, but those helicopters did land safely with that rescued pilot on board. The weapons systems officer, though, the second of 2 people on board, is still missing. The U.S. desperately searching for that person. Iranian military, obviously, desperately searching for that person because they would like the propaganda coup, obviously, of finding him first and being able to parade him on Iranian state TV.
Yeah, you know the war effort's going well when the American government does a technique that we haven't really done since, like, the Ottoman Empire, like, where countries don't normally do this at all. But you know the war effort's going well when the American government kidnaps the relatives of an individual that we have already assassinated. That's like a very important person in the Iranian military. Qasem Soleimani's relatives have been apprehended and kidnapped, like we're being controlled by Ottoman viziers or some shit. You know what I mean? We just took the family members unrelated to this individual who we had already killed, right? We took their family members hostage. Very, very interesting medieval technique. Obviously, we're already doing siege warfare as well. Very cool. Very cool that our, Very cool that that's the kind of shit that's flying around. Iran says they're not related. I mean, the point is America thinks they are, and they've decided to fucking arrest relatives of who they perceive is a deceased Iranian general, Qasem Soleimani. America first assassinated the guy, and now they're like, "Oh, are you related to this person? We're gonna kidnap you, and we're going to, take you hostage." It's not a hostage if a pilot is, I don't know, on its way to like bomb a light bulb factory in Iran and has their plane intercepted with rocket fires, and the plane falls on Iranian soil, and then they're taken prisoner of war. They're not a hostage. This is a hostage. Okay, you don't get to kidnap someone from an F-15, but you do kidnap like normal civilians that are living on U.S. soil. It's actually kind of a major disruption of the social contract. I know that a lot of people will look at this and go, "Who gives a shit?" Right? But this is totally against all of our rules, the previous norms, previous rules. There's good reason for why these rules exist. This is once again another indication that things are not going well at all. But Narges Soleimani, daughter of the late Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, has denied that the two individuals arrested in the U.S. are related to the family in a letter published by the pro-reform Jamaran. She said none of the Soleimani members' family or relatives have ever lived in the United States. It's so ridiculous. The niece and grandniece of the deceased commander of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, General Qasem Soleimani, have been arrested, the U.S. Department has said. Yeah, this is, I mean, I don't know what to say about this. It's obviously a bridge too far. It's obviously totally ridiculous. The way that the New York Times is covering this is also totally ridiculous. Like, I just want you to understand, like we are actually engaging in kidnapping, right? Like, this is a kidnapping. You cannot hold a random relative accountable for what you perceive are the crimes of their immediate relatives. That's not how this works, right? Like, Osama bin Laden has immediate family ties. Many of them get to travel freely in and out of the United States of America, and people don't actually question this dynamic because they're just a random fucking civilian. Like, that's insane, right? That's crazy. Like, that is not how this works at all, right? So I don't know how to explain how ridiculous this is for people who just don't understand it, especially because we're getting like dumber and dumber as a society, and the dumber we get, the more hateful we get, and the more hateful we get, the more we think these kinds of like heinous actions are actually totally appropriate and good and defensible. It'd be like kidnapping Liz Cheney. No, because Liz Cheney could be arrested on like separate charges of being like a Republican senator, right? Like, this is a totally random person. Like, this is not, they're not arresting these people for their connections to the Quds Force or anything. They're arresting these people because they are suspected of being related to a guy we assassinated. It would be like kidnapping Barron Trump. You know what I mean? Like, that's insane. That's not a thing that any country would do. As a matter of fact, this is something we suspect our enemies would do, right? Because they're barbaric. They're barbarians, right? Like, it's not in any way, shape, or form normal at all to do this. Here's Aaron Reichlin Melnick, immigration attorney, senior fellow at IMM Counsel. He says, 2 notes. This is the legal authority Rubio invoked for Mahmoud Khalil and Rumeysa Öztürk, a law which may be unconstitutional. Rubio has not yet revoked her green card. He has initiated the process for doing so, somewhat of a foregone conclusion under case law. This is what's going on. U.S. federal agents have arrested the niece and grandniece of late Iranian military commander Qasem Soleimani after Secretary of State Marco Rubio revoked their lawful permanent resident status, the State Department said on Saturday. Hamideh Soleimani Afshar and her daughter are now in the custody of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the State Department said in a statement. Two things, okay? Once again, this is desperation. This spells desperation. When what you're doing, when you start destroying previous norms and like decide to take hostage someone that you suspect is like related to a person that we had assassinated prior, a totally random, uninvolved civilian that has a fucking green card on U.S. soil, like as in we've already gone through the process and given these people like the proper clearance, done the proper investigative work beforehand. Like you're like, this is unconstitutional for a million different reasons, right? This means, and it's not any different than like the way that the American government moved to apprehend and try to unjustifiably prosecute Mahmoud Khalil. This is a great fissure, a great violation of the social contract, an idea that like your citizenship is at the mercy of this administration. This administration can like revoke you of your legal permanent status without the previous rules that were designed around this, as in this can happen to anyone, right? If this can happen to Mahmoud Khalil, it absolutely can happen to your relatives. It can happen to any person that the administration chooses to do this to. And it's also done without due process. Luckily, there's still some semblance of a court structure in the United States of America. It's hanging on by basically a thread at this point. But this is why I stress the importance of like continuing along with these legal battles, because once that goes away, it's over. Like we are in a full tilt fascist dictatorship with no way out of it, other than at that point it's going to be bedlam and probably people are going to have to defend themselves, right? Like I want to avoid that reality. And this administration is like actively moving in that direction. It's terrifying. On the second point, the United States cannot terminate permanent legal status, a green card, without going through a legal process first. And while the results of the initial stages of that process may be foregone conclusion under case law, that makes Rubio's claim false. This was Marco Rubio's claim. He said, until recently, Hamideh Soleimani Afshar and her daughter were green card holders living lavishly in the United States. Afshar is the niece of deceased Iranian Major General Qasem Soleimani. She is also an outspoken supporter of the Iranian regime who celebrated attacks on Americans and referred to our country as the Great Satan. This week, I terminated both Afshar and her daughter's legal status, and they are in ICE custody, pending removal from the United States. The Trump administration will not allow our country to become a home for foreign nationals who support anti-American terrorist regimes. Now, this came this morning, a couple hours ago, and it already has 154,000 likes on the Nazi platform. Some of that is obviously base boosted, but having said that, like this is exactly the kind of like heinous violation of previous norms and like humanitarian rights and all of the international rules that we've basically designed that will be celebrated and cherished by some of the dumbest, bloodthirsty reactionaries that don't understand what this spells for the future of America, right? I mean, this is, it doesn't matter. You can't do this to anyone, right? Like you cannot do this to like a random innocent civilian that is totally unrelated, right? So it's yet another fissure. It's yet another instance of like destroying the liberal international rule-based order. And we're doing this somewhat at the behest of Israel, as Israel's also doing this, right? Like it's a very scary situation to be in. I don't know. I don't like it at all. I don't know how else to put it. And now a twist. Now the question like this are going to be note that questions like this are one of the reasons that a green card holder facing removal gets a hearing first before their status can be terminated, right? Narges Soleimani, daughter of the late Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, has denied that the two individuals arrested in the U.S. are even related to the family. So we don't even know if they're actually related to Qasem Soleimani. Even if they are, though, even if they are, it's still ridiculous, right? Even if they are, this is still unacceptable, right? But the fact that they might not be related to Qasem Soleimani makes this even crazier. Now you're just deciding, oh, well, you have the same name. You're going to fucking jail. We're going to hold you hostage. I mean, this is precisely what America claims Iran would do to our dual citizens living in Iran. There's plenty of Iranian Americans. Some of them are in Iran right now, right? Like, yeah, Putin's daughter lives in Paris, right? Vladimir Putin's daughter, unrelated to Vladimir Putin, lives in Paris. She gets harassed quite a bit, as a matter of fact, right? She tries to live a private life as a private individual, but like, she's not being held fucking hostage, right? And she shouldn't. Like, it's crazy. Unrelated to Vladimir Putin's actions is what I mean. Ironically enough, this is precisely, I mean, this is even worse, to be fair. This is even worse than like finding a bullshit reason to like kidnap Brittany Griner. Okay. Remember when Russia did this? An American national who was playing basketball on Russian soil was apprehended and arrested on bullshit charges. At least the Russian government still used bullshit charges. This is somehow even worse than that. I need you to understand, because like, we're not even implementing any bullshit charges. We're just saying like you're related, right? Like the principle behind why Russia obviously kidnapped and apprehended Brittany Griner was because they wanted to have leverage and they wanted to use a high profile American citizen, an American national, as a bargaining chip, right? It's hostage taking. It's totally ridiculous. It's totally fucked up. But even then, they at least had like a existing legal structure that they could use and abuse to make a legal argument. America has not done that, right? Like, they didn't even get them on, I don't know, jaywalking, right? They didn't even get these people on jaywalking. They openly are saying, we are apprehending these people. They have not committed any crimes whatsoever. We don't even know if these people are actually related to the person. And there is no law or rule in the rule books that says we can kidnap people if they're actually related to individuals that we've assassinated or consider terrorists. And yet they're doing this. They're doing this openly. It's so scary what the future holds if we just continue doing shit like this. During the period in which a person is still in asylee status, travel back to the home country can be grounds for revocation. After getting a green card, there's no explicit prohibition against it. The admin appears to be saying it's proof of fraud. They may have to prove it, right? It's the trade with the pilot. No, I mean, I think it's still ridiculous, right? You can't do that. You can't just like grab random fucking Iranians, man, that you've given green cards to. Once an Iranian gets a green card, they're in the process of becoming an American citizen. Like, this is fundamentally un-American. Everything about the United States of America is being undermined by this administration. Every single initiative that we have launched that is anti-immigrant, that is against people that are coming in here, people that want to become citizens, people that are working tirelessly towards that goal. Like, that's what America is about. That's one of the most redeemable qualities of the American project. It's one of the reasons why America has been such a prosperous country overall. It's like, this is a nation of immigrants. I don't just say that as a talking point. It's just the reality, right? So the fact that we are now choosing to go back and destroy one of the most consequential differences in the way that we govern, that has been a tremendous benefit for American prosperity, is truly terrifying. It's actually really, really scary shit. It is un-American. It is total bullshit. It's anti-democracy. It's anti-human rights. This is something that we used to take pride in, like, whether we didn't do shit like this. You know, we would say our enemies are doing stuff like this. We would never. And now you got a situation where it is happening in the United States of America. Very strange. I mean, she brought weed into a country. It wasn't out of nowhere, bud. Okay, I don't know why people defend this. It was obviously bullshit, trumped up charges to literally engage in hostage taking. I was very clear on it at the time. there's no reason that you need to like defend Russia on this complete nonsense, right? They kidnapped Brittany Griner specifically to have a hostage that was a high-profile American national, so they could bargain against some of the other, Russians that were held hostage by the American government. It's so totally ridiculous to try to act like that's not the case. Having said that, okay, yeah, she had weed. She had a weed pen. It's not even like it's a slap on the wrist if you're a Russian national. Okay, we are not going to discuss the details of this. Okay, we're not going to discuss the details of this. It's totally stupid. What she did is a federal crime in the U.S. also with 5 years prison. It doesn't even matter if it's a fucking federal crime in the United States of America. It's not. You're wrong. And last but not least, it's not a serious crime in Russia, as I clearly spelled out at the time. She actually was hit with far harsher sentencing for something that normally normally receives like very lenient sentencing, if any sentencing at all. Okay. Anyway, you guys are being ridiculous. But the point I'm trying to make that a lot of people don't understand, no, I'm not wrong. It's a federal crime transporting Schedule 1 substance across international borders. Oh, international borders. Oh, interesting. So you understand that regular travel between borders is not a federal crime at all, especially if it's legal in both of the states. And now you had to like add a totally separate charge to the incident saying that she was drug trafficking to Russia or something. You're a fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up. Okay? It's literally weed. Shut your stupid mouth up. Jesus Christ. Anyway, it doesn't matter. What is this argument? Like, what are you justifying the Brittany Griner thing? Are you absolutely delusional? It's very clear why the Russian government did that. And the irony here is what we're doing right now is even worse than what the Russian government did. Russians do not get a slap on the wrist for that, but not even Russian government is pretending that it wasn't for Victor. No, it's totally up to the individual. From what I understand, that level of like weed, that level of marijuana is not as heinous of a crime as the way that the Russian government presented it. Okay, it's ridiculous. Your points are stupid and Russophobic. Man, shut the fuck up, dude. God, my points are stupid and Russophobic. Suck my fucking dick. I hate this fucking dumbass argument. They very clearly fucking kidnapped Brittany Griner so that they could use her as hostage. What are you talking about? Russophobic. Get the fuck out of here. Listen, dumbass. When Russia actually pops an American spy that seems to be a passport aficionado, do I say that this is inappropriate? No, I don't. Okay? Stop sucking Vladimir Putin's cock, you dumb bitch. Jesus Christ. Fair is fair. If an American passport aficionado gets fucking caught with like terabytes of national security that they were trying to purchase with like $50,000 in cash, and the Russian government apprehends them, I'm not going to sit there and be like, whoa, this guy has 8 passports for no reason. That's fair is fair. That's an American spy, and Russia caught him, okay? That's a totally separate incident. But if you're going to use trumped up charges to justify kidnapping like high-profile Americans in exchange for high-profile Russian prisoners in the United States of America, you're a fucking delusional moron. Jesus Christ. Anyway, I can't believe that people try to argue on the dumbest issues, okay? Holy shit. Not that it even matters, because the point I was actually trying to make is that what America is doing is even worse than what Russia is doing, because at least Russia had the quote-unquote decency, I guess, in their kidnapping, right? Totally unjustifiable. Their kidnapping of Brittany Griner to slap her with some bullshit fucking charges. We're not even doing that. Do you understand how disgusting this is? The argument here isn't even like some of these chatters want to make the argument that Russia is good. Okay? What they did in that circumstance was not good. It was ridiculous. But even then, it was at least still marginally better than what we're doing here, because there is not even a real charge that we've issued on anybody, okay? It's unbelievable. At least Russia had the dignity to create a legal circumstance to justify kidnapping this American national that had nothing to do with anything other than just being on Russian soil and play basketball on Russian soil. We're not even doing that. And you got dumb fuck Americans in here still being like, oh, I don't even want to understand that this is like a violation of all of our rights and genuinely devastating for what the future holds. I'm just going to simply sit here and yell about Russia being good for some fucking weird reason. What? He tried to make an argument? What is this? Modern Baliasan? Sure, but is Russia a sovereign state with its own laws or not? He tried to make an argument on the basis of law. It was a bad argument, so we fell back to the moral argumentation. What? Modern Baliasan? If they choose to double down on the war, chances of martial law seem pretty high. Yes, Russia is a sovereign state with its own laws. That's why I was bringing up the fact that Russia actually has lenience for Russian nationals that are carrying that amount of weed when they're traveling inside of Russia. Okay? I'm using Russia as a sovereign state and their own rules and their own conduct to imply, to show you, okay, to show you that they weren't even abiding by their own personal standards very clearly because they had a separate goal in mind. Some of you don't want to comprehend the argument that's presented here, okay? But she wasn't Russian, was she? It doesn't matter, dude. What standard could you fucking apply to like a totally ridiculous situation where they're clearly using trumped up charges to justify apprehending someone for an extended period of time so they can use them as a fucking bargaining chip that they also openly admitted was a bargaining chip? God damn, some of you dumb fucks are so unbelievably dense. It's so funny that this is one of those things that just like cop brain chatters. No, it's not. It's like it's like ultras and campus that just have this attitude where it's like Russia can never do anything wrong. Ironic because like everyone is calling me a fucking Vladimir Putin dick rider. Every goddamn stupid centrist Democrat is like Hasan is Vladimir Putin lover. Why are chatters acting like this is an assigned debate class where they lose on the ground that they're arguing? They have to find new ones to fall back to instead of just admitting that they were wrong. They do that because they are desperate for attention from daddy. Okay, that's what it is, and I give it to them. So that's what is going on. And it wasn't like the Russia-Brittany Griner situation wasn't even the main point of contention here. The Russia-Brittany Griner situation was a way to show that what the American government is doing is even worse than what we say our foreign adversaries are doing. 15 hate threads from Ben Norton incoming. No, he won't do that. Like, look, I'm a principled anti-NATO guy, okay? At the end of the day, I'm anti-NATO. All right? Am. But like the idea that like Russia is not a sovereign state that is capable of doing harm to both its citizens and also doing harm in terms of irredentist action that I might disagree with regardless of my anti-NATO stance is also stupid. I'm not unconditionally anti-Russia or like one of those guys is like Adolf Hitler or whatever the fuck, right? But it's ridiculous. Anyway, why would ultras support a Russian kleptocracy? Because they see what Russia is doing. They see what Russia is doing as a justifiable act against Western Empire. And I understand why they make this calculation. I understand where they're coming from to a certain degree, but it's still it's still an incredibly a bloody affair where a lot of innocents are being slaughtered in the process for no fucking reason. But these are guys who want like multipolarity. They want unconditional anti-imperialism. So anyone that's fighting against American empire, they're on board with. I'm just not going to get caught in the crosshairs, like, and you know, kind of be like the dark period, the dark chapter of the IRA's history, where they align with Nazi Germany because Nazi Germany is against the, you know, British Empire, right? Like there are instances where you can make the calculation that the enemy of my enemy is maybe not my friend, right? In any case, where were we? Okay, let's get back to the situation monitoring.
We also understand that an A-10 Warthog, around the same time that the rescue operation was underway, went down as well, went down in the Strait of Hormuz. The pilot from that was successfully rescued by U.S. forces. All this going on as the U.S. and Israel continue to bombard targets in Iran. The Bushehr nuclear facility, a strike near there today. That is, I think, the fourth time that that facility has been targeted. We understand that a security guard was killed in that. And meantime, once again, we'll give you a final look at the smoke, which is beginning to dissipate somewhat, but is still thick enough to really make us think that that may have been a direct missile hit here in central Israel. We'll keep you updated, guys, on any casualty figures we got from that, but another extremely active day here in this war. Back to you guys.
Indeed, Jonathan. And if your cameraman actually could put us back on that billowing black smoke again, I have a question for you here, because as I am well familiar with the rules in Israel about not locating it, we can see that that smoke is obviously central Tel Aviv there, and it seems to be kind of a reminder there. There is the billowing smoke, a reminder that Iran is still capable. They have the capability to still launch missiles and things that are more advanced than like the cluster munitions and drone attacks.
Like, critical support extends to places that are actually unironically fighting for their survival, fighting for their dignity, fighting for their sovereignty. I don't care about like Hamas's domestic affairs, for example, or the fact that they're Islamist. Like, people will try to be like, Hamas is a reactionary Islamist force. They're basically fascists themselves. Like, why do you fucking defend the Palestinian resistance or whatever? It's like, you're a fucking idiot, right? There's a difference between like Russia and even Iran, for example, right? Because Russia, all things considered, has been able to like operate as a normal functioning country that has trade relations with the Western world for a very long time. In the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, the Russian Federation still like operated as a they were able to rebuild the country. Obviously, they were able to do it with like so much raping and pillaging. Regardless, it was a kleptocracy designed around oligarchs controlling everything, and Vladimir Putin had control over the oligarchs, whatever, right? But there is, I think, a lot more. Like I have a very different calculation when it comes to a country whose sovereignty is being fucking violated and is not like a global power. Like, Russia is a global power that is a sovereign country that could have dealt with the encroachment onto Ukraine by Western forces very differently, maybe even Chinese style, than the way that they chose to deal with it, right? Iran is a different story. Iran has been dominated economically for its entire existence, right? Cuba, same situation. Even China, up until like recently, I would present a similar argument to, right? So it's very different. Like, this is a very different calculation when we're talking about like the way Russia is moving versus or even criticisms that you might have that are warranted when talking about Russia, as opposed to like a country like Iran. I try to apply the same standard across the board to every single country, and that's the reason why I'm more critical of what Russia does, even if I'm anti-NATO personally, and somewhat less critical, or don't talk too much about the excesses or the domestic policies of other countries that are being straight up fucking dominated and bombed and destroyed. And you can even see that in the way that the Western world has approached the situation against Russia versus how America is currently bombing Iran, right? Like, we gave a lot of weapons to Ukraine, and then we literally told the Ukrainians they are not allowed to bomb Russian territory, right? We added restrictions to what Ukrainians could and couldn't do with the weapons that we gave them. We don't have such restrictions when it comes to bombing Iran. The standards are very different. Do you understand? Part of that is because Russia obviously has nuclear arms, right? So, you know, this is an important factor when you consider like how other sovereign nations that are designed as foreign adversaries should be able to operate and maneuver through diplomacy. I don't understand how from the OA split in Munich after being plundered to shit, allowing nukes to be placed in Kharkiv would be acceptable. I don't understand how preventing that is irredentist in a vacuum, sure, but in context is not. If trying to put nukes in Windsor, Canada, we do a nuclear holocaust. No, I that's why I said it's more complex. Like, the Russian calculation here is more complex. If you understand what I was trying to explain to you, obviously Western intervention in Ukraine, no matter how much Ukraine was willing to abide by said Western intervention without factoring in Russian security concerns, is like totally fucking ridiculous and played a formative role in why this unjustifiable invasion began. But the reason why I say it's an unjustifiable invasion is because Russia, as a sovereign state with deep economic ties to European partners and a massive energy provider, has a lot more amenities and a lot more room for diplomacy than doing this thing, right? Than doing what it has been doing, right? That's my argument, at least. I think it's bloody, it's deadly, it's unacceptable for humanitarian reasons, and not to say that like America and the Western world has not played a formative role in why this happened. This is the reason why people say I'm fucking pro-Russia all the goddamn time, because I understand that, like, you know, as Mersheimer does, that countries have their own security concerns. But at the end of the day, it's still the worst possible outcome, worst possible scenario. Anyway, let's continue with Tel Aviv, please.
This is what would appear to be something more sophisticated. So Iran hasn't lost all of their capabilities to strike.
Certainly not. And the Iranians have been quick to point out that they have plenty of missiles left. They've been quick to use them. They are using them on a daily basis, not just aimed at Israel, of course, but also aimed at their Gulf neighbors. So the missiles keep coming. And while the U.S. is clearly having great success in diminishing the Iranian military power, it is not yet non-existent, that power, and it will be very hard, frankly, in the minds of pretty much every military analyst you talk to for the U.S. and Israel to render Iran's military power non-existent. These missiles can be hidden underground with relative ease. They can be rolled out on mobile launchers and then fired. And then as you continue to look at that billowing smoke, that can be the result of them, what appears to be a direct hit. Again, we're only saying that is central Israel because of the censorship rules here. But that, as you can look at that yourself.
God, I love the most moral country in the Middle East, perhaps the world, and the best country in the world, the only democracy in the Middle East. Such prosperity, such freedoms that make it so that the fucking Fox News hosts at Tel Aviv, the reporters are like, well, this is quite difficult to talk about clearly with the military censors and the restrictions placed upon us. Fantastic. That's cool.
What kind of urban area it is, and you can see the potential effect. We don't know the casualties yet. We don't know the damage, obviously, but we will get the word information on that as soon as we can, and we'll bring it to you. But yeah, another example this morning that Iran remains entirely capable of inflicting damage on Israel and its Gulf neighbors. Back to you guys.
Jonathan, while we have you, just a quick question and maybe a bit of a clarification. When attacks like this happen, I assume you all were warned. You get some sort of a warning on your telephones before there's incoming. Did you happen to notice or hear or see any attempt to interdict this incoming missile?
So what happens with these, Kevin, it's a really good question, is we get the first alert. That is an alert that was sent to our phones saying that the missiles have been launched from Iran. We may be in the path of those missiles. About 5 minutes after that, that's when you get the sirens. That's when the Israeli Defense Forces have narrowed it down and said, you are in the potential path of this incoming missile. So then that's when we all, obviously, we put on the body armor that you see me wearing now, etc. And then we were looking up. We saw pretty much directly above us, I would say, what appeared to be an interception. We then heard the whistle of something dropping, which is a sure sign that you need to get out the way. That is when, anybody there was monitoring our cameras just before we went on air with you.
Putting any responsibility for the invasion of Ukraine on the West and attacking self-determination of European states, Ukraine should be able to join whatever alliance they want to. And if Russia wasn't threatening and attacking them so much, maybe they wouldn't have needed to align with NATO and the EU. You're right. All of the fucking buildup to the dissolution of the USSR was actually totally fucking made up. Everyone fantasized about it. Everyone actually hallucinated the color revolutions and the instability born out of Western intervention, anti-communism worldwide, and not just in the Eastern Bloc countries, but certainly anti-communist reactionary fascist sentiment fomented in Latin America, for example, when they were trying to democratically organize without even fucking USSR intervention, mind you. They just simply wanted to democratically organize on the boundaries of socialism. All of that stuff is totally made up. These guys all just personally were like, yes, we are, we want to do all of this stuff. We want to, there was the USSR restrictions were not for any reason other than the fact that they just wanted to be fucking evil. They wanted to be evil when they were like, oh, we love dominating our people. We love destroying their lives and livelihoods. Yeah, same with Cuba. Same with every other country, really. It just happens to be all the countries that are in the crosshairs of the United States and Western Empire. Weirdly enough, right? It's fantastic. Yeah, it's you're watching America cast aside all of the previous arguments and basically say the quiet part out loud over and over again as this fucking endless bombing campaign in Iran, going one day from we're going to liberate the Iranian people to the next day to be like we're going to kill all the Iranian people, we're going to bomb it back to the Stone Age, and you still have this kind of fucking weird idea. Are you actually defending Russia on the basis of socialism? No, you fucking idiot. That's not what I'm talking about at all. What's wrong with you? I'm talking about American intervention everywhere around the world, anti-communist intervention that played a formative role in the development of every fucking nation state pretty much. What do you think, like, these countries developed in the way that they did in a perfectly organic way? Like, we're not referencing, we're talking about NATO. If we're talking about NATO, it is a tool of Western imperialism. It's a tool of Western empire. And it is designed in a way to make it. It is designed in a way where there's like tremendous. There's tremendous instability that you foment. There's also economic warfare that's taking place. People develop discontent towards the state. They say, "Oh, I hate the fucking USSR. I see so much poverty." And then you come in and you create a color revolution. And then Russia comes back extra hard, not Russia necessarily, but the USSR comes back extra hard to obviously try to create some semblance of stability in the country. And then in that state repression, people develop even more anger and more resentment towards the USSR. And then, of course, in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, you come in and you're like, all of these countries are NATO bases now. You can have missiles that are directly surrounding this foreign adversary, even though the foreign adversary itself was also a part of our design and for years and years simply wanted to be a part of the American sphere of influence, regardless of the damage that the America-backed capital owning class had done to not just the Russian Federation, but the entire fucking Eastern Bloc in its entirety. Anyway, Obviously, that's going to have some. Obviously, there's going to have some impact on the way that the Russian Federation makes these sorts of calculations as far as its like national security interests. So yes, while the Russian Federation itself is a capitalist kleptocracy and run by a bunch of fucking madmen, the reality of the matter is obviously there is historic relevance to why they feel paranoid when they're operating, especially when America has only encroached and further surrounded Russia in the same way that they fucking surrounded Iran. Where do you think that comes from? Like, do you think that, these countries that we have designed as foreign adversaries simply just exist around our missile launchers and around our bases, and therefore, they should have no fear whatsoever? Why are they living so close to our missile bases? Like, what's that about? Whether it be China, whether it be North Korea, whether it be fucking Iran, whether it be Russia. We've just done this over and over and over again. If you're not a part of the fucking security apparatus and you're in the periphery, you either you fall victim to American imperialism, economic domination, or I have to sneeze. Hold on. Or we decide to you're either disposable or you're a threat. You have to factor that in when you're making these calculations, even if you disagree with the actions that the foreign adversaries are taking.
We had to take cover inside. We then came out once that danger had passed, and that's when we saw the impact in the distance there. So the interceptors, yes, to answer your question, Kevin, the interceptors are still in use, but they are not 100% effective, as you can clearly see as you watch that billowing smoke on the skyline right now, Kevin.
Jonathan Hunt, thank you so much for that report.
Stay safe,
yes,
buddy.
absolutely. Stay safe.
Reading about the state of Russia in the 90s after the dissolution of the USSR breaks my heart. Life expectancy among men dropped in some areas by a decade. Oligarchs swept up formerly state-owned industries. No one talks about how much suffering capitalism brought upon that nation. Putin is a despot. But when he says dissolution of the USSR was the greatest geopolitical disaster of the 20th century, he's not wrong. Yes, he's absolutely correct on that statement. You can be a fucking bad guy and a psycho in other ways and still say something objectively correct. That is an objectively correct analysis that I would say many American analysts and historians will openly admit in the upcoming years as American empire and its power, its hegemonic status is disrupted. Okay, you will see it. It wasn't just devastating for the Russians, for the USSR, for the Soviet bloc, the Eastern Bloc, but it was also devastating for the Western world as well, because in the absence of any sort of like counterbalance around the world, we greatly accelerated endless greed, endless profit seeking, and we fucking destroyed our own domestic economies as well at the behest of capital. And we just got we went extra crazy on imperial domination around the world. This is literally this is a big part of the reason why we're currently experiencing these fissures. We're seeing the contradictions worsen in such a degree that you got like average self-identifying liberals start recognizing that like maybe we're not the fucking world police, or maybe we shouldn't be the world police. Half of the stuff that creates quote unquote controversy with what I say, half of the clips that people take out of context or the statements that I make, people will freak out about, right? And it'll circulate in the media, or it'll circulate in the fucking hater sphere, right? And then a couple years later, you'll have like a prominent historian or someone like Robert Kagan, for example, with the 9/11 comments that I had all the way back in 2019. Robert Kagan, the godfather of the American neoconservative movement, literally came out last week and was like, yes, I'm admitting now that our destabilization in the Middle East is exactly what led to 9/11. These countries would not fuck with us at all if we didn't fuck with them. Francis Fukuyama coming out and saying the end of history was wrong. That analysis was completely wrong, okay? Francis Fukuyama also coming out and saying, and Ian Bremmer as well. These are like liberal guys, right? These are liberal analysts, liberal historians, prominent liberal academics coming out and saying that nuclear sovereignty was actually the appropriate measure for countries in the periphery to take. If they want to develop evenly, if they want to develop free of American intervention, they must develop nuclear sovereignty. Like, these are world-changing admissions. These are people that spent their whole lives believing a certain thing and then and having to reckon with the reality that their belief system was wrong. Okay? So you can yell about it all day, every day when you hear me say something and you don't like fully want to comprehend what I'm saying. You can't like, it goes against your previous programming. But if someone like Ian Bremmer or someone like Fukuyama or someone like fucking Robert Kagan can admit some of these things, then you should be able to as well. You are not as invested in the defense of liberalism as they are.
So let's just start with a little bit of good news here. The good news is we have one pilot who has been rescued. The other part of that good news is I don't think we have, we have a president right now who, more than any other president in our lifetime, has done more to rescue Americans.
No doubt.
It's sort of a marker of his presidency, the number of hostages.
No other president has also put as many Americans in jeopardy. Like, you know, I mean, maybe George W. Bush, right? But it's like really funny that they're like, well, you know, although he directly put both of these pilots' lives in harm's way at the behest of Israel, a foreign country, he's also trying really hard to save them. Cool. And in the process of trying really hard to save them, he's putting even more American lives in jeopardy, ironically enough. So this is a very stupid argument to make, I think. Not a very good argument to make at all.
He has rescued. We also know his love for this military. And so I have no doubt that every effort is being made to find this pilot as soon as possible. And the same goes for Pete Hegseth. There's no way Pete Hegseth, our Secretary of War, is leaving any soldier on the battlefield. So I believe everything is being done right now to find him. Because they love our military and they don't want to do that. But also, there would be, as Jonathan mentioned, there is a race right now between the United States government and military and the Iranian military to find this person. Kevin, there would be huge political implications if the Iranians get to this poor fellow first.
No question about it. And let's be clear, if you've been watching politics in Washington for any time at all, especially over the last, say, 10, 12 years, you know that Democrats in general, not all, but in general in Washington would love to use any perceived or real failure on the part of this particular action or any action taken by President Trump and attempt to utilize that as a political cudgel, perhaps in the midterms, which of course are coming up this fall. But one would hope that the majority of them would step back and say, in this circumstance, we're all talking about Americans here, although even in this particular moment, I've seen some Democrats say some of the most damnable things that I think I've ever heard about war crimes and about this action. We're talking about real Americans here. We're talking about military women and men who are trying to do something to make it safer for all of us. And so when I see what plays out politically sometimes in Washington, it just makes you shake your head and you think, how could you possibly say and or think that?
No, and we had protesters here in New York City in Times Square openly rooting for Iran and rooting against the U.S. To your point, listen, as someone who's had the honor of covering wars and going there, when an American goes down, it is top priority. And I think we saw the president and Secretary Hegseth's commitment, Rachel, yesterday by what we didn't see. We didn't see the president publicly. He was in the Oval Office. He was in the Situation Room. Secretary Hegseth was there for a long time because they are laser focused on whether or not this pilot is alive or dead. There will be 100% commitment to getting him home. That is now the top priority in Iran. And it has been more than 24 hours he went down. But yet at the same time, as we heard from General Teichert, it may be to our advantage the fact that this pilot was able to hide somewhere with his SEER training and our teams.
Yeah, Trump cares about the pilot, dude. That's why he sent that's why he sent the pilots to die for Israel. It's like, it's famously a thing you do when you really care about your soldiers. What if the pilot just defected? Yeah, I doubt it.
The CSAR teams are the best of the best. I am holding out hope and optimism they're going to get them, and there is no doubt the president's commitment to do everything in our power.
Yeah, so many people praying at this moment for his rescue.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Urgent search.
I mean, it's a little bit terrifying to me that we're not even making a fucking argument. Like, there's no Gulf of Tonkin incident, you know? We just kind of went, fuck it, we ball. Like, it's even worse than that. It wasn't even like, oh, these guys are our enemies, like, we have to fight them. We literally were just like, we're doing this because Israel. That's actually doubly unbelievable. We just straight up were like, hey, man, we're really doing this because we love Israel after 3 years of Israel doing a live streamed Holocaust. We decided this is the best possible opportunity for Israel to get its final nut, you know, just destroy this country with 93 million people in it. Who gives a fuck what happens to those people, right? Unbelievable. And now obviously there's like tremendous retaliation. There's tremendous retaliation that America's not used to at all. And we've kind of been eating dick left and right for the last 35 days. And even then, like, we're getting taunted. We're getting humiliated. We have a shit ton of casualties. We're trying to hide it to the best of our ability. And yet, most Americans are just like, what are you going to do?
Rescue operation underway for the U.S. airman who was on board that American fighter jet shot down over central Iran, now missing for more than 24 hours. It's the first time Iran has successfully downed a manned American aircraft in this war, as it now enters its 6th week. U.S. officials say there had been 2 crew members on that F-15, one of them rescued Friday, ejected and now out of Iran, but the fate of the other still unknown. Images released by Iranian state media show pieces of the jet strewn across the ground, ripped to shreds. The images could not be independently verified by ABC News. A second American warplane also hit the same day, Iran shooting down an A-10 Warthog attack jet, the pilot making it to Kuwait, where the aircraft crashed after they safely ejected. That pilot was then rescued. But the search to find the missing crew member proving to be a dangerous mission for American troops. Iran targeting rescue efforts. 2 Black Hawk helicopters struck, injuring some of the crew members on board, but U.S. officials say they safely made it back to their base. In Iran, a news broadcaster announcing the crash of the F-15, telling Iranians they would be rewarded for capturing the crew members alive and turning them over to the regime. Shortly after, state TV airing this video of locals scouring through the terrain, seemingly looking for the airmen.
Yeah, no, they were looking to welcome him as liberators. They were looking to thank him for blowing up the, for being a part of the invading army that's doing an aerial bombing campaign that blew up a bridge, blew up the Pasteur Institute where they developed new medicines. And blow up the school that little schoolgirls were at, blow up the volleyball court, cultural artifacts that are thousands of years old. That's what they were doing. They were trying to welcome. They were like, hey, this is the welcome brigade. We welcome to liberating us. Thank you.
Posted on social media out of Iran, where the regime enforces a strict censorship, this video appearing to show locals shooting at American helicopters involved in the rescue efforts. A person can be heard saying, and here's the armed forces, and shoot, shoot, bravo, shoot. The series of American aircraft struck in such a short time span, now raising questions about Iran's military capabilities. Just this week, President Trump had claimed in a primetime speech that the regime no longer had the capability to shoot down U.S. aircraft.
They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force.
Meanwhile, the U.S. and Israel escalating attacks on key Iranian infrastructure. Civilian sites hit too. Iran saying a 100-year-old medical research center and a prominent university in Tehran were both hit by U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. Video showing flames still burning inside the university. The Iranian death toll now at 3,519, according to a U.S.-based human rights agency. Meanwhile, Iranian forces striking a desalinization plant and oil refinery in Kuwait, and satellite images showing widespread damage to bases hosting U.S. troops in the area. The Pentagon now reporting 365 U.S. troops have been wounded and 13 service members killed in action, 7 soldiers and 6 airmen.
And Iran this morning saying the area near one of its nuclear facilities was struck in a U.S. and Israeli attack, killing a security guard and damaging a support building. No increase in radiation levels reported, though. And as for that missing American airman, the search continues. Iranian media urging its citizens to find them alive. Rhiannon.
Yeah, thank you for that update, Bert Clennett.
Well,
It's
meanwhile,
not 13.
the search
It's not 13. It's definitely higher.
for a missing U.S. airman in Iran continues. That's after Tehran says it downed 2 U.S. fighter jets on Friday, one near the Strait of Hormuz. 2 of the 3 crew have been rescued. Iran's military command says it used new defense systems to shoot down the planes and that it'll achieve full control over its airspace.
Why doesn't Trump just stop the war? Great question. I think it's because it's too spectacular a fuck up. And he feels like he got into this and now he needs to try and fight his way out of it. There are obviously competing forces, both with the external influence and both inside of Trump's mind. On the one hand, he's got the sunk cost fallacy. In his mind, he's like, well, we got into it. We got to get out of it, right? On the other hand, he also is definitely, and I will say this, he is definitely resistant to being remembered as the guy who invaded militarily this massive country. He is resistant to military invasions, like boots on the ground invasions. He likes swift aerial bombardment campaigns and maybe like a kidnapping or something like he did with Venezuela. Or even with Qasem Soleimani. Like, he will escalate. He will do crazy things, unpredictable things. But he's not, so far at least, he's shown that he's resistant to, permanent military occupation and invasion, right? The problem here, of course, is there's no other way to escalate. There's no other way to escalate in a way that, like, causes Iran to stop controlling the Strait of Hormuz or stop bombing Israel with an aerial bombardment campaign. You have to invade, right? Or you have to de-escalate. Problem is, if he actually de-escalates here, then he will have taken a fat L. He will have shown the rest of the world that America actually bit off a little bit more than they can chew. And as long as someone is actually directly militarily contesting American dominance, they might actually achieve a lot of results. Because Iran has been able to effectively undermine 40 years of sanctions and develop new revenue sources while they are being bombarded, right? They are now officially open for business, right? They're trading on Chinese yuan. They're collecting a toll from the tankers that they allow safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. They effectively control the Strait of Hormuz, a choke point, very important choke point. They're able to strike at profit centers in the region that is within their reach, greatly disrupting the interests of profit seekers and international capital. This has been a very important lesson for a lot of people who are paying close attention to what's going on here, which is that for the longest time, countries, I think, believed that America was infinitely more powerful than it actually is, that the empire had not spread itself too thin, that it had tremendous capabilities of defending all of its allies that have military bases. That is wrong. That's just gone. That idea is gone. I hope everyone in here understand that the rest of the world now recognizes that having an American military base does not mean you get security. It means you're actually insecure, right? You become a threat to other countries that are outside of the American security umbrella. U.S. military bases mean you are a target. U.S. military bases mean you can become a missile sponge at a moment's notice. If America decides to behave in this unpredictable manner, they're not going to ask you, before they bomb your regional neighbor, right? And then in retaliation, you become a target. American bases are now not seen as safety and security, stability in the region. American actions prove a lot of instability, yield a lot of instability, and American bases create liability. Okay? Would a ground invasion stop Iran from closing the strait? No. I don't think so. No. Not even a little bit. Whereas America is about to turn 250 this year, Iran has a rich history of almost 3 millennia. Do you think it is beyond Trump to target cultural sites in Iran? I can imagine him striking some important mosque over a millennia old with the excuse that they are harboring terrorists there. Yes, I can totally see them doing that. I can totally see them doing that. I mean, it's Israel shit. Like we are sister nations, okay? Spiritually the same. America is Israel and Israel is America. I can totally see America doing that shit.
We had previously announced that we would demonstrate our capabilities in the field, let the enemy know that with the new air defense systems, built by the knowledge and proud youth of this country and unveiled one after another in the field of action, we will surely achieve complete control of our country's skies, and we will prove to the world more than ever before the humiliation of the wretched enemy.
I think it would be good if Iran captured this American airman.
Because?
To use him as a bargaining chip to stop this madness, stop this. I mean, Trump has lost the plot, and it's just out of control. I mean, this war now is not about Iran or the Iranians. It's about American interests, other interests. It's not about the Iranian people or Iran.
But I didn't think I'd take a call from anyone saying, I hope the Iranians catch the airman and use him as a chip. But you think that would be an indirect way to...
When they lose one of their men in action, crashes, they will do what they send in a whole team to rescue. They send in helicopters.
They're already doing it. I mean, they've done it. They're doing it.
They do to recover it. So it's a big issue for America and American people. So unfortunately, it's just the way it is. I don't really hope it.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd be mistreated by Iran as well.
A missing US officer somewhere in enemy territory. Footage appears to show armed Iranians hunting for them, keen to claim the reported £50,000 bounty on their head. The wreckage of their fighter jet paraded on Iranian state television. A propaganda coup for Tehran and a difficult reminder for those like squadron leader John Peters, who was shot down and captured in Iraq.
You don't have the capacity to be scared because your brain is so full of what you've got to do next, trying to outwit, because part of that chess game, not at a political level, but you've got to outthink the Iranian commanders. You've got to outthink everyone around, and you no longer have the system around you. You are plucked and you are totally on your own.
The missing service person's president posted on social media today, "Remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out," says President Trump. 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them. Glory be to God. It's just days since Trump claimed Iran was beaten. Following false claims by the US president about the complete destruction.
He's going to nuke something before he dies. He wants to be remembered. Oh, buddy, he will be remembered. He will be cherished as a great hero depending on how things go. Just not by Americans, I think. He is the great nation builder for China. Okay, Donald Trump is the great nation builder for China. JD Pandon is real. Okay, he will be remembered for this.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Like, he's literally doing that. He is doing that. He's playing a major role in helping Allah awaken the people to the evil doings of the United States and Israel.
Of Iran's air defense system, says this IRGC spokesperson. An American hostile fighter jet was shot down in central Iranian airspace by a newly developed advanced aerospace defense system. The jet was completely destroyed, and further search operations are still ongoing. Those ongoing operations are now a race between the US and Iran, the latter claiming to have shot down a second US plane which crashed in the Persian Gulf, a rescue mission whose crew then themselves had to be rescued. US Black Hawks have come under sustained gunfire, all aircraft on high alert as they hunt for their missing comrade. Olivia Guthrie, ITV News.
I mean, this could not have happened at a more consequential time, right? Like
Retired general.
Tremendous economic pressures in the imperial core, a looming energy crisis all around the globe, accelerated by America's actions. 3 years of American-backed maximum Israeli genocide that was live streamed that greatly changed the Western world's attitudes towards America and Israel as well. The American president being so vulgar with his imperial ambitions and even at times redirecting that imperialist rhetoric towards Western white allies that are a part of NATO. All of this stuff combined has created this powder keg. I don't know how we got here. I genuinely don't understand it. In many ways, I do think that if I was a liberal, if I was like an ideologically minded liberal who was obviously invested in the maintenance of American empire, I'd be fucking losing my mind. I'd be like, dude, we had a good thing for like 100 years. What are you doing? Like, we're not even gonna meet the 100-year marker of like liberal hegemony around the globe. Like, you fucked it up. It's crazy. Don't worry, Trump said war will end in 48 hours. Oh yeah, no, totally. Because look, I think it's utterly evil, the maintenance of empire. I think it's an evil endeavor, okay? And I think it's not good for anybody involved except for, global capital, international capital. That much is clear, right? Having said that, you have to give credit to the liberals, at least, like the ones that were greatly invested in at least like propagandizing at the behest of American empire to make it seem to their own, domestic audiences that it's like a objectively good thing and it's a necessity. Both out of national security concerns, because all these other, enemies are enemies of democracy, enemies of prosperity, right? Like they did a much better job of like maintaining the proper reasoning structure for why America has to be the world police, why the Western world has to liberalize places, has to democratize the rest of the world, right? They were infinitely more successful. They were so successful that when you think about like the neocon movement, right? The reactionary George W. Bush and Dick Cheney led Republican Party and what they ended up doing in the failure of the global war on terror, their justifications for it were still objectively liberal, right? That's what it means when I say liberalism is hegemonic. They were still talking about nation building, democratizing Iraq, right? Liberalizing, offering social freedoms to these people. Like they were still presenting an argument. They still created within the confines of our own international human rights architecture that we designed to benefit ourselves, of course, that we violate with regular frequency. We still created a reasoning, right? We lied about it. We said WMDs. It was bullshit. But at least we still lied about it. There was a reason for why we lied about it. And it's very interesting that like Trump and this new version of hard power only, no soft power approach has forgotten why liberals, regardless of how right-wing they are, or, Democrat Party liberals, the war hawks in each individual party were doing this marketing, right? It's hubris. It's imperial hubris to assume that you can just like get away with being this violent and this naked with your ambitions. The idea that people won't hear that and go, what the fuck? I thought we were the good guys. You kind of sound like a bad guy. I don't like it. especially at a time when there's unprecedented economic shocks that like ordinary people are facing, the working class is facing after decades of austerity, for example. So it's very strange that this illiberal move from the reactionary MAGA movement, this fascist movement, this new iteration of fascism has dropped liberalism completely, thinking that it was dead weight, not realizing that actually it was far more successful than how these guys can achieve their goals. It was far more successful in maintaining empire. Liberalism is far more successful in maintaining empire than fascism is.
And former national security official Douglas Lute. General Lute, thank you so much for being here. As we just reported, 2 American warplanes were hit by Iran in separate attacks, and then 2 Black Hawk helicopters involved in that rescue mission, they were struck as well. The president had said that Iran is no longer capable of shooting down American aircraft. So what does this tell you?
Well, the president was talking in military terms about our having achieved air superiority. And what that means basically is that most of the enemy's air defenses have been eroded, degraded, and that there's largely freedom of action in the air.
Oh, is there?
And I think that's accurate. The problem here is that air superiority is not perfect. And we've obviously...
That's interesting because it kind of feels like that's not the case. Like saying that while there's B-roll playing of a search and rescue mission flying over Iranian airspace that's being contested with like conventional arms, small arms fire, while the reason for why there's a search and rescue operation happening on Iranian airspace is literally because Iran was able to successfully take out an F-15. Kind of cuts away at the point that you're trying to make. You know, if your argument is that we established air superiority and you're brought on to Good Morning America to talk about how an F-15 fighter jet just fell on Iranian soil, well, the argument has been made for you. We did not establish air superiority, right? Like, that's not how this works. We have achieved air ambiguity. Yeah, that's a good one. That's what it is. Well, it's not perfect. You see, what I like to call what we achieved in Iran is not air superiority. It's not air ambiguity. I don't even know what it would be. It's just like an aerial dominance at certain times and not so dominant at others.
We've seen a classic example of that today. So Iran retains enough air capacity, air defense capacity to challenge American aircraft. And obviously we've seen the results.
General, let's go ahead and talk about this.
That's also funny because like this is the same maximalist cope position that you hear from like plane autists in the NATO side, the Western chauvinists, like pro-America, hoorah, OSINT guys who will be like, actually, it's not that significant that an F-35 had to do a crash landing. You're stupid. Like, because it was contested successfully by a country that we have economically dominated for 50 fucking years, right? And the indigenous air defense systems that they've developed that we claimed we had thoroughly destroyed. This is the same old bullshit, right? It's pure cope where you're like, oh, well, you know, we developed air superiority, but like our F-15 fell and another A-10 fell in the process too, in defense of the search and rescue operation. But, you know, it happens. It happens. It's not that significant. You know, planes fall all the time, dude.
This process of the urgent search. Iran, we know, is also trying to find the missing American themselves. What will the U.S. do now? Because that's a very dangerous situation for the missing service member.
Well, it is. And as hours pass by, it becomes even more perilous. Look, the immediate priority for American forces is to isolate this area so that prohibits Iranian forces, reinforcements from coming in and lending to the search. And while the area is isolated, these rather slow-moving and therefore vulnerable search and rescue aircraft, like the helicopters that your earlier report mentioned, will focus on that area and try to identify the precise location of the downed pilot. Now, the pilot has identifying GPS, beacon systems, and radio systems, and so forth. So if the pilot's able, he or she will be signaling the search and rescue aircraft and hopefully lead to a recovery.
All right, General Douglas Lute, thank you so much for joining us here on GMA on this important story. We appreciate it.
Iranian officials placing a...
I read the A-10 is the everyone favorite until you know how slow it is. I mean, the significant part about the A-10 is that, like, yeah, it's slow, but it's supposed to be this, like, somewhat impenetrable air tank, right? It's just a flying cannon. Like, it's not supposed to be taken out, like, as easily, I guess. Not really. I mean, it literally does. It first of all, it obviously can only operate when there's not enough when there's no when there's no air defenses, right? No, it's dog shit designed around a cannon. Everyone knew it's dog shit. Here comes the military nerds. Tank busting doesn't mean it's tanky. No, but like, no matter what, it serves the purpose of flying low and like directly shooting at things that the pilot can fucking see. Okay? So obviously it's a little different in comparison to like an F-35, for example. Like a lot of the other aerial assets that we have in the American Air Force and the American military have very different defenses in comparison to the A-10. It's designed for aerial cover, right? It's designed to fly low and shoot at shit that you can fucking see. Chatters are stupid. The A-10 is designed to be harder from ground fire. It has titanium bathtubs surrounding the pilot. It's designed around ground attack and close air support. Yes, that's why they bring in the A-10s, because when you have to do close air support, you can't use standoff munitions and you can't use aerial bombing campaigns from afar if your troops are a lot closer to the enemy troops, and then you accidentally blow up your own fucking troops. And that's why they use the A-10. It's supposed to fucking fly close to the target and literally see it and shoot at what it's seeing. So it's designed specifically to withstand some damage from the ground. I mean, it's equally impressive that they took out an F-15, but it's still, I think, significant and impressive that they took out an A-10, especially considering that in the entire Iraq theater, there was only one A-10 that they took out. Like the Iraqi force only took out one A-10. Standoff munitions like Tomahawks, like long-range missiles that they lob from afar, is way more impressive to take out an F-15. I agree. I think it's the most impressive to take out an F-35. Look, any plane can't take much fire, but the reality is that multiple aircraft were hit yesterday. There's a turning point in the air defense situation in Iran. I agree. And it's undeniable. It's undeniable.
Bounty on the head of the second U.S. crew member lost after an F-15E fighter jet was downed over enemy territory. Search and rescue teams working through the night, but the clock is ticking. And with every passing hour, this search becomes more consequential. President Trump stopping short of saying how the U.S. will respond if our airman is captured by Iran. Retired Air Force Brigadier General John Teichert is a former F-15E combat pilot. He joins us now. General, thank you for being here. I want to talk to you a little bit about the F-15E. It's the workhorse of the—
I'm gonna be honest. I think in the upcoming weeks, if the situation continues to go as it has thus far, where Iran as the underdog here keeps securing some fairly significant victories like they did yesterday, the guys that they bring on to Fox News are going to be increasingly more panicked. Okay, right now, their job is to cope. Their job is to give you talking points. Their job is to give MAGA talking points to be like, no, everything is going swimmingly, right? Everything's going great. It's not that significant that an F-15 was taken out. F-15s get dropped all the time. Like, oh, it's whatever, right? I should know. I flew one. I mean, he looks kind of panicked here regardless, but they will become increasingly more panicked, and you will start seeing people closely associated with the administration, or people who are directly in the admin, or even the analysts start saying, I think we have won our war goals. We have achieved our strategic objectives, and it's time to back away. That is, of course, if Donald Trump doesn't engage in the unthinkable and try to do a panicked ground invasion. Okay? Because that could happen. So far, they keep saying F-15s are old. Yeah, it's cope. Reporting on Iranian strikes inside of Israel and GCC countries is heavily censored, but this Wall Street Journal report gives a glimpse of what is a huge story, the effectiveness and the precision of these missiles. The damage done to the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh by an Iranian drone strike was far worse than publicly admitted, according to a new Wall Street Journal story. The quote from a former CIA got my attention. So Wall Street Journal and Washington Post, John Hudson specifically, has been somehow gaining access to diplomatic cables. Even with their diminished capacity to do reporting with the Washington Post, there's someone that's like feeding them diplomatic cables over and over again, because there's someone out there who's like, dude, this shit sucks. You have to apply pressure. That's just kind of how things go in the background. When you read a story, you have to understand, like, how am I reading this right now? Okay? How am I reading this story right now? What are the ambitions of the people that may or may not have given this information to this outlet? Okay? So understand that the motivation from someone along the process in the State Department is just to go to John Hudson and be like, dude, it's fucked right about this. Okay? Obviously, they're trying to keep a lid on all of this information in order to make it seem like the situation is much better than it actually is. But there are certain aspects of this that are undeniable to even the untrained eye. For example, when you see fucking black smoke coming out of central Tel Aviv, it's a pretty good indication that you haven't deteriorated the Iranian strike capabilities, right? Like, it's obvious. As a matter of fact, it shows you two things. One, we haven't destroyed nearly enough TELs. We haven't destroyed nearly enough launchers. They still have launchers. And we haven't destroyed the missile silos, the ballistic munition depots. And also, last but not least, perhaps most significantly, Iran has been able to successfully deplete the Israeli defenses, from David Sling to the Arrow systems to the Tamir interceptors, also commonly known as the Iron Dome, right? It's clear. You can't lie about what you're seeing. Like, you could say, oh, we did it, we destroyed them, but like, if you feel the impact of a fucking strike in the heart of Tel Aviv, all of a sudden that changes the dynamic. Like, you can't out-yap what people can see. And the same thing goes for these bases, right? It was able to produce an indigenously made weapon fired across hundreds of miles and put it into the embassy of their top opponent, which means they could have hit anything they wanted in the city, said Bernard Hudson, a former CIA counterterrorism chief with extensive experience in the Persian Gulf states, including Saudi Arabia. There's been a complete blackout on the actual damage done to these places, he said, about U.S. embassies and bases. That feeds suspicions that a lot more damage may have actually happened. A YouTuber invented a way to track fighter jets using cheap cameras and even webcams a couple months ago. During the night, you need infrared or thermal cameras to track them, but you can do it 100 kilometers away. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, ironically enough, as we now know, the Iranian Iranian anti-air defense systems actually rely on the optical cameras that are commercially available as well to create like an environment, like create a surveillance umbrella without relying on radar systems that the American fighter jets are designed to avoid, right? Designed to be invisible, like the F-35. So they're using readily available commercial technology and perhaps some military tech too to create systems that surveil American fighter jets and then successfully shoot them down. It's clear. It's incredible stuff. It's yet another indication that war is changing, right? There is there's a way to basically level the playing field between sophisticated machinery that much more powerful, much wealthier nations are creating, with a country that has the economy the size of a fucking walnut in comparison to America, right? But I thought war never changes. I mean, yes, war never changes. But also, in some ways, the drones that they're using, the Shahed, as I've said before, has basically become like this generation's version of the AK-47. The AK-47 was a very reliable weapon that was seen as a tool for revolutionary forces all around the world, anti-colonial warfare and anti-colonial forces all around the world. And I think that like cheap drones have created a similar environment now. You just fucking lob flying lawnmowers and all of a sudden the dynamic is very different. Yeah, relying on K-trucks and Toyotas that you put anti-aircraft weapons in the back of that are, easy to swap out, easy to retool, fairly easy to fix.
The Air Force, but first let's
hear this, Cope. I can't wait. Yeah.
With every passing hour, this gets more difficult. What can you tell us?
Griff, the first thing that aircrew member would have done when they hit the ground is to assess how they're doing. They would have gathered up their supplies and they would have gotten away from their landing site so that they could find a place to hunker down and hide as they communicate to our rescue forces. And while there is a little bit of concern about the duration of time since they got shot down, I actually think it's net favorable because they're falling back on their training. They found a good place that clearly has indicated they haven't been captured by the adversary. And now the forces are just trying to find the right time and the right way based on the terrain and the disposition of enemy forces to rescue our downed crew member.
You see, normally what you would consider in a search and rescue operation is something that is like universally considered unfavorable is actually quite favorable. Okay? Yeah. You see, when you got someone under the rubble, for example, and time is running out, or when you got someone who's a missing person, right? A missing person, and time is of the essence in terms of like tracking them and figuring out where they're at. It's actually quite fortuitous that more time has passed. It's good.
It's a great point, and we can show you a map of where we believe
this guy is a real glass half full kind of guy.
That F-15E went down in the Khuzestan region, but of course that Zagros mountain range, very difficult terrain to navigate. But because of the pilot's SEER training, the survival and evasion tactics he's learned, hopefully has gotten him to a place where he can wait for the CSAR teams to go in there. But I want to ask you about the fact that this F-15E was shot down. And then, of course, in a separate incident, that A-10 Warthog down near the Strait of Hormuz. Does that challenge the Pentagon's claims that we have this air superiority?
Griff, I think it's important to realize that the American military makes the extremely complex and difficult look easy. And in the last 5 weeks, it has not been an easy, permissive environment. It is a determined adversary with extremely high quality threat systems. And I just think it's been a testimony that this is a very difficult mission and you never have complete air supremacy. And I actually think it highlights the fact that our forces are so amazing that it took 5 weeks before we saw a situation like this.
It's been 24 hours, General Teichert, since this happened, and the Pentagon has been silent. CENTCOM has been tight-lipped. What do you make of that?
Griff, I'm so happy to hear both the administration and the Pentagon and U.S. Central Command being so concerned about operational security. The only way this downed crew member is going to be recovered safely and the combat search and rescue forces are going to be safe in accomplishing their mission is if they fall back on their extensive training and there is exquisite operational security. We're seeing that out of all entities, and I'm happy to see it.
And just in the last 10 or 15 seconds I've got, these F-15Es play a critical role.
They do. They are multifunctional. They have air-to-air capability. They're very flexible in the type of targets that they can strike. I'm a proud F-15E Strike Eagle combat pilot, but those crews are incredible and their planes are as well.
Brigadier General John Teichert, thank you for your insight and have a great weekend.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian. They keep mentioning the SEER training as though this is going to save him because it sounds cool and advanced. I mean, it is advanced. It's just like
Many will be.
It's war. Okay. All the best laid plans in warfare can change instantly when the first bullet is fired. The very fact that they have to utilize SEER training in and of itself is an indication of this reality, right? Is an example of what I'm talking about. It's clear. He's in Iran and being hunted by the locals, Lamau. Yeah, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Yeah, pretty much.
Asking what happens to a member of the military when their plane is downed and what's happening behind the scenes to bring them home. Well, someone who knows the situation all too well is the former RAF pilot John Peters. Now, back in 1991, his plane was hit. He was forced to eject over enemy territory along with his navigator, John Nichol. The pair were captured by Saddam Hussein's forces, tortured and paraded on television. Images you may well remember. They were beamed around the world. Well, I'm pleased to say John Peters joins us now to take us through what happens in these high-stakes situations. Great pleasure, John, to have you on the programme. I think you'll know as well that your friend and former colleague, Sean Bell, is in the studio with me as well, so he'll also be participating in the interview. I'd like to start by asking you, John, what goes through your mind when you know that there is no option other than to eject over an enemy territory?
To be honest, I think like any other fighter pilot, it's a trained response. You've done that hundreds of times in your career. In the simulator, you fly an aircraft, they give you emergencies, you respond to the emergency, and you eject. The difference in war is the fact that the engine fire that you get in a simulator is you've actually been hit by a missile and the aircraft rotated. You have anti-aircraft guns and you are surrounded by orange flame. So that is the difference in reality to simulation.
Yeah, and I suppose also, and Sean is going to come in on this in a moment, also you must be a bit dazed, right? Having been through that, having ejected out of your plane, when you land in enemy territory, is everything a little bit confusing at the outset?
Yes, obviously. I mean, you've just gone through an extreme event.
Damn, did you hear all those girls screaming like HasanAbi's a rock star? Is this a poop star?
All I wanna hear is you say daddy's home.
I know you just did not click that. I certainly did. And I'll repost it too. I'm shameless. Is Trump hospitalized? I don't think so, but it's very cool that everybody thinks that.
I mean, you've been shot out of the sky, you've then ejected, and I had 2 crushed vertebrae from the ejection, and we ejected at 320 feet so above the ground, so I was in the parachute for 10 seconds. You're then on the ground, and you've gone from a position of power, effectively, and just like this poor American crew, you've gone from a position of power of, you know, this huge air power and involvement in that, to literally... John and I, 2 little pink bodies in the desert, you know, and you suddenly, I think the transition is just shocking.
That's pretty crazy that they just like keep showing.
And the first
perhaps their worst moments.
It was giggle. It was really pathetic, actually, because you think, what the hell do we do now?
John, you and I both went through a flying training.
Saturday, April 4th, 2026, 1:50 p.m. outside of Walter Reed Military Medical Center. No Marine One, no motorcade, roads open. Yeah, I just don't understand why people do this shit. It's so, it's unbelievable. It's so unbearable. I understand. I'm sympathetic to why people do this, where they just like really want to lean into hopium, right? That's what it is. But it annoys me. Stop doing that. Maybe it's because I'm used to it. Growing up in Turkey. Okay. Growing up in Turkey, you get used to this. And I'm sure people in Russia have similar opinions as well. People that live all around the world have like similar opinions or similar experiences where you're just like, growing up in Turkey, this kind of stuff used to happen all the fucking time. Okay. 25 years and 30 years later, you realize that's not ever happening. Okay. That's just evil never dies. And you just can't hold out hope like that, because slowly but surely it'll literally chip away at your soul every time. You're like, yo, it's fucking happening. Oh my God, it finally happened. Like divine intervention. Nope. Dick Cheney, Henry Kissinger, these guys stayed alive decades after the damage was done. Okay? Kötüye bir şey olmaz diye söz var ama exactly. Erdogan isn't 80 and he doesn't slam a meat load for dinner every night. First of all, Erdogan is old as fuck too. And secondly, do you know how many cancer scares have happened? Or not cancer scares, but like cancer prayers have taken place for Erdogan as well? You don't know. That's what I mean. Anytime he goes to the hospital, everyone's like, oh my God, it's happening. Also, this literally took place with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Together, we did a lot of conduct after capture training, escape and evasion training. But actually, I've only ejected, I've not done what you've done. But it's completely different when it happens for real.
Safe to say that HasanAbi is a Holocaust denier, bitch? Wait, what? What the fuck are you talking about? How did you arrive at this insanity? Is it because I said evil never dies? Like, and you can't hope for divine intervention? Is that why? Because like Hitler killed himself? Is that what the argument is? New pet? All right, yeah, we'll keep this one as a pet. Classic Euro lib.
Can you talk through that moment in the cockpit when you had to make the decision to get out? Because when you and I have talked about this, it sounds surreal.
I say Eurolib, but he has Europa in the name, so I assume it's a Euro hog. But it's weird because like Euro hogs are Holocaust deniers, right? So it's just like doesn't make any sense.
How you make that decision and how that whole process goes.
Well, it's defined by the moment. I mean, when we got hit by the missile, the aircraft rotated a couple of times, and we were only 50, 60 feet above the ground, doing about 500-600 knots at the time. Then the anti-aircraft guns, and you're trying, basically, it's a trained response. You're trying to solve problems. But when the aircraft, literally, I couldn't see the back of my aircraft. It was completely orange flame. It was about 15 feet donut around my aircraft, a completely orange flame. I couldn't see my right-hand wing. And so then you do click into, again, a trained response. I know this sounds boring, but this is why we're trained.
It's so strange. Euro MAGA hog. Goes into Asmongold's chat. Pedo Mold is watching you and is calling you anti-Semite. That's why. Yup, he needs that attention. I think I got his attention, Zach Rar, when I said Hasan is a Holocaust denier. Hey, that guy's a freaking idiot. It's awesome. Cucks. Every European MAGA supporter is double cucked.
So much that you go, we now have to eject because this aircraft is just going to disintegrate around us. So you then go through the checks to eject, and that's when you eject. Now, that's the first time, as you'll remember, you never eject in practice. So, but you have complete faith that you pull that handle and you'll be out the aircraft. And that is how it is. I think the big thing then, once you're on the ground, you have that initial shock where we giggled. You then literally, again, it's training. And again, I don't want to sound too boring, but you end up going, you put the next cassette in, which is we now need to evade. And that is exactly what this crew will be doing now.
So going to the crew now, one of them's been plucked away. What do you think is going through the mind of the individual? We don't know if it's male or female. You know, what's going through the mind, and what happens next, do you think?
Well, much of it will be the training, and I won't go into what we get taught. And do remember, my experience is 35 years ago, and the sophistication will have increased. But the sophistication has increased on both sides, so the stakes are the same, really. And it is a game of cat and mouse. The US forces have got to find their colleagues, and they'll have the combat search and rescue squadron is effectively who will do that and plan how to get that person out, because as you can imagine, the Iranians will be saturating the area as best they can, because this is now a political game, because that gives them huge leverage.
And John, talk us through what happened with you, because you and John Nichol, after you ejected, you said that initially you giggled when you landed, but you were quite quickly captured, weren't you? What then happened?
Well, I was on the ground and I was a bit dazed. John landed about 100 meters.
Okay, I don't really care about this, man. Sorry, no disrespect to the Royal Air Force, but like, I don't care about the experiences that this guy had. No disrespect, like I said.
We'll get the view from Ali Hashim in Tehran in just a moment. But first, let's go to Mike Allen.
Trump's 48-hour Hormuz ultimatum is the latest in a long line of deadlines. It's very cool that not only were we offering red lines to our allies like Israel, and then they were fucking violating them over and over again, but we're also incapable of setting red lines against our adversaries, which once again shows that perhaps we don't have the motion.
In Hannah in Washington, D.C. Mike, so another threat, another deadline from Donald Trump, all as an American pilot remains missing.
Yes, indeed, another day, another deadline. President Trump writing on his social media page that he gave 10 days for Iran to give up its grip on the Strait of Hormuz. He says this period of time will expire on Monday. And as he says, all hell will rain down on them should they not comply by this particular date. But this is just another in a long line of deadlines. And all of this comes as the U.S. continues to search for one of the pilots who was downed by Iranian air defenses in the last few days.
What if the Iranians release a video of the captured pilot and they're giving him Kubi Day? I mean, that could happen, okay? That could happen. I will lose my mind. I will be extra careful about the things that I joke about going forward, because things that I joke about here, you know, Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today, it turns into shit that I joke about now turning into reality tomorrow. So pretty wild. No jokes, no jokes. Trump shares footage earlier in the strike at Tehran terminating many Iranian military leaders. Many of Iran's military leaders who have led them poorly and unwisely are terminated, along with much else. With this massive strike in Tehran, President Donald J. Trump, yeah, he's no mention of the pilots, by the way. Interesting. I guess they don't matter. I guess that didn't happen. A real leftist broadcast would have no jokes is true.
Surge compounded, or the problem of the surge compounded by the fact that it appears that 2 search and rescue helicopters were also downed by Iranian defenses. The crews of those helicopters were rescued. But this has many ramifications for the United States and, of course, great concern for the military. It had recently deployed, for example, B-52 bombers, which can carry a far greater payload, because the president had claimed that the air defense systems in Iran had been obliterated. Well, clearly the events over the past 24 hours show that this is not the case, and the deployment of highly expensive and vulnerable huge bombers may now have to be stopped because, obviously, of the threat, the new threat from Iranian air defenses that were supposed to have been destroyed.
Bringing in Ali Hashim in Tehran. Ali, state media seems to have shifted from calling for the elimination of captured pilots to offering large cash rewards for their capture. I mean, what is Iran making of the downing of these US aircraft?
Well, in fact, from the first hours, they've been putting money for who captures the pilots, and they've said that getting them safe and sound is actually more beneficial for Iran. Now, with respect to what happened yesterday, we've heard today the spokesperson for the armed forces, Ibrahim Zulfiqari, saying that Iran has a new system, a defensive system, and this has been repeated over the past days. Yesterday it was once again stressed, and today he vowed to reveal the new defense system. However, for Iran, this breaks a narrative, because there was an American narrative. President Trump says there are open skies, and Iran yesterday challenged this narrative with
Did you see Mearsheimer praised your ass? Shut up. Wait, actually, my goat? The goat noticed me? Stop. Where? When? How? Someone find it, please. I'm kidding, Hasi, love you. Fuck! God damn it, I got so excited, dude. Fuck. I got the good doctor notice, dude. That's mean, bro. That is fucked up, dude. Fuck you.
Fire by downing at least or hitting 5 aircrafts, including downing 2, the F-15 towards the southwest of the country, and the A-10 in the, near Hormuz. Then the 2 helicopters shooting them without downing them, and also another A-10. So the Iranians were able to get around 5 aircrafts hit yesterday, plus several of drones. This is kind of turning the tide, changing the narrative for them, and this is adding more morale to the streets.
Thank you, Ali. Ali Hashim there in Tehran. Let's go back to Mike Hanna in Washington, D.C. And Mike, in the last 45 minutes to an hour or so, we've been getting reports of the arrests of family members of one of Iran's most revered military commanders, Qasem Soleimani. I mean, he was assassinated by the US back in 2020. What's being said, Mike?
Yes,
this guy's my op, if you guys remember.
Indeed, he was assassinated during President Trump's first term. The State Department has released now an official statement saying that the green cards of Soleimani's niece and his grandniece have been revoked. The State Department claims that they have been actively supporting the Iranian government while living in Los Angeles. After their green cards were revoked, they have been arrested by the FBI and are now, it is believed, in federal custody. Now, this follows recently as well the revoking of the green cards of the daughter and her husband of Ali Larijani, the assassinated former security chief in Iran. They had their green cards revoked. They subsequently left the country. So it does appear that State Department monitoring very closely any action or alleged action by those who have relatives still in Iran and battling against the US and Israeli forces.
OK, understood. Many thanks for the update, Mike.
Iranians are being encouraged to capture the missing American officer alive. God willing, we'll find him, they say. And with high cash rewards if they manage, the race is on. More than 24 hours after the jet came down, the mission to find the American continues in Khuzestan province in the southwest of the country.
There's also a likelihood that he could just be dead. That's the other side of the story as well. Like he could have just he could have just died while he was ejecting. He could have died like he could have had like a parachute failure. You know what I mean? Because I don't think they do. Do we know if the seat that they found was this? I guess he did make contact, right? He did. He sent a signal. That's true. He did. I forgot. I was thinking of the other pilot. Yeah, they did receive an active beacon. So I assume he's just. That's according to Israeli media. Yeah, but I mean, they did find one of the guys, you know. He could have fallen off a rock face or drowned or something, though, still. Yeah, that's also true.
Bordering Iraq.
You mean? Okay, calm down. Chatters are so dumb.
And the Persian Gulf. For the US, they say it's a search and rescue in this area. For Iran, it's a hunt here in the neighboring province. Friday afternoon, news broke Iran had shot down a two-seater US F-15 fighter jet. The parts paraded on state TV. The pilot ejected and was rescued, but the weapons systems officer in seat 2, no one knows. 2 Black Hawk helicopters swept in to search. They were hit too by Iranian fire and left. While another fighter aircraft was hit and crashed over Kuwait, the pilot safely ejected. A downed jet and a missing American officer tell us 3 things about the war in Iran. The US claim of total air dominance has taken a hit. Iran can still hit back. And Donald Trump's claim that the US is winning just took a hit too. A missing officer inside enemy territory is as sensitive as it gets. If Iran captures the American, there are fears he becomes a really powerful bargaining chip. And it won't help Trump's war effort at home, given days ago he said this about Iran.
They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100.
Yeah, that wasn't great. That wasn't the best thing to say, I feel like. So close to what took place yesterday. A little bit of an awkward oopsie moment,
100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force.
Today, Iran's top joint military command said they'd used a new air defense system to take down the jet.
The enemy should know that we rely on new air defense systems built by the young, knowledgeable and proud people of this country, unveiling them one after another in the field. We will certainly achieve full control of our country's skies.
While yesterday, a gleeful post from the Speaker of Iran's parliament said this brilliant no-strategy war they started has now been downgraded from regime change to, hey, can anyone find our pilots, please? This is the first US warplane the country has shot down in the conflict.
Oof.
Trump has said the situation will not affect negotiations with Iran. But like so much in this 5-week war, events can quickly overtake the rhetoric.
Well, Donald Trump has warned that time is running out for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, declaring all hell would rain down on them. But despite US claims, as you heard there, that Iran's missile capability has been destroyed, the Iranians launched another ballistic missile attack on central Israel, injuring at least 6 people and damaging homes. Harry Fawcett is in Tel Aviv, where anti-war protesters are gathering tonight, and sent us this update a short time ago.
Well, we're here in central Tel Aviv, where many hundreds of people gathered for an anti-war protest, despite the fact they were told by police that they would have a maximum of 150 because of security concerns amid the continuing bombing from Iran. Protesters saying that was a pretext. There have been big gatherings at malls, on beaches throughout the day. The police continuing to clear the square at the moment. Less confrontational, less violence than we've seen in a couple of previous protests, but as you can see, they are still making sure that people get clear. The war itself continues. There have been 6 people injured in cluster munition bombings in central Israel. 1 Israeli soldier confirmed dead in Lebanon. Also confirmation that munitions landed near the defense headquarters here in Tel Aviv. But of course, all eyes remain on the war in Iran and where that goes next.
More black smoke over Iran today, a signal perhaps of still further escalation. Israel striking a huge petrochemical compound in the southwest of the country, and from the US president who'd threatened to bomb it back to the Stone Age, a renewed ultimatum. Remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out, 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them. Glory be to God.
So he's just said, fuck it, market open? Isn't that what it means? 48 hours is... He's doing the reverse of what he's done so far, which is like at market close, he starts doing saber rattling and escalations. Now he's just like, fuck it, we ball. New meta. Fuck it, market open. We're collapsing everything, you know? I guess that's what we're waiting on. He's going to taco again Monday morning. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not so certain that we're moving in the direction of de-escalation.
Iran's nuclear reactor at Bushehr also under fire, Iran says, for the 4th time. A perimeter wall struck, 1 person killed. Russia's atomic energy company saying 198 people had been evacuated from the site.
Yeah, weren't they sending, was it C-7, like the troops, troop transport? Were flying from, they were flying into the region as of last night. Trump says if Iran doesn't open the strait in 48 hours, then he's going to give them 5 more days. I work in Walter Reed and he and that bitch blowing it up with explosive diarrhea. Okay. Yeah. Massive deployment of the U.S. Air Force in the Middle East is taking place as we speak. C-17 transport aircraft are crossing the Atlantic and moving towards the Middle East. The second wave is already over Europe, heading towards the Eastern Mediterranean. They are transporting troops, heavy weapons, armored vehicles. This is the largest visible airborne troop movement since the beginning of the war. This is happening as of last night, or as of this morning. Another indication that we are, I think, amassing enough troop and heavy weapons, armored vehicle presence in the region that indicates, or there's at least consistent with a ground invasion. I think it was debunked. I mean, we have been steadily flying in troops. It's more than 50,000 at this point. So, you know, I just don't know how. I don't know how they do this, right? I don't know how they establish forward operating base anywhere. Like they're so far. They're so far from Iran, like wherever they can, Like the closest they can reach, like the areas where they can like establish like headquarters would be Turkey, I guess, because Iranian missiles can reach Kuwait with ease, so you can't really establish a base there. They're clearly capable of striking faraway bases in Saudi Arabia. And that obviously is not going to work. There is a reason why they're basically chaining together strato tankers when they do these aerial bombardment campaigns, when they're not using their long range missiles, right? I would go so far as to say the pot shots in the direction of Incirlik on Turkish soil was also a warning sign to America that like Turkey is also within striking distance if necessary. So where are they going to send? Where are they going to put the troops? Where are they going to establish headquarters? Like where are they going to launch from? Right? It just there's no good options at all. Yeah, this is Chris Hedges on will there be a ground invasion of Iran with Colonel Larry Wilkerson. We'll take a look at that after this video is over. But Israeli Broadcasting Authority from a diplomatic source, Israel and Russia coordinated the evacuation of Russian experts from the Iranian Bushehr station in what seems to be a secure exit corridor from Iran. This news agency is very dangerous. This news is very dangerous. May indicate that Israel may venture and target the Bushehr nuclear power plant in Iran. Also, Adolf Putler at it again. Instead of saying, "Hey, I'm going to use diplomatic pressure to ensure Israel doesn't strike nuclear plants," I'm going to totally concede that Israel has to strike nuclear power plants with Russian nationals in them. So we're just going to take the Russian nationals out. Wonderful. He's so weak. What, Adolf Putler? Is he weak, or is he also, as I've said over and over again, a massive Israel dick rider? What happened to the fucking Z pushers? Oh, you don't understand. Russia does a tremendous amount of aid. Look at what they did with Bashar al-Assad. They're an anti-imperialist force in the region. No, man. They just have their own regional ambitions. They're anti-West, but that doesn't mean they're anti-Israel. They've been super pro-Israel for many, many years. And even after the invasion of Ukraine, Israel was the only country that is in the orbit of the West, in the Western sphere of influence, that actually didn't develop negative relations with Russia at all. Where are they at? Look, I give props to Adolf Putler when he ships oil to Cuba, okay? That is a fantastic thing that he did. That is objectively a humanitarian need that's being addressed, okay? So fuck America for that. I mean, they're making Russia look good in comparison, right? But the reality of the matter is, you know, when push comes to shove, Adolf Putler is just as pro-Israel as America is. Maybe not as pro-Israel as America is, but pretty pro-Israel all the same. A lot of it's interesting because a lot of people who are both pushing Z and like super pro Russia and say that Russia is like the most significant, consequential anti-imperialist force on the planet, and a lot of people on the NATO side think that Vladimir Putin has like negative associations with the state of Israel. That's just not the case. As a matter of fact, ACP initially was super pro Benjamin Netanyahu and pro Putler. I remember. I haven't forgotten that. Jackson Hinkle would talk about how Israel is going to play a formative role in the new multipolar world, right? That was real. That's a real thing that they did.
From the wreckage of a Tehran university, condemnation of the US and Israel.
They belong to the Stone Age for attacking institutions of science. A civilized country, a civilized government never targets institutions of knowledge.
Concern that Iran could, in response, intensify its attacks on regional infrastructure, dealing more damage to the global economy. Iran struck an international oil depot in southern Iraq today, even as its foreign...
Also, Putler has said over and over again, Israel is basically small Russia. Okay? In Israel, the third most commonly spoken language is not English. Okay? It goes as follows. It's Hebrew, Arabic, and then the third most commonly spoken language is Russian. English is the fourth most commonly spoken language in Israel. Okay? Just remember that. And yes, Adolf Putler has, time and time again, said that Israel is like a sister nation to Russia. So many Russian nationals live in Israel and have dual citizenship. Yeah, he said that because of the amount of Russians that live in Israel. I know. It's the third most common second language, not third most common language. Okay.
Minister said it was still open to talks. What we care about are the terms, he said. Tehran continuing to emphasize its key bargaining chip, its hold over the Strait of Hormuz, striking what it called an Israeli-linked vessel while allowing through ships bound for Iran.
Hasan and his Russia takes are famously bad, so I would suggest not listening to him. Russian opposition is run out of Israel. I like that my Russia takes piss off both the people who are on the leftmost position, leftmost flank, that say Russia is an anti-imperial force, and it objectively pisses off every pro-NATO dick rider, NatSec liberal. Okay, it's awesome.
This is a huge achievement for Iran that gives them control that they can use as leverage to get what they want. This is what they believe, but I think it's a mistake. It's internationalizing the world. A huge coalition is being built against Iran, which it does not have the diplomatic wherewithal to withstand it. And ultimately, it's going to cost Iran.
Israel's military releasing these images of what it said was the destruction of an Iranian mobile ballistic missile launcher. But US intelligence, according to CNN reporting, assesses Iran still retains half its missiles and attack drones. Residential areas in central Israel hit repeatedly today.
In Moscow, we have joke. Russian libtard is concerned with unjust invasion of Ukraine and flees the country to Israel. Yeah, it's very good joke, tovarish.
By Iranian ballistic missiles releasing cluster munitions, harder to intercept, falling indiscriminately.
There was a hole in the roof, and on the second floor, miraculously, he came out unscratched because he listened to the home front command instructions. He was in a safe place.
Israel still striking southern Lebanon. This the aftermath of the latest attacks on the coastal city of Tyre, as Israeli troops cement what they call their security zone in the south of the country. But if there's to be a new phase of this war, it's likely to be here in Iran. New images of the US strike on a bridge on Thursday from the vantage of nearby picnickers. Donald Trump warning then, as now, of much more to follow.
Well, I've been speaking to Behnam Ben Taleblu, who is the Senior Director of the Iran Program and Senior Fellow at the Foundation of Defense of Democracies. I asked
Let's get Benjamin Netanyahu's mouthpiece on our Channel 4 broadcast to explain to us how things are actually going swimmingly. FDD, for those of you who don't know, is directly an Israeli agency smack dab in the middle of fucking Washington, D.C., okay? Foundation for Defending Democracies, FDD, is an Israeli agency. It is a Mossad cutout. It is abso-fucking-lutely, unconditionally not only pro-Israel, but like pro-Benjamin Netanyahu, okay?
What the shooting down of the jet and the possibility of another being shot down tells us about where this war is at.
Well, more than a month into the conflict, it does show that the Islamic Republic of Iran does at least still possess some sort of residual air defense capability. The question is how much capacity, how much of that air defense threat exists, where is it, and what does it look like? Are these foreign-provided surface-to-air missiles? Are these Iranian copies of those that they've moved into underground bunkers alongside their mobile ballistic missiles, for example? And then third, if not, are these man pads? Are these shoulder-fired? And we've seen the ability of smaller, cheaper systems to get the best of larger, more expensive systems many times in the history of the Middle East. But this factor would have been brought about by those U.S. jets flying lower than ever before.
Iran says it's used a new air defense system to target these aircraft. What do you make of that?
It's unclear for now. I mean, the Islamic Republic.
Oh, it's just the lucky strike. That's come on.
It certainly likes hyperbole. It would certainly be
Richest socialist ever. Check his net worth. Me? You think I'm the richest socialist ever? Buddy. Let me tell you, there's a lot of historically, famously much wealthier socialists. But also, even right now, I don't even strike the top, like, 10,000 of the wealthiest socialists. First of all, you got straight up the entirety of the Communist Party in China, okay? Like, a lot wealthier communists exist on the planet, like infinitely wealthier. And even a lot wealthier communists exist on U.S. soil. Maybe some of them are U.S. citizens that live in China even, you know? A lot of people.
Keen to engage in more hyperbole amid an ongoing conflict for deterrence purposes. But it depends what we mean by new. Sometimes the Islamic Republic cannibalizes older systems. Sometimes it marries to
Chinese political people are not rich. Buddy, what are you talking about? There's literally every billionaire in China is also a member of the party. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about? And that's just the billionaires. Every Chinese billionaire is a part of the Communist Party of China. That's number one. Every centimillionaire, every millionaire that is also still wealthier than I am is also a part of the Communist Party of China.
Together, it's patchwork of existing foreign and domestically produced systems.
They didn't become rich because of politics. Did I imply that? Did I say that?
So until we see more imagery and until we know more about the actual capabilities, we're going to have to take the regime statement here with a grain of salt.
And yet, Donald Trump and his Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told the world that America had total, complete, 100% dominance of the skies over Iran.
You can disable air defenses to enable major military operations without having to destroy every single unit. Ultimately, though, I think it's not one approach. It's a cocktail approach. Just after all, there is a difference between air superiority and air supremacy, and there's a difference between the Islamic Republic occasionally being able to fire off surface-to-air missiles or man pads, as well as having a fully functioning integrated air and missile defense network.
How do you think this incident affects what America does next? Because let's not forget, and it's easy to forget, but there was supposed to be a deadline of April the 6th for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, or Donald Trump was going to...
Even Channel 4 is kind of cooking this guy, which is crazy, I guess.
Bomb them to oblivion or something.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the status of these deadlines are, particularly because they're married with a certain series of negotiations that occasionally the Islamic Republic denies publicly and then engages in privately. But that tells you about a certain level of confidence and a willingness to fight in this regime more than 1 month into the conflict. And there are no alternatives or pathways to victory other than degrading and destroying the regime's missile program, or ferrying out or destroying what's left of the nuclear material, the fissile material, or more importantly, as you mentioned, trying to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Anything else, I think, with respect, would be posturing, and therefore battlefield conditions, more than political timelines, will define what happens next.
Do you believe that the US is actually having indirect talks with someone who is mandated, who has the authority to represent Iran right now?
This is a regime that I liken now to being a zombie regime. It's headless, it's weak, but it's still lethal. But it is going in many different directions at once, and it's a real question if America does direct or indirect.
It's not, though. Like, there's only been 2 instances in the past 35 days where there has been inconsistent messaging coming from the Iranian side. One was obviously Pezeshkian, when he like apologized to the Gulf states, right? And they very quickly packed that up. And then the other one is the former foreign minister, right? That wrote like an article for the foreign Foreign Policy magazine. That's it. And one is one is the current head of state technically, but obviously doesn't have a lot of power. He's just a symbolic person, right? And the other is a former. The other is a former foreign minister. So it's like outside of that, especially with respect to like the military goals that the IRGC is advancing, like there hasn't been any sort of issues seemingly, or any sort of inconsistencies on their end at all. If anything, this is just wish casting. It kind of feels like they are more, they're more singularly minded on this issue than ever before. Because like there are a lot of moderates and a lot of reformists in the past, some of which that got killed, ironically enough, that played a big role in pushing for normalized relations with the Western world, no matter how much the Western world showed the Iranian government that they wanted they had no interest in normalizing relations at all. The negotiations always led to failure and more destruction and more crippling sanctions. We taught the current existing Iranian government that reform is a failure. Reformists are wrong. They're delusional. We did that. And not only did we do that, but we also killed the people that were more pragmatic. And they were replaced by hardliners. Now that works if you can Hamasify the Iranian government in the eyes of the Western world. But Iran is a sovereign state, and it is achieving its military objectives, and it has literally fought successfully for some form of sanctions relief now. So you can't really do that to a sovereign country in the same way that you can just avoid humanizing the Palestinian victims or the Palestinian resistance, or even talk to the Palestinian resistance, right? Same with Hezbollah, the Lebanese resistance. They're non-state actors, so you can just like present them as bad guys unconditionally, never really listen to what they have to say, never really account for their like the logic behind their actions or the demands that they make. But you can't really do that for the IRGC. You can't really do that for the Islamic Republic, because it is a sovereign country that has diplomatic relations with countries outside of the Western sphere of influence, and sometimes even with countries within the Western sphere of influence. Obviously not the same level of diplomatic relations that they can have, considering that the Western sphere of influence is still dominated by American foreign policy. Okay? There's nothing left to avoid in this stream. No ad breaks equals no avoiding necessary life. You trained us like Pavlovian dogs and left us in the dust. Yeah. What is this? The Ukraine takes galore. Buddy. No one fucking cares. The irony is like my Crimea position is like established as fact now, okay? I don't know why there are still like Ukrainian influencers that are like, oh, it's our opportunity to fucking once again talk about Hasan and claim he's like super fucking pro Vladimir Putin or whatever. It's just this is a lost cause. In some ways, it's identical to the way people talk about Israel and like defending Israel in the Western world. You know, It's so ridiculous. Okay. Anyway, Trump's going to come back from the hospital and say he's Jesus now resurrected. Trump is not in the hospital.
Direct negotiations. What is the guarantee that the Islamic Republic in a post-conflict scenario could even deliver factionally or bureaucratically with all the various component parts of the Islamic Republic be able to agree to that which is passed in direct or indirect negotiations? Those are all things everybody is going to be learning and watching in real time.
And finally, what do you make of the prospect of the possibility of American troops entering on the ground at this point?
If we look at the changing U.S. force posture in the region, the president traditionally does not simply bring assets into the region to let them sit there. So in the minds of some American watchers, it's more a matter of when rather than if there's some sort of a smaller raid or a special operations mission, other than a special operations mission or a search and rescue mission, I should say, to find the downed pilot. At this point in time, it's really anyone's guess in which direction the president may take that. And I would still say that's a low probability situation, but certainly a high impact one, and one that could be a game changer in the direction of this conflict.
Ben and Ben Taleblu, thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you.
A month into the U.S. and Israel's war on Iran, one of Washington's goals rose to the top, seizing control of the Strait of Hormuz from Tehran. The growing number of U.S. troops and weapons being deployed to the region with the stated goal to break the Iranian restrictions on global shipping traffic and to end its nuclear program. Recently, the White House warned it would not be deterred.
But they now have the chance, that is Iran, to permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions and to chart a new path forward. We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't, we're their worst nightmare.
Iranian officials insist they'll never accept Trump's 15-point action proposal.
That
will only happen when the idea of acting against the Iranian nation is completely removed from your corrupt minds.
Even though Tehran sits some 10,000 kilometers away from Washington, its ability to match U.S. airstrikes matches its grip on the strait. In the first week of the war, Iranian warheads hit not just U.S. military, diplomatic, and economic targets in the region, but those of Washington's allies in the Gulf as well. 2 weeks in, the Iranian economic tsunami ramped up, crippling energy and natural resources exports from Gulf countries. And in this era of globalization, that means prices of everything from energy.
What is this? The Iran regime, editor-in-chief of Al Monitor says, the Iran regime is growing more defiant and confident, not in a rush for negotiations or ceasefires, cutting side deals on Hormuz routes with French and Japanese ships crossing, maintains firing capabilities, clamping down domestically. This is the update as of 21 hours ago. At least 4 U.S. aircrafts damaged by Iran, U.S. crew member missing. Iran rejected meeting in Pakistan, according to Wall Street Journal. Rejected a 48-hour ceasefire, according to FARS. U.S. is striking Tehran. Israeli strikes continue. Kuwait, Iran targeted desalination plant, and UNSC vote on Bahrain resolution. Any idea, any kind of statement around like Iran flailing, Iran being destroyed, Iran being tattered, the regime losing its grip of power, like all this stuff is fucking wish casting. Okay? That's what it is wish casting. Iran is developing bilateral commitments that are going to shake up the Western world. Iran is almost single-handedly causing a lot of countries that want to, even aesthetically, look like they have some sort of sovereignty underneath the American security umbrella, to turn around and develop direct relations with a foreign adversary that America's waging war with. That's huge. It is the exact opposite of what Marco Rubio wanted. Marco Rubio was demanding that European diplomats apply pressure to Iran. That was a big part of the reason why they wanted to create a coalition of the willing, not because they like desperately need French ships or whatever. They wanted French diplomatic pressure, something that Iran does care about. Because as far as militarily, if you're Iran and you're fighting against America, you're fighting against the rest of the world, right? You're fighting against the entire Western world. So any kind of direct dealing if you're France or any of these other European countries, or if you're these regional countries, regional powers like Pakistan, any kind of direct dealing with Iran is undermining American hegemony, okay? Directly undermining American hegemony. And it will cause the permission structure to expand for other countries as well. First is France, and then you'll see other countries also say, you know what, we're going to also deal with Iran directly. Okay, we have interest in the region. Even Trump saying, okay, like you deal with the Strait of Hormuz yourself is unironically an admission of defeat in that regard, where it can be seen for European partners, American partners in Europe, that they're allowed to cut bilateral deals with Iran. Okay? Breaking reporting from Walter Reed. What is this? Yo, stop. I hate this fucking I hate the Walter Reed meta that everyone is like forcing. Okay. This is funny. Sad story. Trump. I'm having breast enlargement surgery. Byron Noam. I know. I love you. After surgery, when Trump woke up with only JD Vance next to him. Trump, where is he? You don't know who gave you the massive bazongas? What? Starts crying. That's right. It was Byron Noam who gave the breast enlargement to Donald Trump. He gave his breast disease to Donald Trump. Yeah, that's what took place. Y'all are dumb as hell, bro. Can we ban megaphonics, please? Libophonics
are rising from Europe to Asia and beyond. A month into the war, inflation is affecting economies far, far away, including that of the U.S. Indirectly, the Iranian long game of making the U.S. change course could convince the White House to start looking for an off-ramp. Many Americans now think the war has gone too far, especially as they struggle to afford rapidly rising fuel prices. But the White House insists the economic impact is short-term, thinking it can defeat Iran's strategy of hitting the U.S. where it hurts the most, in the nation's wallet. Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera, Washington.
I'm in the campus of EPSTEIN University, located in the northern parts of the Iranian capital, Tehran. And behind me, you can see actually the Institute for Plasma and Laser Research, which was heavily damaged as a result of this recent round of the continued campaign of the airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis. The amount of damage is unbelievably massive, not only to this building, but also where I was walking through the different parts of the campus, including a dormitory. And we know that this specific institute targeted is critically important. It was founded in 2003 by Dr. Tehranchi, the former head of the Azad University and one of the scientists of the country that was assassinated in the war that happened back in June. And right now we see that one of the institutes founded by him was impacted. And behind me, as you can see, this is the damage, the huge amount of damage to this building and the debris, the equipments related to this institute is all around.
Shahid means, well, in Turkish, I think it means witness, right? Shahid means martyr.
Around showing the huge amount of blast that took place. And, this is the scope of the airstrikes across the country that is expanding in a sense. And now there are growing concerns about the civilian infrastructure, specifically schools and universities being targeted. It is not the first one. We know that 3 other major universities, this is obviously the third one, being targeted. And right now you can see this is the building that right now you're seeing is not the institute, but the dormitory in which students used to live. Fortunately, we don't have the growing concern about the fatalities as students were outside for the Nowruz holidays. But it's still, speaking of the infrastructure, it is really massive. We know that prior to that, we've got the University of Science and Technology being targeted. The airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis put a huge amount of impact on them, and that is located in the eastern parts of the capital, where heavy bombardments have been happening over the past weeks. And related to that university also was Dr. Shamaghdari, one of the associate professors of Iran's University of Science and Technology, who was assassinated alongside with his 11 and 18-year-old children. The Iranian side is interpreting that as a war crime. It is interpreting that, according to the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a systematic attack on the academic foundations of the country, which is going on. We know that in addition to the two universities, this one and the one in the eastern part of the capital, there is also Isfahan University of Technology, which was also targeted a couple of days ago. And this is obviously the continuation of the actually attacks that are targeting the infrastructure of the country.
Why has Iran let this French cargo ship through now?
Yeah, let's take a look. Did you get your degree from there, Dr. Jihad? Yes. All right, before we get to the French commitment, top aides have privately made the case to President Trump in recent days that Iran's power generating facilities and bridges are legitimate military targets because destroying them could cripple the country's missile and nuclear programs, officials say. Insane. Okay? Insane. Trump is already flexing the bombs. The other one that I wanted to talk about is like with the way that like the Western press is covering this incident. The missing airman raises concerns that Iran can gain leverage over the U.S. Since 1979, Iran's government has repeatedly used hostage taking as a tactic against its adversaries. You cannot take a hostage. Like it's functionally not a hostage. Okay, this is not a civilian. Number one. This is an enemy of the state that is currently being bombed. This is a prisoner of war, okay? It's a totally separate designation. It's ridiculous. But of course, it's the same as the people that said, you know, this is my big, beautiful baby Israeli occupation force soldier was kidnapped from a fucking tank.
Let me take you through the other names who we know are being released. Could be happening right now. Matan Angres, 22 years old, a soldier in the IDF, kidnapped from a tank during a battle with...
Like, how can you say that, man? Kidnapped from a tank, kidnapped from an F-15, fighter pilot taken hostage? What are we doing? What are we fucking doing? Like, that's insane, dude. What do you mean they're taking them hostage? Brother, sister, MBs, listen. What the fuck do you think the F-15 fighter pilot was doing on Iranian airspace? He was on a fucking bombing mission. These guys are unbelievable with the way that they talk about this shit. Yeah, BBC is also doing it as well. This moment is fraught with risk and political peril. Our chief international correspondent writes, if the airman is taken hostage and images circulated, it will be a propaganda victory for Iran. Yeah, kidnapped for, you guessed it, being white. So many people are doing this, and it's not a mistake. It's deliberate, okay? Here's another insane take I got to read. The Economist and Bloomberg also called the downing of a fighter jet as an escalation by Iran. Everyone knows you're supposed to just let invading militaries bomb your universities, girls' schools, and apartment buildings that shoot, and that shooting back is an act of unhinged aggression. The New York Times described Iran's normal act of self-defense, shooting down American jets that are bombing their fucking country, as an escalation from Iran's leadership. Augmenting people's anxiety are the recent escalations from Iran's leadership. On Friday, Iran shot down an American fighter jet in the southwest part of the country. What the fuck? It's incredible that you have the audacity to type those words out and put it out there. You believe your audience is stupid. And perhaps they might be, okay? But remember, these are some of the most educated people in the country, because the overwhelming majority of the country don't fucking read at all and aren't even literate, right? So even the most educated liberals are reading the New York Times and developing this framework, developing this perspective without even second guessing themselves, without even thinking about it, without thinking critically about it. The Economist editor shared an unsourced claim that this health center, famous for his vaccine research, was producing biological weapons. When this was pointed out, he defended himself and deleted it without explanation. Now that the IDF has simultaneously denied and refused to explain why it directly struck the center, I hope he will clarify to his readers his own comments. He's not going to, because he doesn't have to, right? And the same thing happened on October 7th when they were like, oh, 40 decapitated babies. 40 decapitated babies. Hamas decapitated children. They lit children on fire. Like they lined them up and then lit them on fire. Like all this nonsense, right? Like atrocity propaganda to justify what came after, justify the genocide. Western imperialism has one trick, okay? Greatly increasing the delusional atrocity propaganda in an effort to claim that our victims in the crosshairs, many of which are civilians, by the way, are actually barbaric. Okay, they're barbaric. They're barbaric and they deserve to be brought to heel through violence, through our barbaric violence. It's very clear that that is the purpose. That's what the purpose of this this kind of propaganda is, right? But going back to this, kidnapped from a fucking tank. If you're invaded, thousands of your people are killed, your infrastructure destroyed, and your leadership is wiped out, says Adam Johnson, in a sneak attack, anything short of you doing this to the enemy in response cannot by definition be an escalation. That's how language works. That's how words work. Capturing POWs, prisoners of war, bombing your population is, of course, not hostage taking. Okay? He was just a 32-year-old bombing a college dorm. BBC is also calling the American prisoner of war a hostage. ABC News Australia is also calling the downed prisoner of war a potential hostage. Abby Phillips also said it. Ostensibly straight reporter Alex Michelson also refers to downed pilot as potential hostage. Like, there is an implicit bias here that a lot of these people don't recognize. And if they were to go against the grain, they would probably get punished for it. They'd probably get yelled at. Nathan J. Robinson says, let's be clear at the outset. If Iran holds a U.S. pilot, that person is a prisoner of war, not a hostage. The terminology matters, and we should insist that the media use the correct language for the situation. And also, understand that our countrymen, okay, our citizens, our soldiers, flying those F-15s over Iranian airspace are not there on a leisure mission, okay? They're not there for innocent goals. We are blowing up their schools. We are blowing up their energy facilities. We are destroying their bridges. We're murdering children. That's what those F-15 fighter jets are doing, okay? It's totally fucking ridiculous. We are doing terrorism. Just because none of our foreign adversaries have either had the interest or the weaponry to be able to do to us what we have done to others doesn't change that dynamic at all. You have to be consistent. You have to be consistent in this. You can't just only remember international rules of combat, international human rights, when it's something that it's something that like our foreign adversaries are violating, okay? And not only are we attacking Iran unjustifiably, right? And Iran is defending itself justifiably, we also engaged in this attack through perfidy, through a negotiations process where the stated objectives that we seemingly had for even bombing Iran now were actually accomplished through the diplomatic route. Okay? But it turns out we had no real interest in accomplishing these goals of, like, you know, taking out their nuclear program in any significant manner. We just simply wanted to bomb them. We wanted Israel wanted to bomb them, and so we wanted to bomb them as well. Israel had a goal of destabilizing and destroying Iran, and we went along for the ride. Please stop giving a platform to Angel Fish of the Woods, idiotic hate. What the fuck is Angel Fish of the Woods, idiotic hate? What are you saying? They commented on Nathan J. Robinson's post. Oh, who cares, man? What the hell? It was just an account that was replying to Nathan J. Robinson. Who cares? Okay. It's just so totally ridiculous. Like, I understand that it is hard for many people to shed themselves of this social conditioning, this us versus them mentality, to see the humanity in the citizens of countries in the periphery, people living in designated enemies of our state. But you have to understand these are human beings, okay? Just like you and I. They have dreams, they have goals, they just want to survive, they want to live normal lives, okay? And our countrymen, people that we know, are going there and bombing their fucking schools, killing their children. Of course they have a right to retaliate. Of course they have a right to defend themselves. The idea that, like, because it's our countrymen, that's automatically a hostage is fucking ridiculous, okay? Shed yourself of this idiotic propaganda. Seriously. It's ironic because when I say stuff like this, people turn around and say, oh, you fucking, you love the enemy, you're a terrorist. It's like, no, we are the terrorists in this situation. Sorry, it's just the truth. What do you call it when you blow up a fucking school? It's terrorism. It doesn't matter if the school's an Iranian school. It doesn't matter if the school's an American school. It's terrorism just the same. Mohammed Safa says, if the United States is at war, then Pete Hegseth is a war criminal. If the United States is not at war, then Pete Hegseth is a murderer. What Pete Hegseth ordered the military to do violates international law. Double tap strike on the B-1 bridge in Iran while the rescue team were on site is succession to target first responders assisting victims of the initial attack. Under the Geneva Conventions, you are obligated to rescue victims of the first attack. Abandon any survivors and bombing them along with the rescue teams is illegal, immoral, and a war crime. Like, blowing up that B-1 bridge is no different than someone blowing up the Golden Gate Bridge with cars going through it. Just because other countries don't have that capability, nor the ambition, if they do have the capability, doesn't change that dynamic at all. Okay? It's the same shit. It's ridiculous. It's very, very frustrating. I agree there's a bias, but how much of this is just people not having a better word to describe what they mean? Because honestly, hostage is the first word that comes to my mind, even though I don't think the pilot is innocent at all. I told you, there's a term for it. It's called a prisoner of war. That's why I'm saying there's a correct term for it. Okay? Just as there's a difference between, fighting back in self-defense, right? And taking out an assailant who's like trying to kill you versus going out and murdering someone, right? Because you wouldn't be comfortable with the term murder if someone actually was being attacked and they successfully defended themselves, right? The same goes for this. There's a difference between someone who is a hostage and someone who's a prisoner of war. And I know for a fact that professional journalists know that distinction. Okay? These aren't random Americans. These are fucking journalists. These are professional journalists. There's a style guide. As a matter of fact, I'm willing to bet that style guide is what is causing a lot of journalists to say it this way, to use these terms rather than the appropriate terms.
It's big news, isn't it? And I just keep bringing our viewers up to date. You know, why we concentrate.
Yeah, it brings a human dimension to the war, says Sky News military analyst about a missing American pilot from the F-15 jet. Has Sky News ever raised that same human dimension about the U.S. and Israel carpet bombing Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran? No. It's shocking how openly and repeatedly the Western media tells you that they simply do not consider brown people to be human. Among the first casualties of this war were 160 Iranian school children, but it takes a lost U.S. pilot to bring a human dimension to the slaughter. This is the implicit bias in full display. Recognize it, learn from it, okay, and don't repeat it. And check people when they engage in it as well. Because this person says it, and they live in polite society. They don't even think about what they just said. They don't think that this is a disgusting statement to make. Okay? Because there is that shared bias that we all have. I talked about this with respect to Islamophobia yesterday extensively, right? When everyone shares that same resentment, it's very difficult to explain to people why that shared resentment is wrong, even if it totally is wrong, even if it's totally bigoted. Our guys are human beings. They have dreams, they have souls, they represent humanity. Our enemies are just a blob. They're collateralized, okay, at most. At best, they are just collateral damage. Oh, well, it happened. It's sad, right? At worst, they deserved it.
Yeah, it's big news, isn't it? And I just keep bringing our viewers up to date. You know, why are we concentrating on one jet and one aircrew? Well, it's because tactically it's not really significant, but strategically, if Iran manages to find the aircrew first, then the danger is we go down a path which we went down in the Gulf War when Flight Lieutenant John Peters, how we had him on earlier, you know, he was paraded propaganda, and it touched the whole world, and it suddenly brings a human dimension to the war. So at the moment, yeah, it's big news, isn't it? And I just keep bringing our viewers up to date. You know, why are we concentrating on one jet and one aircrew? Well, it's because tactically it's not really significant, but strategically, if Iran manages to find the aircrew first, then the danger is we go down a path which we went down in the Gulf War when Flight Lieutenant John Peters, how we had him on earlier, you know, he was paraded propaganda, and it touched the whole world, and it suddenly brings a human dimension to the war. So at the moment, yeah, it's big news, isn't it? And I just keep bringing our viewers up to date. You know, why are we concentrating on one jet and one aircrew? Well, it's because tactically it's not really significant, but strategically, if Iran manages to find the aircrew first, then the danger is we go down a path which we went down in the Gulf War when Flight Lieutenant John Peters, how we had him on earlier, you know, he was paraded propaganda, and it touched the whole world, and it suddenly brings a human dimension to the war. So at the moment, yeah, it's big news, isn't it? And I just keep bringing our viewers up to date. You know, why are we concentrating on one jet and one aircrew? Well, it's because tactically it's not really significant, but strategically, if...
Sorry. I was looking at something on my phone.
Well, and how did the ship get through? That's the question there, Catherine. Here's what's interesting about this story. It's not the fact the ship sailed through the Strait of Hormuz, right? You know, there have been dozens of ships which have been able to sail through the Strait of Hormuz, the very dangerous, treacherous run. Most of those, almost all of them, have been affiliated with either Iran, with the UAE, with China, with India, with Saudi Arabia, so-called friendly or not hostile nations, i.e. certainly not Western European nations, certainly not the United States. So how'd the French ship get through? Well, according to shipping data, and remember, like you said, this was a French shipping group which owned this ship, and it apparently entered the Strait of Hormuz and took a route very close to an Iranian island called Larak Island. And why is that significant? Because Lloyd's List is actually referred to it, and they track shipping and shipping data. They refer it to Tehran's toll booth, meaning that taking that route implies that ships that pass by Larak Island have been granted permission. And why?
Uh-oh. Urgent. Tasnim agency citing an Iranian military source. U.S. forces are bombing areas where their missing pilot may be located in the southwest of the country. Oh, shit. Remember what I said? Remember what I said yesterday? What did I fucking tell you yesterday? What did I tell you yesterday, motherfucker? Oh, oops. How did the Israel... I bet you it's not even the American forces doing it. I bet you it's the Israeli ones. I bet you they're going to be like, oh, the wires got crossed. I can't believe we fucking killed our brave soldier. How did that happen? I wasn't here yesterday. What was it? I said they're going to try their best to recover this pilot. And I could totally see a reality where they give up on recovering the pilot and instead maybe send the coordinates to Israeli Air Force fighter pilots who then bomb that area and implement Hannibal Doctrine. America probably won't implement the Hannibal Doctrine personally, right? Because that's a bridge too far. I don't think America would do it. But if Israel kills the American pilot in it, you know, if Israel were to kill the American pilot on an accident, they can just turn around and blame the IRGC, first of all, because that will be the goal. And then when the dust is settled, no fucking way you did say that yesterday, lol. Yep. That's why Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. Okay. I don't think the American military will do a deliberate attack with their own forces. I mean, if they did, that would mean something. That would mean that we've moved beyond what previous American military doctrine. It looks like we're just totally behaving like Israel. Like buddy fucking and stuff happens, obviously, in the American military, but like this is a totally separate. This is like a deliberate attempt to kill their own fighter pilot because they can't extract him successfully, and they just don't want him to be a pawn. They don't want him to turn into a prisoner of war that Iran will use for propaganda purposes. They can't let that happen because at that point it's a major liability. So instead of continuing to attempt to rescue him, they turn around and they give Israel the coordinates, maybe, and then the Israeli Air Force blows it up. And then they blame Iran for it. This is 100% speculation. Yes, I'm telling you what I suspected could happen yesterday. Now there's at least one point of evidence thus far that what I suspected could happen yesterday might be happening today. That's the point. Pilot dies on Iranian soil. You can blame Iran for it. You can just claim that it's Iran that killed the pilot. Look at how violent they are. Look at how bloodthirsty they are. And then the dust settles, and obviously there's an autopsy that's conducted, and they find out that it was most likely an Israeli bombing that took place. And you know, a month later down the line, there's a New York Times report on it. Maybe 2 months later, there's a New York Times reporter of like the failed attempts to capture this brave pilot, what happened, and then they like follow it along, and they find out all the things that I'm just telling you right now. If they actually successfully killed this dude. Hasan, stop the propaganda. Fucking hell, man. If they share the coordinates, it will be with a note clearly saying, don't bomb here. Jeez, man. Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. You're right. Yeah, they would share the coordinates of the pilot, which Israel already has. They have already shared the coordinates of the pilot with Israel for deconfliction. But who's to say Israel, who's to say what Israel does with those coordinates, Just saying. The U.S. is deploying most of its long-range JASSM-ER stealth missiles for the Iran war, pulling them from global stockpiles. Only about 425 remain available worldwide out of 2,300 pre-war. These missiles have been heavily used, over 1,000 the first month, reducing reserves meant for other conflicts. Replacing them could take years, source Bloomberg. Nice. Yeah, they sent a note to Israel saying, do not use the Hannibal directive here. Okay? Isn't killing your own pilot worse propaganda than the IRGC capturing them? Americans are the most propagandized country on the planet. Many of them will believe that it was IRGC and the violent, bloodthirsty murderers that didn't even take the pilot as a prisoner of war and instead slaughtered him. What are you talking about? Yeah. Just one soldier. Infinitely a larger liability if he's alive and captured alive and is a prisoner of war that the Iranians can use as propaganda. Okay? Anyway, let's continue.
Because they paid the toll. They paid for it. What's interesting there is if it is confirmed that the French paid for its ship to get through, not only would this be the first instance of a ship owned by a Western European shipping company being able to sail through the Strait of Hormuz, it would presumably also be the first instance in which they paid for it and would really be, in a sense, a snub. Right back at Donald Trump, who famously said in his address, which didn't really say much the other night, he basically said to the Europeans, go get it. Go get the oil. Don't be cowardly. It's theirs for you to take. And essentially what the French are saying is, no, easier said than done, Mr. President. We're not going to get the oil because it's treacherous and we'd be putting our ships and our crews in imminent lethal jeopardy. But we will try to get oil through, as you suggest, but we will pay for it to make sure that it's done safely. So implicitly, the message from France, if it's borne out that they paid for the ship to pass through, is, you know what? Here's the new world you created, Mr. Trump, Mr. President. And in your new world, guess what? Ships like ours, French, European, U.S. ships now have to pay for the right of passage for the Strait of Hormuz. That was not the reality before the war started, when passing through that strait was free.
Unintended consequences. Doug, thank you so much. That's our international affairs commentator, Douglas Herbert.
The road.
All right. Now let's look at Chris Hedges. Will there be a ground invasion of Iran with Colonel Larry Wilkinson?
The contradictory statements emanating from the Trump White House about the war on Iran are evidence of panic. This panic, caused by the inability to halt Iranian attacks, open the Strait of Hormuz, or cope with a mounting global financial crisis, means the Trump administration is now considering conducting ground operations, perhaps attempting to seize the Persian Gulf islands of Abu Musa and the Greater and Lesser Tombs, Larak, and Karg Islands. The United States has deployed the Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group with the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, composed of about 3,500 sailors and Marines, in addition to transport and strike fighter aircraft, as well as amphibious assault and tactical assets. It has deployed the Boxer amphibious ready group with about 2,500 Marines equipped with F-35B Lightning II stealth fighters, MV-22B Osprey, tilt rotors, and attack helicopters. The U.S. has also deployed 2,000 paratroopers of the 1st Brigade Combat Team of the 82nd Airborne and is reportedly considering augmenting these forces with another 10,000 troops. What will a ground attack look like? How risky will be air or amphibious assaults? Will these assaults result in large casualty rates? Can they force Iran to capitulate? Will they reopen the Strait of Hormuz to international shipping? What will such an assault, especially on Karg Island, which lies 16 miles off Iran's coast and processes 90% of the country's oil exports, mean for the global economy? Or will a ground war, rather than end the conflict, widen and prolong it? Will we find ourselves sucked into a quagmire, as we did in Iraq and Afghanistan, one that perhaps will end in humiliating defeat? If U.S. troops land on one or more of these Iranian islands, how effective will Iran's anti-ship cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, underwater drones, and mines be in thwarting an assault or an occupation? The Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group has so far stayed out of range of Iran and operates in the Arabian Sea. Could it move closer to support an amphibious assault? Is an amphibious assault so risky that the only way to take these islands will be from the air? And if U.S. forces did occupy one or more of these islands, what kind of damage could Iran's surface-to-air missiles and air defense drones inflict? How would U.S. forces on these islands obtain logistical support given the difficulty of maneuvering in the narrow strait? Joining me to discuss what may be the next stage of the war on Iran and its potential consequences is Lawrence Wilkerson, a retired Army colonel and the former Chief of Staff to Secretary of State Colin Powell. He is a Vietnam War veteran who attended Airborne School, Ranger School, and the Naval War College, and who, as a helicopter pilot in Vietnam, logged over 1,000 hours on combat missions. He went on to serve as Deputy Director of the Marine Corps War College at Quantico and was Executive Assistant to Admiral Stuart A. Ring, United States Navy Pacific Command, and Director of the United States Marine Corps War College. He has taught at the College of William and Mary and George Washington University. He is a senior fellow at the Eisenhower Media Network, a group of former military, intelligence, and civilian.
Why are we listening to an objective war criminal? What do you mean? Who better to talk about American military failures than a guy who personally was responsible for them? Like, this is such a stupid argument to make. It's his fucking job. He's qualified. He has done these war crimes personally. He has an incredibly long career in conducting war crimes. Perhaps the best person to deliver insider information, showcasing American capabilities, showcasing American failures. He has real life experience.
National security officials who describe themselves as offering alternative analyses untainted by Pentagon or defense industry ties and countering Washington's establishment narrative.
It's so funny when people would be like, why are we listening to an objective war criminal? It's like, yeah, you're right. We should listen to you instead. Like, listen, this is important, okay? It's important, especially if your goal is to develop a better understanding of what's going on and develop a better understanding of what the future holds, okay? You have to do this in your analysis. It's very stupid to just go, no, I'm just going to stay an outsider. I don't care, okay? In some ways, it's not really all that different than the way that, like, dumbfuck liberals would be like, why are you listening to Hamas? Why are you listening to the IRGC? Why are you showing what they're saying? It's like, I don't know, maybe because I want to fucking understand what's going on and make better analysis on what could happen. It's ridiculous.
On most national security issues of the day. So before we begin with some of the specific questions that I raised in the introduction, just give us your view, Larry, of where we are with this war.
Herder, they don't lie. You're
That's
a dumb fuck
difficult
liberal
to
law,
do
Mr.
because
Newsom.
the President and the Secretary of War Defense have not been very articulate in expressing what their mission is and what their purpose is. But let me back up for a moment and paint a little geostrategic landscape that I think is behind this war and is not talked about by many people, primarily, I think, because they don't understand it historically or currently. We really are, for some reason, actually trying to stop China from executing its probably, potentially at least, most dangerous space road initiative to our interest. Now, that assumes that it is inimical to our interests. I think we have made that assumption. That road would come up through Iran and trace Alexander the Great's route all the way up through what would be the 1,875 or so miles of shoreline on the Persian Gulf on the eastern side and all the way up to the Caucasus. It would link China's Pacific ports, just as the other three Base Road Initiative railroads do through Russia and the Caucasus, with Europe in a way that would reduce its shipping time from something like a day and a half to 2 days, depending on which way you go, to about 16 hours. Trains have already plied these railroads, including the one going through the southern part of Iran. If that happens, then all maritime nations, leading of which is the United States, of course, the protector of the seas, will no longer have seas really worth protecting in the sense of commerce, because commerce will be basically landborne. At least 60% of it will come out of Asia and go to Europe and elsewhere on the land. You'll have to get on some kind of boat to get to South America, I guess, but nonetheless, this is a monumental change, and it's one we're fighting tooth and nail. Whether Donald Trump knows any of this or Pete Hegseth knows any of this, I have no idea. But that is, I think, behind a lot of what we're doing. It's also behind Ukraine, because Ukraine stopped the very central railroad, which was already making 16-hour trips into the heart of Europe, going all the way to Bremerhaven and Le Havre and other places like that, critical to European trade, if it were not adumbrated, as it were, by the war going on in Ukraine. So, and think about that for a moment as to why Joe Biden and others, Blinken and Sullivan, might have had some reason for doing Ukraine, as it were, rather than what they've been telling us or what they did tell us. This is all about China, and it's all about...
Yeah, I mean, the one aspect of what he's saying that I don't understand is that, like, opening up new land routes by rail is always going to be good for Chinese commerce in the One Belt One Road initiative, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a direct alternative to the profoundly important seaborne travel. Like, that's not, like, there's a reason why we still utilize these tankers, because it's, you know, you could put a lot of fucking oil barrels on it. They're more susceptible to interception by land. There's that too, in comparison to by sea. But ultimately, you know, I don't think it'll undermine shipping.
Stopping China.
It's far too efficient as a mode of transportation, especially for a lot of stuff.
Which is to say, I'm not sure that any of this administration that is functioning in front of us every day knows anything about this, other than that their masters have told them to do this. And we can
Bro's laughing. It's giving him a funny. Okay, you guys already fucking decided, like, this guy's a bad guy. He's actually pretty decent. It is contemporary analysis. Okay, shut the fuck up, please.
About who their masters are back in the shadows, but I think that's ultimately what we're looking at. So it's much more consequential in this struggle between the rising power and the declining power, and there's no question about that now, than people think or know. And so it has these ramifications that make things that look tactically and even operationally stupid at the moment, and yet are tied to this much bigger tapestry of geopolitical and geostrategic reality.
It's like the same energy as, like, yelling at fucking Jeffrey Sachs for his responsibility in, like, literally pillaging the USSR. Okay, okay, it's fine. You know, it's not great, but just listen to what he has to say, please, without constantly fucking chirping. It's the same as, like, why are you reading the Financial Times? you have to do that. Okay,
declining power, rising power. Where is Russia going to go in all this? Russia has a choice. She's both maritime power and land power, principally the latter, as Mackinder made clear. But she does have a formidable maritime capability, now growing every moment by her Arctic coastline and the receding ice in the Arctic. So she's got a choice to make, and she hadn't made it yet. It looks like she's going with China, but there's this relationship between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, which is kind of strange, really, if you think about it, unless you understand what Putin wants, which is a better relationship with Washington and maybe even a helping hand, not to Europe, not to NATO, not to the transatlantic link. He's destroyed those or is destroying them, but to Washington, because he sees there's something left there worth being friendly with. So we got to work all of that into what we're talking about right now. And what we're talking about right now is throwing a sledgehammer into that is awesome, because what Iran is doing is upsetting everybody's plans, to the tune of Mohammed bin Salman being so incredibly insulted by Donald Trump in southern Florida recently that now he's thrown his lot in with Zelensky and has changed his routing of his pipelines and other things to avoid Israel and to go through Syria instead. I mean, these are monumental changes that this hugely, hugely wealthy sovereign wealth fund is making almost overnight because of the insults that Trump hurled at MBS. And then you've got Iran. And what Iran can do to this whole business I've been talking about in Southwest Asia, which is if it executes its second tier of targets, the first tier, back up a little bit, the first tier was so devastatingly done and so indicative of fine intelligence that it was unbelievable to many of the regional powers. They hit Bahrain and destroyed the Fifth Fleet headquarters and destroyed the largest oil refinery in the Gulf, been there for years, and put the Bahraini royal family and fleet flying away. They hit Erbil, where they had hit a number of times before in Kurdistan, northern Iraq. They had hit it before with minor missiles just to let the Israelis and the CIA and MI6 know that Iran knew they were there. They hit it this time and just blew it out. They hit
and the French intelligence too. They clapped a French intelligence asset. That was crazy too. And dude, in spite of that, in spite of the fact that a French soldier was killed in these strikes, France is still crafting a bilateral deal with Iran. Think about that. Think about what that fucking means, okay? Like, that to me is a huge change in the way that American dominance or like Western dominance works. It's in some ways not different than Donald Trump saying, oh, well, of course they're going to strike our F-15 fighter pilot. It's war. It's not going to change the dynamic for us. We're going to continue working and trying to negotiate with Iran. That's an admission. That's an admission of how the war is actually going, okay?
Our embassy in Baghdad, we're operating on only emergency personnel there now. And oh, by the way, in Bahrain, we sent 2,000 people back with a suitcase, a kit bag, to Norfolk that have now landed in Norfolk. That's how Marco Rubio did his neo business so incompetently. And now the citizens of Norfolk and Chesapeake and other areas, Hampton Roads, are having to support these people who've come back with nothing, no shirt on their back other than the shirt on their back, and nothing, just a kit bag. That's what they were told, and they were gone because Bahrain was struck so fiercely. Well, all to say, they have a second tier of targets, or maybe a third, but the second tier is much more devastating. The first tier of targets was essentially, as they said, we're not going to hit you if we don't have to. Prince Sultan Air Base, we're not going to hit Saudi Arabia, we're going to hit the U.S. Al Udeid, we're going to hit the U.S., we're not going to hit you, Qatar. They had some incidental damage. They even apologized for a lot of it. This time, that's not a criterion. This time, they're going to hit it to devastate the region, to devastate Saudi Arabia, to devastate the Emirates, all the other countries. Maybe Oman will be spared. I suspect it will. But this would be a devastating blow to the global economy, because we're talking about places like Ras Tanura in Saudi Arabia, where it's 650,000 barrels a day, or like Unison in Saudi Arabia, where it's 7% of the world's best supply of best oil. 7%. This is a huge blow, and we've already talked about things like urea and helium and other things. Taiwan maybe got about 15 days left, and Taiwan is not included in, yes, China, you can go through the strait. Taiwan cannot go through the strait. So this could be depression producing on the globe if they hit these other targets and they shut down. And at the same time, the Houthis renew their vigorous pursuit of closing the Red Sea to most traffic that is not, supportive of taking out the Israelis, if you will. Then we've got two of the most important waterways in the world, Red Sea even, and the Bab el-Mandeb, even more important than the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf, taken out of commission. We could have a global, not just recession, we're close to recession right now, 2 quarters in a row, we could have a global depression that would impact a lot of the world, even ultimately Russia, which looks like it's sitting in the catbird seat right now, but might not be if all of a sudden things turn sour for them in this global economy that is not going to be operating anymore. All to say, this is a much, much more serious struggle than anyone in the prima facie team leading this country, America, seems to understand. And that is incredibly worrisome because all Trump seems to know when he hits something like that is doubling down, reinforcing strategic failure and all.
The fuck was that, bro? What the hell was that? You just flashed me with that shit.
The faults that one can cite about someone who gets in a mess of his own making that he doesn't know how to get out of.
When you talk about hitting the second tier targets, is this contingent upon the threat to hit oil refineries, oil processing centers in places like Carg Island? What is it that will trigger that second tier assault?
I don't know exactly. I'm not sure anyone in the intelligence community knows either. I'm not sure the Iranians have come to a final decision about it. I listened to Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi's remarks to Al Jazeera English the other day, and he was very definitive about most things. And he usually speaks in English. He's very competent in English. But he chose to speak in Farsi here and let the Al Jazeera English translator do it. And he seemed a little bit less smooth, perhaps, when he was describing some of the aspects of Iran's position and what it was in resolution. And they weren't abandoning that position. And that, I think I heard that they were going to wait and see what happens with this next iteration of Trump's war before they actually decide to execute this much more dangerous to the global economy portion of their campaign plan, if you will. And I can understand that. And I can understand, I think Lavrov and Wang Yi in China and now Araghchi are three of the finest diplomats in the world. And I listen to him when he talks, and I listen to Wang Yi, and I listen to Sergei Lavrov. We have nothing to match them. We have nothing to even come close to them. It's a huge deficit, right?
That is absolute 100% true. Who the fuck is our top diplomat, dude? Who the fuck do we have in the field that plays a similar role, like decades of experience? Like we have Jared Kushner and fucking Steve Witkoff. Like literally, Steve Witkoff is only in that position because he plays golf with Donald Trump and he's a real estate developer that Trump likes. Jared Kushner is only in that position because he's married to Trump's daughter. It's incredible. It's unbelievable that's our team. That's our A-League. That's the team we got. Going up against motherfuckers that have been around since the 90s. Not that not that it matters all that much when America is at least because America has so much power as the hegemonic superpower, at least for the last couple of decades, right? Or definitely, even though that power is waning a little bit. We get to have dumbasses in positions of power, and they get to do dumb things, right? And the impact for us is softened. We don't really see the worst consequences until now. Until you arrive at a force that can actually fight back. We saw a piece of that with the Russia-Ukraine situation, right? And it's still ongoing, especially with how Vladimir Putin directly manipulates Donald Trump. Because even Vladimir Putin himself is obviously, again, a much more experienced leader of a state for a much longer time. Pilot has been located. Has he been rescued? Is that what that means? And also by who? Is this a fucking poop sock or what is happening? To be honest, another W for the liberals, not saying that they're good. At least Obama had John Kerry, seasoned statesman, to negotiate the Iran nuclear deal. Trump has 80 IQ sycophants. HasanAbi, I found him on Google Earth. Shut the fuck up. You're so dumb. I found him on Google Earth. I was checking the maps and refreshing. He's eating kubide. He's eating kubide. Breaking. What the hell is this? Telegram. Breaking confirmation of American helicopters entering Charmahal, Bakhtiari province. Villagers are shooting at them with small arms. A rescue operation for the American F-15 pilot is ongoing. Iran's Tasnim. U.S. forces are bombing. No, this is from before. This is from earlier. This is not breaking. Iran's Tasnim says U.S. forces are bombing areas in the southwest of the country where the missing pilot is to be located. They're attempting to kill their pilot after losing hope of finding him. They could have potentially located where the pilot is and bombed around the area, specifically so that they can just like clear like ground resistance and conventional forces before they move in with the helicopters. That is what could be happening. Tasnim citing a military source. We will not announce whether the pilot is in our custody or not. Wait, what the fuck? Maybe he is. Maybe he is eating kubide. I don't know. OSINT accounts are saying the rescue is in process. If you hate the USA, why not leave? Great question, chatter. I'm going to continue explaining this to people in great detail over and over again, but I don't hate Americans, okay? I am an American. I know that this country holds great promise, okay? And if you actually listen to what I'm explaining, if you actually listen to my words, instead of immediately assuming that I have some ulterior motive to undermine America like a fucking 10 IQ dumb fuck, okay? You will recognize that what I want is what's best for America, okay? I want us to stop bombing other countries and instead focus on rebuilding America, okay? Building our education, building our healthcare system, improving people's lives, unlocking the potential of everyday Americans that are currently being fucked over by the system, right? That's it. Then why say America needed 9/11? I love the way that this quote changes all the time. Are you familiar with the concept of blowback? Do you disagree with the assessment that America's interventions in the Middle East is what led to 9/11? If the answer to that is yes, which, by the way, this is just the truth, then you understand what I was talking about, okay? You're a terrorist, you're scum, you're a joke. Okay, I'm going to ask you one last question. Do you think we should continue bombing other countries instead of using that money, using all that wealth, using all that productive output on ourselves to fix the potholes, to build bridges, to build hospitals in rural areas, to fund a comprehensive healthcare system that aids all Americans unconditionally, that doesn't paywall healthcare so your parents are suffering under medical bankruptcy when they have to go to the hospital, right? Because if you agree with that, if you understand, if you say yes to that question, then you agree with me, okay? Must be frustrating talking to a wall, but you always try anyways. Yeah, I mean, I'll keep explaining my position. Does that make sense? Bush, Wookiee, Spider, 121? Or do you think I'm engaging in, yes, if there's a threat, get rid of them like Iran or Cuba or China or Russia? Okay. None of these countries are a real threat to America. You've just been duped into believing they're a real threat to America. And the reason why they dupe you into believing that is so that you are fearful, that you are scared, that you justify the exact opposite of what I was explaining to you taking place. That's how you justify spending all the money on the bombs rather than spending it on schools, rather than spending it on healthcare. Okay? That's it. It's just a lie. No, I have not. Nux is right. You are wrong. Okay. I mean, good luck. Nux is an Israeli VTuber, by the way, who has, pedophilic takes as well. If that's who you choose to trust here and readily admit is like where you're getting your information from, I might not be able to help you out. But good luck. What percent done do you think you are at with him? I don't know. Hopefully, Nux Taku can join the Israeli occupying forces and take matters into his own hands and go do a land invasion of Iran if he sees Iran as such a significant threat. Anyway, good luck to you, chatter.
Right now.
Am Israel high.
When he says what he says, and he says it with the resolution that he can say it with, I think what he is indicating is, we're prepared to go to the wall. We are prepared to go to the wall. And what that means is we are prepared to do everything in our power, not only to, as we have stated as a clear objective, rid Southwest Asia of U.S. military presence, but we're also prepared to cripple half the fricking region in order to do it. And that's really disturbing, especially when you know the position that Netanyahu has privately said he's in now. He's very, very hard-pressed in Lebanon. He's not winning in Lebanon. He's hard-pressed in the West Bank. He's winning there because he's now given very draconian orders to the IDF to join the settlers.
Yeah.
Wipe them out, get rid of them, just like he did in Gaza. So that's the unknown in this for me, is how attached is Trump to Bibi Netanyahu, and will he go to his destruction and major destruction to the American empire for Bibi? Or will he stop it somewhere? And then if he does stop it, what then will Bibi do?
Updates from breaking. Clashes between Basijis, the Iranian paramilitary, and armed civilians against American special forces are taking place currently. There are several martyrs, according to the governor of Kogiluye, Boyer Ahmed province. Clash taking place somewhere in the circle. So I think American special forces are moving into the area where they assume the pilot is, and they're getting ground resistance currently.
Well, that's the fear all of us have, and whether he'll reach for the nukes. I think probably both you and I don't discount that possibility.
No, not at all. And now with Ted Postol he called me at William and Mary the other day to make sure I understood what he was talking about, and we talked at some length, and I understand what he's talking about. He believes, and I have every reason to believe him, not just because he's given me good information in the past about nuclear issues, but because I dealt with the AQ-Con network in 2002 when we were trying to break it up, and I saw what was happening with the North Koreans in particular and the Iranians. And one of the things that I saw was not necessarily related to nuclear technology so much as it was to how to do things underground, which the North Koreans had perfected. I mean, absolutely. The empire, on the peninsula for how many years? We missed that first nuclear test. We had to get a seismic report from Geneva, look at that seismic report, and then only when we saw that something had occurred that we couldn't explain, put our assets in the air and on the ground to detect a second test, which we did detect. And we knew they'd do a second one, and they did, and we detected it. So here's what Ted told me about Iran. Remember what I just told you about North Korea, who taught Iran everything they knew. Iran, Ted says, has enough highly enriched uranium underground, intact, and enough knowledge of warhead technology and matching that warhead to one of their better missiles like the Khorram Shah, and it's probably going to do that. Underground, it's going to do that. And I don't know what it's going to do from that point on. Is it going to use that missile against Israel, or is it just going to hold it in abeyance and use it as a threat, if you will, when the time comes that they are absolutely convinced Bibi's going to use one or two or more? I think militarily he's got to use more. One would not do anything to that country. It's too big. It's just too big. He'd have to use probably 15 or 20 on strategic targets that he thinks are the underground powerhouses of Iran, ballistic missiles, nuclear program, and so forth. So we'd be looking at that, and if Iran's intelligence, which I think has become much better now, and much better even than Mossad, which I didn't think I would ever say, but I'm saying it, when their intelligence tells them that Bibi is getting ready to shoot, watch out for Israel, because it's much smaller than Iran, and a couple of nuclear weapons would pretty much end Israel.
Just as a footnote, the tragedy, of course, is that the Obama administration had hammered together, I think, a very effective agreement with Iran. You had American inspectors. Trump ripped it up. And then by assassinating the supreme leader who had for decades.
How come he didn't stream the stuff he did with Shai-Khan in San Francisco? Because it was so fucking late after like 8 hours and 45 minutes of streaming, dude. Why do you guys have like? Is this such a parasocial question?
Okay, it's prohibited,
Jesus
the
Christ.
production of a nuclear weapon. On religious grounds, they essentially have now opened up the real possibility that Iran will use, as you pointed out, and Ted Postal is this MIT expert that people should look up. They've really paved the way for Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon.
I think you're right. And you're right, too, about the Israeli habit of killing people. Go back and look at Nasrallah. Nasrallah was as much a political man as he was a terrorist,
Exactly.
if you even call Hezbollah a terrorist. And they got rid of him. And now they're paying the price for that in many respects, because there's no one there, I don't think, anymore.
Chatters were saying, chatters were yelling at Colonel Larry Wilkerson earlier. He just said, Hassan Nasrallah, if you could even call him a terrorist, if you could call Hezbollah a terrorist. He's like, you know, more sober in his analysis than 99.9% of Americans and 100% of the entire national security blob. Okay,
Who's even interested vaguely in politics. They're just interested in bringing pain on Israel, and they're doing it. I don't know if you've seen these videos, but you see a column of Merkavas, and you see the Merkavas moving an administrative road march even into southern Lebanon, Merkava being the Israeli main battle tank. And you see this vaunted Israeli armored corps getting out of their tanks and running because the drones are picking them off one by one.
Well, they're also massed together, and
Yes.
I've been in enough war to understand that is you don't do that. You space
No,
your tanks
not
out,
smart.
and I don't understand what they're doing.
I think they just got too full of hubris, the hubris of success. I watched them do the same thing on the IDF spent too many years on garrison duty, you know, butt stroking Palestinians when they didn't want them to come to work that morning. Or you can't put a military like that on garrison duty for 17, 18 years and only intersperse it with things like Operation Cast Lead, where you kill everything in sight, without contaminating your military. So I wasn't surprised when I saw some of the things they were doing in Gaza. But now you've got Naftali Bennett and others like him, even some members of Netanyahu's own coalition, who are furious at Netanyahu for not finishing Gaza, for going off and doing Lebanon without finishing Gaza. They want him to go clean those tunnels out and kill those Hamas fighters, and he hasn't done it. And they know they're not going away. So they've got a pincer movement operating on them now to a certain extent, with the only relief on the one end being Trump's grand city, which Tony Blair, crook of all crooks, is going to run for him.
Right.
And that's a pipe dream, too.
Right.
And that the UN associated itself with it by a Security Council resolution just made me ill.
No, it was a very shameful day in the sham peace plan. I want to ask about where we are, you know, as somebody who understands military tactics and strategy. So you have the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group. That's hundreds of miles away. You have this.
How about 1,300?
How far?
How about 1,300?
Is it 1,300? Oh, okay. Where are they? Down by Diego Garcia? I don't know where they are.
Well, that's a big ocean. That's a big ocean.
Yeah. So, but you do have the movement of, as I mentioned, the Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group. They are moving these troops into the region. They're talking about bringing in another 10,000 troops. the war is costing us close to $1 billion a day. There must be heavy incentive to use these forces, use this equipment. I'm going to ask you because you know far more than I do. I can't, given the configuration of the strait, imagine a successful amphibious assault, but I'll let you deal with that. What do you think is coming?
So that's the whole point. This is the conversation is about like working through the different ways in which America could escalate with ground troops and what that will look like from as far as like achieving military successes. Colonel Wilkerson is obviously fairly knowledgeable about American capabilities, so he will talk about why this is disastrous.
All I can figure, Chris, is that they're posturing to a certain extent, and they're only going to use in the actual execution, perhaps on the flanks they might use some of the other forces just for protection, but they're only going to use a small element, much the way they did in Venezuela, and they're going to go after something that's really key, like that Iran.
I'm so confused. Why doesn't Iran shoot down the helicopters in the rescue mission? Are they holding back? Why? Can you explain why the Iranians don't seem to be engaging in the Special Forces Rescue Group much? You might have a good read on this. They don't have fucking man pads, like clearly. Or if they do, because Iran is so ginormous. Remember, it is a massive, massive country. Okay, they are engaging with small arms, but mobilization is quite difficult for Iran. Mobilization is going to be difficult regardless. They don't have any aircrafts, right? They don't have like an air force really. So in a country that large, it's especially with the topography as well. It's going to be difficult to get to an area. The necessary military force in the short time frame, it's very difficult. So if they don't have any anti-air systems around there, then they're kind of fucked.
Uranium that Ted was talking about, and they know, they have intelligence, they'd have to do this, where it is. And they're going to go after it, and they're going to try to seal it up and extract it. I think that's a fancy dream. I don't see how they're going to do it, no matter how they marshal their forces. Now, on the other side of the coin, not penetrating into Iran in any significant way, but still threatening something extraordinarily valuable to Iran, Kharg Island, might be doable in the sense that your Ospreys might have the legs, they might have the range, they might not have clutch failure over the target and kill the Marines just because they're in an Osprey.
We should say, having spent time with the Marines, that was almost dreaded. That one of the most dreaded aspect of being a Marine was getting on an Osprey. But you can explain.
I had a Marine general actually say to me, you know, I'm not sure what I'd do to a Marine who walked up to the door in a training mission or a combat mission even and said to me, I'm not sure I want to get on that bird because he would have reason to do so. But anyway, they only have about a 350, maybe maximum 400-mile range, and they probably are going to have to loiter in order to get anything off of them and onto Kharg Island. And then they've got to come back and do whatever extraction they're going to do. If they're going to do it that way, maybe they might bring the boat up or Tripoli or something like that and do it with that. But all of that is so fraught with, if Iran really does have the drones that we think they have and does have even more sophisticated missiles along that Persian Gulf, 1,875 miles of terrain that it is, then that's fraught with problems. I mean, you're going to get the Osprey shot down. You're going to get the Marines killed en route. You're going to get them killed while they're landing. And you're going to have a hard time establishing a beachhead, so to speak. I just don't know how they're going to do it. I could see it being done if everything went perfectly and there wasn't as much of an opposition as I'm imagining there is. And if you had some way of suppressing that opposition as you were going in. But I don't see the wherewithal to do that in the way that it would have to be done. And I don't see the timing and the geography contributing to it being done because it's so difficult. I mean, just take a look at how we got into Iraq for 2 wars. We used probably the world's greatest onward movement facility, certainly in Southwest Asia, that was in Kuwait. And we did 2 wars that way. We flowed the troops in, and they flowed into Iraq, and they did their business in Iraq. They had time and space to get ready to do what they were going to do in Kuwait. Well, Iran hit that. They hit that facility, and the last time I saw it, it was burning. So I don't know that they can use that facility. Now they could use Kuwait, but then look at the map. Look at where they have to go from Kuwait to get where they got to go. They either go through Basra or that area of Iraq, or they go straight from Kuwait to Karg, or they come in by some other circuitous way up the Gulf maybe, and they're vulnerable that whole way if what I'm being told about Iran's capacity to defend that terrain is what it is.
Is the problem with distribution of manpads? Iranian police does not have any military weapons, and there are not military people stationed in every town. They really should give all towns a few manpads. I mean, again, it's a very big country. Don't even know if they have enough manpads and or even like the necessary resources to use the manpads. It's not, you know, they're not as well equipped in that regard.
They be coming in on helicopters? Would they be flying out of Kuwait on helicopters?
Well, no, they'd be the Ospreys. They'd be in the Ospreys. The tilt rotor. It's a helicopter and I could see it happening if everything were exquisitely done and the Iranians were suppressed or don't have the capacity that I'm told they do have. But I can't see it done in the face of that capacity and the difficult.
Yeah, while they're talking, by the way, I'm getting credible reports of U.S. helicopter activity over southwestern Iran. It reports that the search and rescue mission for the missing F-15 WSO officer continues. Okay. Tasnim said that they will not confirm nor deny whether or not they actually have captured the weapons service or weapons specialist. But I don't know if he's been captured and they're trying to they're trying to retrieve him regardless, or if they haven't been able to find him and they're trying to retrieve him in spite of receiving like some small arms fire from the ground. Who knows?
Of the mission. I see a lot of deaths. I see a lot of problems. I don't see a Venezuela at all.
Well, the Iranians have batteries all along the coastline, right?
That's what, I met with President Ahmadinejad along with Frank Wisner, just a couple of others, couple of Madeleine Albright's people too, in New York when he was there for the UN General Assembly. And my mission with Ahmadinejad was to convince him, each of us, Tom Pickering, Frank Wisner, me, a couple of others, had a 5-minute spiel for President Ahmadinejad. Mine was to create an Inc-Sea agreement, incidents at sea agreement, like we have with the Soviets, but with the Iranians. So that if we had an incident in the Gulf or in the Strait or in the Northern Arabian Sea or Sea of Oman, we would go immediately to the protocols and not start a war. And one of the things he did when I finished my spiel was he looked at me and he said, now, let me ask you a question, Colonel. Iran has 1,875 roughly nautical miles shoreline on the Persian Gulf. The United States has none. What's the problem? And the big smile, why are you there? And, there's no comeback for that. He's right. It's his sea. It's his territorial water. And why do you need an Inc-Sea agreement? You need it because of the United States, not because of Iran. But I relate that because he convinced me, as did his advisors with whom I spoke afterwards. He was mostly in Farsi. They were pretty good in English. And his foreign minister was very good in English. They convinced me that that shoreline is armed to the teeth. So if that's the case, and wouldn't it be very armed to the teeth around Karg?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the Forbidden Island. That's the pressure. That's where 10 super tankers can load simultaneously.
That's 90%, I think, of their oil exports out of Karg.
Yeah. So,
but all these islands are small. So once you,
I'm hearing there is credible claims that Trump is in the hospital. Have you heard of this? No, you did not hear credible claims that Trump is in the hospital. Okay. You heard non-credible claims that Trump is in the hospital, and now you've turned it into credible claims in your mind.
Occupy them. You can just rain ordnance upon, you're just exposed occupied forces.
Of course, you'd be raining ordnance on Karg on your own facilities, but who's to say they wouldn't do that? You can always build them back.
Well, the Israelis did that on October 7th. They blew up Erez.
Yeah.
Killed a lot of their own soldiers.
There are pros and cons there. I was talking to an oil man, Gary Vogler, who was our oil man in Iraq for 78 months, worked out of the Iraqi oil ministry. And he told me that the destruction in Bahrain would be extremely complicated if you tried to rebuild that refinery. So we're talking about roughly the same kind of facilities in terms of difficulty. It'd be hard to rebuild it if it were completely destroyed. So they wouldn't want to do that, I don't think. But would they do it in order to kick an aggressor off? Probably.
One of the things that's, I've have been involved in the Middle East, spent 7 years there, of course. But going back decades, Bibi's been pushing this war with Iran for 4 decades, but there has been such resistance within the Pentagon. It doesn't matter whether it's a Republican administration, a Democratic administration. The Pentagon has just adamantly put up roadblocks to this. Trump, of course, took the bait. But explain why there was such resistance.
One reason is my old boss at the Marine Corps Combat Educational Development Command at Quantico, Virginia, Lieutenant General Van Riper, R-I-P-E-R, whom I met in Williamsburg recently and had 88 years old and had an opportunity to review our betting, if you will. He did a war game in 2002, I think at the request of the Pentagon. Very, very capable man at simulating and wargaming and so forth. And it was called Millennium Challenge 02. And we got our ass handed to us. It was Iran. We staged it in the Gulf, and Iran handed us our rear end. It was so bad that they even ordered him to redo the game. And he did, and the same results.
Yeah, they literally put limiters on Iranian naval capabilities to to create a scenario in the simulation where America would win. They rigged it. Very famous case.
Essentially, and then he went away. That's part of the reason, because people have memories in the Pentagon, and they know how difficult that war was and would be. And they also know that in the intervening 2+ decades, Iran has gotten much, much better. For example, when we were doing Operation Earnest Will, reflagging Kuwaiti tankers and escorting them through the strait, essentially the same scenario as right now, we lost Bridgerton, not sunk, but a big...
You need to remember something. Since the Millennium Challenge in 2002, Iran has developed a lot more capabilities with drone warfare and also unmanned missile technology, like unmanned, like they don't have, because in 2002 they were doing suicide missions. They would just ram go-fast boats onto the side of fucking ships with explosives, right? They would rig it with explosives. Now you literally have, now Iran actually has that technology without having to send, like actual people on these go-fast boats to on suicide missions.
Big ship was hit. Captain was furious with us. Then we almost lost a DD, a destroyer. Saddam Hussein shot another ship with 2 Exocet missiles, and then we shot down an Iranian Airbus by accident from an Aegis cruiser, Vincennes, and killed 290 innocent civilians. And then Khomeini threw in the towel, saying he could not possibly fight both Iraq and the United States. But I say that because that was then, and we had grievous difficulty in doing what we had to do. Then was then. Now they have learned. They have learned multitudes of lessons. They have built all manner of defenses. They have consulted with people like the Russians and the Chinese. They are getting help right now from both of those countries.
Well, intelligence, don't they have, that's I think one of the reasons they've had such precision strikes is they have both Iranian and Chinese satellites working on their behalf.
I think you're right. And we've made some demarches to Moscow over that, but I don't think Moscow gives a hang. As long as Zelensky's shooting Putin's oil facilities with his weaponry, they're not going to give a hang. All to say, Iran's a lot better, a lot smarter, and resolute. And when you listen to Arachi, you get the resolution in spades. We are not going away. We are in your face. We don't trust you. You were duplicitous. You torpedoed, his word in English, you torpedoed negotiations not once but twice with military action in the middle of them. Why would we listen to you now?
It's true.
I want to ask you about General Kane. He's an Air Force officer. And as you well know, I once wrote a book, and John McCain and I wrote the introduction to the book, and it could not be radically different. It was a book on war, and I said, that's because he was 10,000 feet up in the air. He doesn't have any idea what was happening on the ground. And Kane comes out of the Air Force, yet this is potentially could become a ground operation.
Well, you made your point with the fact it's an air operation. No bomb. What was it, JF?
They're trying to break the regime with an air operation, but it's not
Yeah.
worked. So now
Yeah.
they're contemplating a ground operation.
LBJ once said to, I think, George Ball, convinced him. George Ball convinced LBJ that we weren't going to win in Vietnam. That's my belief. I'm standing by it. I got the primary documents to prove it. And when LBJ was told about Rolling Thunder, I guess it was, more bombs on North Vietnam than we dropped on Germany, he said, "Oh ho ain't going to be moved by no bombs." He was right. And no country is going to be, they're just going to be made more resolute. I walked into Powell's office one day in a MIF, and I closed the door and I said, "General, we don't ever want to make an Air Force officer chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff again." He looked at me and he said, "Why do you say that?" I said, "Because they don't understand ground warfare." He said, "You're right. We'll work hard on it." Facetious, but it's true. Kane does not understand ground warfare. And the people who do understand ground warfare underneath him and around him are, I think, being either removed by Hegseth in the past few 6 months or so, or are too timid to speak up to Kane in a way that would be decisive or convincing or get them fired, probably the latter. The one or two that have, the Navy 3-star, for example, oddly enough, Navy, who was director of the Joint Staff, I think that's the reason they sent him back to the fleet, is what Hegseth said, and maybe one or two other people. And I thought surely that this recent brouhaha with Hegseth, with Randy George, the Chief of Staff of the Army, I thought that, and the Chief of Chaplains, I figured that was Hegseth's religiosity, but I figured George was leaving because of this war.
I don't think that's real. I think he's phony on the religiosity side. Like, he's just not. I think it's one of those things that people do when they're just like objectively evil people, but they can just use that. They can just use that as a way to make themselves seem like better people, you know, slap on religion. It's LARP. Like, there are people who are real, right? Who are actually fucking zealots. Mike Huckabee. Mike Huckabee is a real zealot, okay? For sure. I think Mike Pence is real born again. And Mike Johnson, I don't know why it's all Mikes here, but Mike Johnson is also a real zealot, right? But P. Hegseth is not. He's a television guy. He's LARPing.
Had been fired because of his objections there too. But what I'm hearing is it's all about, and this makes sense, but not nearly as much as the war would. It's all about the Brigadier General Promotion Board that Hegseth interfered with, unprecedentedly interfered with, and kicked the 2 black officers and the 2 women off the promotion list. And that got George's goat.
He's the Chief of Staff, right? Of
the Army, right. Yeah. And then the chaplain was because Hegseth has demoralized the chaplain corps. He's eliminated a whole bunch of the diversity in the chaplain corps. We're down to Christians and Jews now, if you will, and taken their rank away and really demoralized the chaplain corps. And they don't like these prayer meetings he's having every week in the Pentagon. So it wasn't so much over the war, but I got to believe that some of that was gestating in their guts, that they don't like this, especially the ground pounders, the soldiers.
Yeah, that rhetoric by Hegseth, as someone who spent many years in the Middle East, is just not playing well in the Muslim world, I can assure you.
Oh, it's insanity. Yeah. And the tattoos are insanity, too. Yeah. Pound them back. Arachi had a wonderful comment. Pound us back to the Stone Age. Pound us back to the Stone Age. Does he know what we were in the Stone Age? Then he shows a map of the Persian Empire.
Yeah, right. Where do you
pound us back there?
Where do you think we're headed? I mean, clearly the Iranians will determine when this ends. They show very little sign
This guy loves Arachi.
Wanting a ceasefire or an agreement. I don't know why they would trust the Trump administration, because Trump attacks both in June and now when they are negotiating, and then will kill negotiating teams, as he did with Hamas. And they can inflict a lot of pain. I found Trump's speech kind of fascinating in that it just didn't make any sense. It was all over the place. Where do you think we're going? What's next? I know it's hard to predict, but
I think Haaretz had it right in a headline about a week and a half ago or so when it said all Iran has to do to win is not lose.
Right.
The United States to win has to have a spectacular victory, and so does Bibi. So that's not going to occur. Iran is not going to lose. I think they'll fight till the last person standing. So it's disaster. I don't see any way we extract ourselves from this other than, as I said, having the wisdom to say something like, well, we won, we're out of here. But I don't see how we do that, especially this man Trump. I don't see how he does it.
Do you think they'll deploy ground troops?
They may try something small. They may, because as I said, we simply don't have the forces to try anything large, and certainly nothing large enough to. It would take somewhere between, and this goes back to my war game experience with Iran in some cases. We used to have responsibility for the Persian Gulf in that area at Pacific Command when I was there. There wasn't any Central Command except a little tiny colonel in Florida. We were the force provider for them. We were the planner for them. And when we were doing this, we estimated that, let me give you an example of a specific plan we were working on. You remember when the Russians invaded Afghanistan? And we thought, military people, we thought, this can't be about Afghanistan. It's got to be those warm water ports they want. So they're going to pour through Iran down to Bandar Abbas and Chabahar and get their warm water ports. This is an age-old great game objective.
I just want to interject. My father was an intelligence officer in Iran during World War II, and they were doing precisely that, stopping the Russians.
Yeah. Well, we started planning in the Zagros Mountains and elsewhere, and we concluded we don't want to fight there. But we did come up with a plan, and it was 2 million men. And it was probably 5 years. And investing Iraq was not part of it. That is to say, we weren't planning on occupying the country, but we were planning on keeping enough forces there to have the country meet our interest, if you will. And that cost a lot of money. Probably fast forward to today, it would be somewhere around $5-6 trillion. And we don't have those men. And if we had a draft, half our 18 to 24-year-old cohort would go to Mexico or Canada overnight.
Well,
I don't
not
think
to,
we could
not to
have
mention the fact that it would be a very costly conflict.
Yes, very, very, in blood and treasure.
So
and they're proving it.
Is your best guess that if we do see something on the ground, it would first be an attempt by special forces to hit, suspected uranium sites? Or, I mean, do you have any, or do you think that they will try and take some of these islands, or maybe you think they don't know? I don't know. What is your feeling?
I think it'll be small, and I think it'll be aimed at a precise target or target set. It might be the uranium. It might be Carg Island. It might be somewhere else we're not even thinking about right now. But first of all, I don't think it'll be very successful in the scheme of things. And second, I think it's going to get some Americans killed.
Yeah.
And we already have more deaths than you know about.
Well, that's the other thing I wanted to ask you. It's oftentimes in...
Jack Murphy says, I don't know how credible this is, but he says the F-15 weapons specialist was recovered alive, was escaping and evading massive firefight. Iranians were actively looking for him in the area. I don't know how credible this is. We shall see.
Or that casualty figures are not released in real time.
They are never released in real time, really. I mean, look at the Battle of the Bulge, the German counteroffensive in the Ardennes.
Why can't I rewind? Great question, chatter. You can't rewind because you're currently not subscribed. But if you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service for $6 a month, or for free with a Twitch Prime, or if you're lucky enough to get gifted a sub, you could actually rewind on the broadcast. You could also send me links. You can send me links. Not guaranteed that I will click on them, but you can send it regardless. And you can use emotes. What do you think of the chances they found a pilot and not the pilot? No, it's not. We'll see. We'll see if it's real or not. But if they recovered a pilot, it is the pilot for sure.
In 44, 45, 78,000 plus casualties. And New York Times, New York papers, Washington, what they call the other Washington paper at that time?
Washington
Thank
Star.
you.
We are Snarlins, Kurg, and Russell Budd for the 5 gifted.
Morning and an afternoon edition. They didn't carry that. They didn't carry those casualties. Eisenhower wouldn't allow it. You can't shock the American people that way. These aren't those number casualties, but today the American people aren't ready for many casualties at all. So you have to be very careful. You remember Rumsfeld. Rumsfeld was really uneasy about letting Dover out of the bag, as it were, when the insurgency started. And no, anybody around here say insurgency, I'll fire them.
Right.
There's no insurgency.
Well, and the other thing was they put a ban on when the remains were returned to Dover, they couldn't be recovered. Do you have any sense of where we are in terms of casualties? Any guess?
I think we're well over 100, and it includes some civilians that got injured in the fracas in Qatar, Prince Sultan. I don't know how many casualties are Saudi or Bahraini or whatever. Probably quite a few.
Yeah.
And this business of sending these people back to Norfolk with nothing but a kit bag it's typical Navy, but the Navy really isn't to blame in the sense that nobody gave them any non-combatant evacuation operation instructions. And I'm sure that they didn't do that if they even thought about it. It might be that they're just totally incompetent, but if they didn't think about it at all, it probably was because we have not filled about 30% of the embassy staffs in that region with Donald Trump. We don't have ambassadors in those countries. And secondly, they didn't want to give warning.
Yeah.
If you do a NEO, you're giving your enemy warning.
Yeah. Great. Thank you, Larry. And I want to thank Max, Sophia, and Thomas, who produced the show. You can find me at chrishedges.substack.com.
What is this? Iran is moving from radar to multispectral cameras for air defense. Yeah, we covered this yesterday. Of domestically produced air defense that are coming online, Iran is using a sophisticated network of multispectral cameras to track and identify U.S. and Israeli aircraft. According to a former senior Israeli defense official briefed on the subject, Iran has placed the cameras, which capture data from wavelengths beyond visible light, along popular or essential routes for enemy aircraft. And once there's detection, it's forced to try to shoot them, said Amir Avivi, chairman of the Israel Defense and Security Forum. Unlike the radar installations, the cameras don't transmit a signal that Israel can use to locate them, he added. Israel shared its knowledge about the camera system with the U.S., but it remains an operational challenge, Avivi said. This is a major issue from multiple directions. U.S. air superiority is based on active radar. The stealth planes are hard to see with radar. Every time a defense radar lights up, the U.S. sends missiles to take out the radar. Cameras can see stealth planes just fine. It's not like they're invisible. The Air Force can't locate passive cameras that don't send out a signal. If this is true, U.S. weapons technology may need to rapidly evolve in response. That will be expensive and require manufacturing. They realize they can just use their eyes. Well, not their eyes literally, but like the eyes of the cameras. Yeah. Because contrary to what Donald Trump has said before, it's not literally invisible. Hasan Piker on anti-Trump Republican strategist Sarah Longwell, who has backed Democratic candidates in recent elections, argued on the Bulwark podcast that Democrats should shun Piker, reacting with an outsized alarm to some of his standard progressive foreign policy positions. She's worried that she might not have space in the party. She's worried that a party that has me in the tent is going to not cater to her. It's going to cater to us. There's no unusual traffic. No, the Walter Reed news is not true. There's not even like any sort of traffic around Walter Reed, okay? It's so easy to just get people to believe something like this. It blows my mind. It's unbelievable. McDonald's is destroyed in northern Israel from Hezbollah rockets. They are, as a matter of fact, destroying SpongeBob after all. Trigger warning. Trigger warning, chat. This is a McDonald's that was destroyed with a Hezbollah rocket. This is going to be a devastating day for all the burger lovers. An Iranian Shahed drone heading towards the enemy targets today was bearing a sticker reading "In memory of Tupac Shakur and Illuminati." What else? What else? Yeah, here's Tim Dillon on MAGA.
It's the greatest con in history. By the way, it's the greatest con in history. I mean, truly. It's the greatest. And I don't say great in like a good way. It is truly the most successful con in history. It makes Enron look like a guy doing 3-card Monte on the street. Anything that you can remember and identify as a complete and utter scam, this is the greatest con in history. To run as an America first, and you're going to take care of America, and then turn around and go, all of these things, daycare, Medicare, Medicaid, we have nothing to do with that. We're fighting wars. That's what we're here to do. We're here to have a defense budget of $1.5 trillion, and we're here to fight wars. It is the greatest scam in history. You got to hand it to him. And I mean, truly, and not in, again, not in a moral way, but like you got to hand it to him. This is the greatest about face in political history that I have
Pass the controller,
really
thank you
ever
for the 10.
seen.
Why Hippie, thank you for the 5. Yeah, we got Nirotandin entering the battle late in the game, of course, but entering it nonetheless. Hold on. We covered this. We covered that. One more thing before I get to Nirotandin yelling about me, and the funniest criticism I've received so far from John Podhoretz. Lindsey Graham says, I just had a great conversation with POTUS. I totally support his ultimatum to the Iranian regime to open up the Strait of Hormuz and do a peace deal. A massive military operation awaits if Iran does not comply and chooses poorly. This regime has been severely crippled through Operation Epic Fury. Their reign of terror against the region and the world needs to come to an end, hopefully through a peace deal. After speaking with President Trump this morning, I'm completely convinced that he will use overwhelming military force against the regime if they continue to impede the Strait of Hormuz and refuse a diplomatic solution to achieve our military objectives. If it's not clear to Iran and others by now that President Trump means what he says, then I don't know when it will ever be. Choose wisely. That's right. And I already talked about this, but yes, Planet Labs informed customers that at the request of the U.S. government, satellite imagery providers are now voluntarily withholding imagery over designated Middle Eastern areas of interest. According to the notice, the restriction is being applied retroactively from March 9th, 2026. Planet says it is moving to a managed access model, delaying publication of all new imagery inside of the AOI and releasing it only on a case-by-case basis for urgent mission-critical needs or where publication is deemed in the public interest. Okay. Planet adds that access to imagery for the rest of the world remains unaffected and says the policy is expected to remain in place until the end of the conflict. They went 7 days, then they increased it to 14. Now they said it's permanent. Okay. If accurate, this is a major development for OSINT, media access, and independent battlefield verification in the region. Yep. What is this? President run for something, Amanda Littman. A full breakdown of my thoughts on bigger tent discourse, the group's litmus test, the party, Hasan Piker, and more. The problem, per usual, is the candidates. This debate is a distraction from the real problem at hand. Candidates who have neither the clarity nor backbone to navigate competing pressures. Without that, the tent has no pull. The groups are doing their jobs. The candidates are the ones failing. Arguments about what the party should do regarding litmus tests are misplaced. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Even though Leah Greenberg, co-executive director of Indivisible, the person behind the No Kings protest, also said, I agree with the analysis here and will also just add, I'm having a specifically intense reaction to this because the discourse is downstream of the Dem establishment's total refusal to grapple with Dem complicity in Gaza and the role it continues to play in alienating voters. That's 100%. That is 100% exactly what's going on. I'm glad that a lot of people are recognizing exactly what's taking place, including even people who pay for the bulwark, right? It is different because Hasan condemns anti-Semitism, also putting action to his word with his humanity, such as Cuba and Jewish cause and collabs. Yet GOP people you mentioned has no morals and scruples. GOP does not condemn bad stuff. Worse impulse. Hasan condemns. That is the immediate difference. Oh my God, Piker is not anti-Semitic. The way he criticized the government of Israel is way different than Fuentes does. He's even called out Fuentes on his anti-Semitism. So people are not really putting up with it. And I think part of it is because, like, you know, I have a decent amount of influence, right? But I think the other reason why people are not putting up with it is because even if they don't know who I am and they hear these like choice quotes, right? Some of those quotes are not even remotely some of those can't even be massaged in an anti-Semitic manner, right? And worst of all, for the people that are trying to declare me to be an anti-Semite, people are aware, they've seen it happen so many times over. When someone comes out and is like a notable figure, or just a prominent anti-Zionist, a critic of Israel, they're immediately smeared and slandered senselessly and ceaselessly for the last 3 years, right? And called an anti-Semite. So people are used to that. They know that this is like the number one way that that prominent critics of Israel are besmirched. And considering that a lot of people also have the same exact resentment, okay? Because a lot of a lot of ordinary Americans share that same resentment against the state of Israel for good reason, because it's totally warranted. When people attack someone like myself, even if they don't know who I am or what I represent, they actually feel like they're being attacked. And it's true. They are being attacked. They should know that. They should recognize that. Like this conversation that's taken place for the last 3 weeks almost. Okay? That conversation is not necessarily just about me. I'm an entry point. I'm a beacon. Okay? It's a way to have the actual conversation without talking about Israel. It's a way to have the conversation about the resentment that the average working class individual feels about Israel without directly saying every voter is stupid and wrong for criticizing Israel. Israel's a very reliable and very valuable ally to our foreign policy goals. Okay? That's it. And most people are not putting up with it. Under different circumstances, I think most people that hear choice quotes or whatever probably would have looked at that and gone, ooh, I don't want to defend this guy. This guy's indefensible. I've seen very little of that on the internet. As a matter of fact, the only people who are like relitigating the same shit over and over again are the people who have hated me for many, many years at this point for a litany of different issues that they either misunderstood or are professionally misunderstanding in an effort to, once again, smear me. Okay? That's what it is. That's precisely what it is. So this argument, this back and forth that's taking place is unnecessary. It's silly. It's a distraction. Okay? But the reality is, it's also the exact same arguments that will be launched, not just against me, but the same arguments that were launched against Zohran Mamdani, as you guys saw over and over again. Okay? And it will be the same exact arguments that you're seeing launched against Graham Plattner. The same exact arguments that you will see launched against AOC as well, and whoever represents that left flank. The conversation has nothing to do with people looking at choice clips and thinking, oh, this is bad look, this is bad look, this is not going to be good electorally. Okay? It's the same bullshit that they pulled off on Bernie Sanders. It's the same bullshit they pulled off on Jeremy Corbyn. It is just a battle for control over the party. Will you have responsive left flank candidates take control over the party, or at least create a meaningful constituency or meaningful caucus within the ranks? Or will the Democratic Party try to once again defeat its left flank and refuse to be responsive to the needs of the overwhelming majority of its voters, with the hopes that they can still garner enough support from people who are just fed up with Donald Trump? Okay? That's it. Apparently, here's Graham Plattner saying something similar. Let's hear what he had to say.
Element of this whole American political apparatus that I've sadly had to deal with firsthand for the past 8 months. There's an element of these people who claim to be political geniuses, who they view all of us out here as this malleable mass, a bunch of people who are just here to be manipulated, messaged to, and tricked. What they do not understand is all of us see exactly what is going on. We are not idiots. We're not stupid. We see it and we feel it every single day. And here in the state of Maine, the material needs of working people is the same, regardless of who you voted for. When the hospital closes, it doesn't matter if it's an R or a D or an I or nothing next to your name. The hospital closed. If your family members can't afford a house, can't afford to live here, have to leave the state, have to move to Portland, if you lose youth in your community because nobody can figure out how to make ends meet, it doesn't matter who you voted for in 2024. It hits all of us the same. And the only way that we're going to build power back for working people is to recognize that down here in the real world, our material needs are exactly the same. And the people who are exploiting us are exactly the same.
Great take. Great take. Nothing else to say about that other than, yeah, great take. So, anyway, Neera Tanden, the historic left puncher Neera Tanden. Yeah, walk like a chud, speak like a woke, Graham Plattner. Okay. Now, Neera Tanden also joined this fuck Hasan battle for some reason and decided to say this. I missed how every Dem leader went on Hasan Piker's show to make this happen. Just like there are very few Dems on Joe Rogan and Trump is still dropping with young people, the truth is no podcaster controls the whole blocks of voters. This debate has become divorced from reality. Now, this is a very stupid argument, or rather a very stupid counter argument, because that's not an argument that I have made. Okay? As a matter of fact, I've never said I'm a kingmaker. I've said these people are foolishly presenting me as a kingmaker, not realizing that even if Democratic politicians don't come on my show, or even if I'm deplatformed or whatever the fuck, the animosity that people feel towards the National Democratic Party is still very much going to be there. Okay? This is her, once again, turning around and saying, see, people hate the fucking Republicans. Yes, of course people hate the fucking Republicans. We hate the Republicans a lot more than you do. Okay? The problem here is Democrats are still actively and desperately trying to lean into marginal victories with harm reduction narratives. As long as people are reminded about how bad the Republicans are, Democrats can put centrist candidates, they can prop up centrist candidates that won't pass legislation that is bold enough to solve people's material needs. That's unbelievable. I mean, it's not only bad politics, but it's also bad policy, right? These guys are almost entirely predisposed with making sure that Democrats not only win a marginal victory, but they win by their own terms. And this was a failure in 2024. Okay? This was a fucking failure in 2024, and it's an unnecessary risk in 2026. It's very frustrating. I may not have defended you at my Seder, but I defended you to Neera Tanden, and she replied to me. I saw, wait, do you think Trump's approval is dropping mean Dems' approvals are rising? Anyways, regardless of your flawed logic here, dozens of Dems going on Hasan's show. How many won their primaries? I see a few who already lost. These are just the guests since the start of the year, so yes, most of them are primary candidates. He has also had plenty of sitting electors on stream like Rokana, Summer Lee, of course, AOC, Bernie Sanders, or Mamdani, ... But again, I'm not a kingmaker, okay? I can help I can help certain candidates. We, as a community, can help certain candidates, right? But at the end of the day, it's not make it or break it, right? We're not kingmakers at all. We're not at that level. But what I am doing, and what these people fail to recognize, is I'm channeling the popular frustrations that many voters have, not just even Democrats, but independents as well, and maybe even Republicans too. Okay? So I'm one fucking person. And I've said this over and over again. I'm one guy. Mm-hmm. Like what these people, like Joe Rogan's not a kingmaker either, right? That's the frustrating element here, okay? That the reason for why I'm popular, okay, is not because I am a singular force that is capable of changing people's minds on these issues. I'm sure I play a decent role in offering people the language and offering people the tools to become aware of certain things, right? But I'm not like hypnotizing people into changing their minds or whatever, right? I'm not the reason, for example, why people are anti-Israel now. Israel is the reason why people are anti-Israel. Okay? And these guys cannot comprehend that reality. They just refuse to reckon with that reality. And they live in a world. They live in a world of their own design. Okay? What you're saying is not that people listen to you, but you listen to people? Sure, yes. Yes. So this conversation is so idiotic. It's totally unproductive. It's totally idiotic. And in many respects, they've just been having it amongst themselves and going back and forth. And deciding whether or not to even have it at all. Very strange. Full news link reactions to nearest tweet. Yeah. But I will say, yeah, it really boggles the mind why people like Neera Tanden have influence over anyone on the left. She shut down the progressive youth and media wings of Center for American Progress, raised UAE money, and is a friend to Benjamin Netanyahu. And that's why she's chirping, right? That's why she's chirping. But there was one other thing that I wanted to talk about, which is John Podhoretz. You need to understand something. Like, there is a lot of coalition building taking place. Yeah, all of my ops, if they are in positions of power, they have either photos with Benjamin Netanyahu or Yoav Gallant. Clearly, they have less of an issue dealing with Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant than someone like myself. In their minds, I'm a far worse figure than straight up war criminals. Okay? And if they're random anonymous Twitter users, just check their profile to see what they've had to say about Palestine, Palestinians, Gaza in general. But the other side of this unholy allegiance and coalition is that there's this strange allegiance. Perhaps you may have noticed that strange allegiance is people like John Podhoretz, editor of Commentary Magazine, like far-right figures, ultra-Zionists, aligning themselves with the right flank of the Democratic Party. People who don't have any investment whatsoever in Democrats winning any elections, people who are openly antagonistic to what they perceive as woke and toxic influence on American politics, are saying the exact same things that Neera Tanden is saying. To me, this is something I'm used to. I've received attacks from centrist right-wing Democrats all the way to the far-right neo-Nazis my entire career. But it's very interesting that people who are directly affiliated with the Democratic Party on the consulting side are now openly launching these attacks alongside the likes of Podhoretz, who said this: Hasan Piker would likely support Tim Miller's murder on the grounds that he is a gay man with children, and then support the murder of his children as he supports the murder of mine for being Jews. Nice going, Tim. You've sold your soul. Enjoy the cash. I said, never have I met someone so perfectly aware of my politics. That, for the record, I think is a perfect depiction of what my fucking haters are like and what they believe, right? Like something so unbelievably dumb. Yeah. Glenn Greenwald even had to come out and be like, depicting Hasan Piker as some sort of radical jihadist Islamist who wants to kill all gay men is genuinely one of the most hilarious things I've ever read or ever heard. Same reaction to when they tried to depict Zoran, the New York Police Department, as anti-queer Mamdani, as determined to impose Sharia law. Enjoy Hassan's trip to arguably the single gayest event on the planet, the Gay Pride Parade in West Hollywood, where he lives. He pretends he's immersed in gay culture while secretly plotting how to genocide West Hollywood gays in the name of Allah. You don't think New York City mayor would love to have Sharia law in New York City? Says turn New York red. Hashtag Doge New York. It's incredible how fucking stupid you can be. Once again, a clear indication that this person is suffering from Hassan derangement syndrome, you know? I never thought that John Podhoretz would be addressing me like this on the timeline, claiming that I am not woke necessarily, but actually invested in the murder of all gay people, Islamic style. Fucking awesome. It's pretty funny. Anyway, let's get back to what's going on in Lebanon.
Into Marjayoun is difficult and dangerous. All around here is fighting. There are constant Israeli airstrikes and Hezbollah shelling, trying to stop the troops advancing into South Lebanon, but also hitting villages in northern Israel. Lots of hits along the road on the way in. The town's water supplies have already been bombed. We see the evidence as we enter. We've negotiated special passage here with the town's officials and the Lebanese army, who are still very present in the town. Marjayoun's geography makes it a key position which Israel is keen to control on its eastern front. The town sits on a hill overlooking the Litani River Valley, and Israel wants the river as its new border or buffer zone, taking an extra 10% of Lebanese territory. The backdrop of bombing is ever present.
The windows shook. Did it land?
You never get used to this, though.
You see? Siren. In Israel. Near the border coming sound.
That's the Israeli warning sirens going off as Hezbollah rockets are fired. This Hezbollah drone heading for Israeli tanks shows just how Shia Muslim villages in the south have been significantly damaged. The Israeli military insists its invasion is to rid Lebanon of Hezbollah militancy. Troops are making advances in the south, but it's taken a month to secure some border villages, and they're taking casualties. But Marjayoun is largely untouched. Its saving seems to be its predominantly Christian population. There are constant patrols to ensure no outsiders from the mainly Muslim villages around them can enter the town. Marjayoun's officials have had warning calls from the Israeli military, ordering them to turn away their Muslim neighbours fleeing the onslaught. If they're given sanctuary, the town too faces attack. It's been denounced as ethnic cleansing by human rights groups. And this is what happens if Israeli orders aren't followed. Israeli troops are on their doorstep with positions in the next-door village of Hayem. The townsfolk of Marjayoun tell us they've no other choice but to obey them.
You can see what's happening all around. If you don't take the order, you will be
literal Nazi shit, bro.
And this is what we are afraid of.
The
like a
bulk of
1 to
the town's
1.
residents
It's 1 to
have
1.
remained in their homes, worried if they leave, they'll never get back.
Well, we've got quite a lot of supplies.
And supplies of food and medicine are dependent on aid groups prepared to run the gauntlet of potential fire.
Are you feeling a bit trapped and cut off here?
For sure. Too much. Too much. Too much stress, too much many things. And we need, the people call us for medicine, for cash. Nobody have money now.
The medical staff work and sleep here. The main health facility is running as an emergency field hospital now, ready for mass casualties, but any war wounded are stabilized and swiftly transported out of the area.
If the situation will grow and will be more critical, if they will go, we'll be the last one who will go from here, not the first one.
UN peacekeepers are in the middle of this violently changing landscape. Their blue helmets are no longer any guarantee against attacks on this battlefield. We found an Indonesian group helping out on the outskirts of Marjayoun, despite losing 3 of their colleagues in 2 separate attacks just a few days earlier. And we saw yet more families trying to flee.
How scared are you feeling about the situation?
Anyone who's not afraid is stupid, they told us. And they're on top of 1 million already displaced, with few safe places to run to. Marjayoun's residents are definitely anxious. They've been here before. The town was invaded and occupied by Israeli troops and an armed militia for decades, and they're fearful of a repeat.
If we forbid any intruders or Hezbollah to come inside Jdadat Marjayoun and shoot from inside Jdadat Marjayoun, I think we will be safe. But nobody knows the next stage what will happen. Okay, we are trying our best.
That may not be enough. Israeli airstrikes on Marjayoun's water sanitation plant have made life a lot more uncomfortable. The bombing of critical civilian infrastructure is seen by human rights groups as a tactic to force people to leave. So far, Marjayoun residents are staying put, but they've no idea for how long. Alex Crawford, Sky News in South Lebanon.
قبل 3 قرون إيران لم تهاجم أي جار من جاراتها. يقولون لي أن حلفائها يقولون
وكلائها وليس حلفاء.
الحلفاء
ليسوا في نفس المرتبة.
لا طبعا العقلية الأمريكية تفرض على من يتماشى معها لأنه وكيل. إيران لا تفرض هذا على من يتماشى معها. لهم أجندة وطنية، يقفون أمام إسرائيل في لبنان، يقفون أمام إسرائيل في غزة وفلسطين، وإيران تحترمهم وتقف معهم. تقف معهم لأن
منطقة محظورة. عفوا
يعني احترم عقل المشاهد.
هنا نختلف دكتور حسن.
هذه
That's crazy to say that on Al Jazeera. For the record, because that motherfucker might go to jail. Like Al Jazeera has, I mean, look, Qatar is like more woke than all the other Gulf countries, but let's be real. Since the Iranian retaliation, started, any kind of defense of Iran is considered not appropriate. Yes, guys, I'm sorry, I can't read the fucking subtitle. I'm eating, okay? No, I will not be repeating I will not be giving you a summary of what he said.
القاسي والداني يعرف أنهم يأتمرون ويتسلحون بإرادة إيرانية خالصة.
I swear to God, I've spoiled you silly, all of you.
يعني هل تقول لي يعني لا تفهم أنتم تفهمون هم حلفاء إيران أنتم تعلمون ما الذي
دعونا نستمع إلى وجهة نظرك
دكتور حسن. معلش احنا نفهم تساقط الصواريخ والمسيرات بشكل يومي دون مبرر لا مسوق أخلاقي ولا قانوني على دول الخليج وعلى منشآت مدنية.
هل من الأخلاقي أن تترك الأراضي والسماء والبحر تستخدم ضد إيران؟
لم يتم استخدامها.
أنت شريك في هذه الحرب. أنت شريك في هذه الحرب.
أنا شريك.
لا تقبل هذا.
ما هي القرينة؟
لا تستطيع
أن تستخدم.
لا
الدليل؟ أعطني دليل. لم تكتفوا بتصريحات من القيادات. لم تكتفوا بسعي خليجي.
لماذا ضربتم 3 مقاتلات في الكويت عائدة من إيران بعد قصف إيران؟ لأنه اشتبه بأنها إيرانية. لماذا تضرب طائرات التزود بالوقود في الرياض؟ لأنها أمريكية
والتحقيق
كل الجنود الأمريكيين الذين جرحوا وقتلوا في هذه الدول
مقابل كم مدني وكم عسكري.
3 مرات الرئيس ترامب يشكر 5 دول بالاسم، لم يكذب دولة منها، لم تكذب.
وأنتم لم تكذبوا أي اتصال مع قيادات إيرانية.
دعونا نستمع إلى رأي
تصدق ترامب إلى هذه الدرجة، فصدق أيضا ترامب عندما قال بأن لديه اتصالات بقيادات إيرانية.
It's funny that I mean, look, for those of you who are listening, there is one panelist that is just straight up saying, who kind of weirdly looks like me a little bit as well, but he's just straight up telling to the faces of all of the other Gulf panelists, like Gulf nation panelists, that you can't have your cake and eat it too. You literally have American bases. Of course, Iran's going to fucking strike the American bases. It's insane that you think that you could have like security contracts with these countries and then have the Gulf regions. His name is also Hasan too. Saying that it's totally ridiculous to expect Iran not to retaliate when the countries are being used as a launching pad for this war against Iran. And the other panelists are basically saying, "Oh, how dare you say that? We're totally blameless here. We have nothing to do with this, yada, yada, yada." The reason why I said it's like kind of brave for him to say that is because Al Jazeera has straight up, I think Al Jazeera, 2 Al Jazeera commentators or journalists where they got in trouble. Al Jazeera claimed that they were doing Iranian propaganda or something, which is, well, again, a sign that the state, no matter how woke they are in comparison to the other Gulf states, a sign that the state is like changing its changing its messaging strategy, changing its attitude in general. In Bahrain, they executed a Shia citizen for taking a photo or taking a video of impact sites. Well, not executed, but he died in prison under mysterious circumstances. Yes.
لماذا لا
الإيرانيون كذبوا أيضا. ما في قائد في أي دولة من هذه الدول الخمسة كذب أنه
هناك
دكتور عفوا هذه جزئية مهمة اسمح لي فيها. خطاب صاحب السمو أمير الكويت في العشر الأواخر من رمضان أكد بخطاب دبلوماسي راقي وجهه إلى القيادة الإيرانية بأننا قدمنا إلى الإيرانيين عبر القنوات الدبلوماسية والإعلامية والمنابر الدولية أننا لن نسمح على الإطلاق باستخدام أراضينا أو أي من قواعدنا كانطلاق للعدوان. ألا يكفيك
الخطاب
لماذا تصدق
لا ينظر لما يرى يعني
إذا لماذا تصدق ترامب؟
Let's go directly to David in Uxbridge. Hi, David.
Oh, hi, Vanessa, and thanks for taking my call.
It's such a pleasure. But what do you see going on here? It feels kind of chaotic and kind of almost on the precipice of yet more disaster, doesn't it?
That was the adjective I was going to use. I think this really feels like a disaster.
Yeah.
And it really feels quite worrying. You know, I think it was really preventable.
We're back with LBC.
You can critique, the Islamic Republic. They were at the negotiating table twice when Israel and America bombed them, and that doesn't create an environment to get an off-ramp as well, because I think what that's taught the Iranians is that they have to be in it for the long haul and inflict as much pain on America and Israel to possible to teach them a lesson. And I think the difference is they have a plan and a strategy. And while they're suffering, like militarily, they can't match them. But they have, they knew that. But they have a plan, which they're, unfolding, and it's really like it is a disaster, for America. And I think recently as well, you're seeing a desperation that America and Israel are starting to attack civilian infrastructure, which has been described as a war crime again. And that's galvanizing, as much as a lot of Iranians, they might oppose their government and their regime, but what I'm hearing is it's galvanizing support. Like that attack on that bridge, they do what's called a double tap. That means they attack the bridge and they wait for the rescue services to arrive, and then they hit them again, and then you kill 11 people. And this is what's happening daily. And I think, obviously, the Western media, they focus more on the pilot, and I hope he's rescued. But, he will be, like, as well, he will be a prisoner of war. And, and if Iran, capture him, they should treat him under the Geneva Convention, but he'd still be a prisoner of war and not a hostage. So I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
But I think you're looking at a catastrophe, and I think in America you've got deeply ignorant, deeply unpleasant people. All of this could have been for, people that, I think there's smart people in America that could have told them it could unfold this way. But Trump surrounded himself in zealots. I think the influence of pro-Israel groups as well play a part. So we've got himself, and he's got the world into this awful situation, really. So.
And so, how would you describe your personal level of concern? Are you fearful? Are you still feeling as if it's something that's going on far away, involving other people, and may involve us financially, but it'll be, it may be very hard, and we may be feeling the pinch and the smarting of it for years, but financially, or are you worried that somehow we might become embroiled in it, or people you love might be embroiled?
Well, they are. My daughter's out in the Far East. She's studying, so I wonder how she might get home. So just personally, I worry about that. If there's, travelling and fuel shorts, that's just. But I think about like the global economy, on fertilizer, on the global south. There's all the things that our way of life, and we can survive. But you could be looking at massive food shortages. like a global depression. And when global depressions hit, it's always the poor that suffer. So I think you've got these, I would call them like Trump vandals, real, how you've got to look at American society and say, how does it elect somebody with these pathologies, really? And I feel, and how he gets influenced by lobby groups and how we've got ourselves into this mess. Because, and I don't want to say I'm an apologist for Iran, they need to, but this could have been.
Bro, I love these fucking callers on LBC. I don't know how this, what this lady's like worldview is, but every single time we watch LBC clips on this broadcast is always like one of the most based British people you've ever fucking encountered in your goddamn life, going up against like a classic liberal guy who's like, oh, well, what do you mean, Israel's doing terrorism? Oh, how dare you, sir? And then like the caller will be like, yeah, I support the Iranian regime. They've not done a genocide. Judging by my limited knowledge of LBC callers, I would assume that like approximately 65% of everyone living on this island is actually straight up a Maoist third worldist, If I were to make an assessment off of like what British politics looks like, what the attitudes are, that's what I would assume.
Resolve diplomatically the nuclear problem.
Possibly. Let me talk to John in Brighton. Hi, John.
Hello, yeah. Well, I think it would be good if Iran captured this American airman.
Because?
To use him as a bargaining chip to stop this madness, stop this. Trump has lost the plot, and it's just out of control. I mean, this war now is not about Iran or the Iranians. It's about American interests, other interests. It's not about the Iranian people or Iran. It's just, it's completely gone off track. And
do you think that's because there was no real plan? There was no kind of detailed strategy from the very first? It was just kind of having a bash kind of a thing without thinking it through?
Well, I think, obviously, initially they were saying about the nuclear program, which is fair enough, and possibly the regime. But then it seems to have gone off where you got Hegseth going on about they're bombing this, they're reducing them to the Stone Age, they want them to live in caves. You got Trump repeating similar things. I don't know where I don't know where that's come from. That seems baseless. They just became power mad, and obviously now mistakes are happening. Some things are starting to go wrong. Iran has got power in various ways to control the Straits of Hormuz and other ways. So they can't. America can't control the outcome. It can't get the outcomes it wants.
So, question: will it escalate, or will Trump find some kind of way to extricate America?
I think he'll try and get out. I mean, but in the meantime, there's still going to be. We don't know what other war crimes are going on. It's just turned into a great big war crime, I think, and. Iran needs to have some way to bargain with them to stop them. Unfortunately, if you catch that airman, he's a big bargaining chip. It's just the way it is. You see what they do when at one of their.
But I didn't think I'd take a call from anyone saying, "I hope the Iranians catch the airman and use him as a chip." But you think that would be an indirect way to
when they lose one of their men in action, crashes. They will do what they send in a whole team to rescue. They send in helicopters.
They're already doing it. I mean, they've done it. They're doing it.
They do to recover it. So it's a big issue for America and American people. So, unfortunately, it's just the way it is. I don't really hope it.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd be mistreated by Iran as well.
Susie from Margate, I think, sharing my incredulity. I couldn't quite believe what I'd heard either. She's,
dude, what the fuck? What the absolute fuck is going on? Why are these guys so woke? Like, am I racist towards the British? Don't answer that question. I know everyone's going to say yes. But, like, I didn't think that any Westerner, let alone a British one, would be capable of doing analysis like this, would be capable of saying those words. I feel like the blokes are fucking woke, mate. The blokes are fucking woke. Pitch rescuing the pilot as DEI welfare behavior trying to save a loser-ass bitch. What? No, that's not going to work. Americans get very sensitive about that stuff.
says, I can't believe what I've just heard. This gentleman saying that it would be good if Iran captured this pilot to use as a bargaining chip. This is disgusting. You should be sued. Who should be sued? Who do you think should be sued for the fact that our caller in Brighton thinks that? He's entitled to think that. And actually, his reasoning was actually fairly logical.
Oh, my God. What the fuck? This lady is also being responsive? What is happening, dude? Is England just like a totally different planet since the last time I visited? What the fuck's happening? She just got hit with the woke rate? Yeah. It's because you only get the dumb as mongrel chatters in here, and the ones that are offline are woke as fuck. Yeah, usually when I have anyone who's European in the chat fucking stand out in the chat, it's usually an Asmongold fan who is just like, yeah, mate, mega, get the fucking Muslims out here, defend England. Keir Starmer's a fucking nonce, lad. We need to fucking vote in Nigel Farage. Or someone that will fucking fight to defend Israel. That's right, lad. You just fucking love the Muslim countries, right? Fucking hell. You love the Muslim. Yeah, sorry. Get with the times. It's Rupert Lowe now. You're right. Yeah, we fucking love defend Britain. Simple as. Fucking hell. We love jerking off. We love fucking jerking off to the AI. To the AI ladies wearing the fucking... Wearing the British skirt. Right? With the purple hair. Fucking hell, having a wank. You know who I'm talking about? I'm sure you've seen it. They're all of the fucking right-wing perverts in the UK love this like purple-haired AI woman that they invented. That's supposed to be fucking. That's supposed to be like a placeholder for like an alt lady that is Amelia the girl. Yeah. Is what we talked about on the pod. Euros are even more bipolar politically than the Americans. Either a third world is commie or literally Hitlerite. There's no middle there. No, which side of TikTok are you on? It's not even TikTok. I've seen it on Twitter. They love fantasizing about, yeah, here it is. Meet Amelia, the British schoolgirl with purple hair who has become the far-right social media star. Amelia, an AI-generated British schoolgirl, or a purple-haired goth girl, has exploded across social media channels. The avatar was created for a computer game 2 years ago under the British government's anti-terrorism program, aiming to deter young people from extremism. That's right. And now the right-wingers have decided the AI-generated character named Amelia, a purple-haired British schoolgirl starred as a goth girl, has gained online attention as a viral figure. She's often depicted waving a Union flag and expressing racist views in memes and AI-generated videos. She is shown enjoying pints in pubs and reading Harry Potter, while in other clips she wears a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement uniform and forcibly deporting migrants. Now, that gives the game away, right? Like, this goes back to my theory of, like, modern fascism is just, like, under the banner of MAGA. Because if you're, like, a British racist and you're, like, an EDL guy, why the fuck do you care about ICE? U.S. Customs and Border Patrol? And it's also psychotic that these guys have, like, invented an alt girl that happens to fulfill this, like, fantasy that they have about, like, alt girls who are, you know, racist. And they keep posting it. It's not even a joke. They post it all the time. All right, here's a good overview.
Amelia is an AI purple-haired goth girl originally created for an anti-extremism computer game generated by the Home Office.
By the way, generating a anti-extremism computer game is so funny to me, honestly. It's so hilarious, dude.
But now, an increasingly outspoken, anti-Muslim, flag-waving so-called English patriot. She has become very popular, and here she is in action.
I'm Amelia, I'm English, and I love England. I like having fish and chips and a pint at the local pub. I like pork, sausage, and dogs, and fashion.
This character has essentially been...
Get it? Like pork, sausage, and dogs? Like they're saying they think that like pork products, like they think Muslims are like vampires and pork products like operate like garlic against Muslims. Same with like drinking alcohol. Same with dogs. They're like, oh, Muslims think dogs are dirty and haram or something. I don't fucking know what these dumb fucking racists believe, but yeah. So it's like. It's entirely designed around like, yeah, keep England English, yeah, fucking hell. It's very weird.
Taken over, and it's staggering that how quickly this has proliferated across the internet. The middle of last week, from nothing at the start of January.
Yeah, the right-wingers from here in England get upset over everything. They're the biggest snowflakes known. They complain about every and anything. Also true, they hate our halal food shops here. Yeah, but they also love it too. Like they are the first to fucking complain about, Muslim invasions or brown people coming into the island. But then they're also the first to eat curry, you know? They love the fucking food. I love not washing my hands before church and wearing shoes when I pray standing. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, a bit of a curry chippy, yeah? After I'm done doing a fucking hate crime, innit? We do a fucking hate crime at 9. Get the chippy, curry chippy, at 10. I love halal snack packs, yeah? Fucking hell. Hate the guys that make it. Love the fucking snack packs.
There were 12,000 posts involving this character in one day. The other thing that's perhaps most...
Yeah, I'll be getting a Chinese. It's time to get a Chinese. But yeah, it's pretty funny because like a lot of those like alt-looking girls are, you know, usually anarchists, Marxists, socialists, like very woke, right? So these guys couldn't find a single woman that could fit that profile. So instead, they just invented one through AI. It's so pathetic.
About this is Elon Musk himself has now retweeted an account which has created a cryptocurrency behind this particular meme. So you can now get an Amelia coin because, let's face it, right-wingers need another cryptocurrency. But Elon Musk is now promoting that. And this is monetizing hate. This is one of the clearest examples we've ever had of somebody trying to make money out of right-wing hatred. And, okay, we get hatred from all sides on the internet, but this is very clear where this is coming from. And the AI account, for example, Andrew suggests is English. I'm of high confidence those videos did not originate in England. They were made outside of the country as disruptive tactics through deepfakes and.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem to me like outside intervention, but it is definitely not lost on me that there are plenty of dumb fuck gammons in Londonistan who are willing participants in this. They're like actively, desperately begging to be duped, right? But this is what I was talking about, chatters. For those of you who are wondering what the fuck I was talking about with like the pervy guys that do a little wank, yeah. Fucking hell, after a long day of working at the racism factory, I sit down on my computer and I give it a fucking bloody wank. I'm fucking gooning. I mean, that's a different, they mean something different when they say gooning. One of the funniest racists in Londonistan, obviously, is Tommy Robinson, who is an agent of Mossad, but also the United Arab Emirates. So it's always very funny when I hear Tommy Robinson talk about like UAE related shit. And it's so transparent that he's getting paid. Like he's a foreign agent. And all these like dumb fuck racists can't even do racism right. Same with like dumb fuck nationalists who can't do nationalism correctly, where they have no investment in national sovereignty at all, right? It's crazy to me that you're like, oh, I'm a fascist, yeah, I'm a nationalist, yeah, England first. And then the outcome of that, the manifestation of your entire political worldview revolves around being a servile little cuck to the United States of America and the right-wing movement here. Like seeing British people who are like England first, yeah, wearing MAGA hats, which, you know, spell out Make America Great Again, is so unbelievably stupid. I'm like, how do you not see what you're fucking doing, dumbass? Like, you can't even be racist correctly.
Felt that it would de-escalate the entire conflict. That's why he felt it was a good idea, although it did seem somewhat extreme and quite an interesting way of looking at it, if not a sort of slightly convoluted way and maybe dangerous, but I don't know if anyone should be sued over it. John says, Trump said he was going to release his health plan in 2 weeks, which he never did. The war and countless other things were always in 2 weeks. There's big money, invested interest, pulling his strings and making the decisions. That's John in Leicester. Ian, I hope the pilot escaped. If not, Iran will follow the example of Israel and the US and shoot the enemy on sight. Apart from any human cost, I can kind of see Jack the Giant Slayer narrative with Iran and the US, you know, like Zelensky and Putin. Look at the way Iran is sending 50 Bob drones to draw out defense missiles costing millions, says Ian. And John says, if Iran, currently the nation of mad belief, and its dissemination by lethal force proceeds with its nuclear projects, then so much the worse for the country's survival. Let there be war before it's too late. This conclusion also is not reached by rocket science, is it, says John. Let's go to Billy in Shipley in Yorkshire. Hi, Billy.
Hi, Vanessa. I was just wondering how it's going to play out if this chap who's been shot down gets captured by Iran.
Yes.
And, you know, the president said previously about McCain, John McCain, that he doesn't regard him as a war hero. He doesn't like people who get captured. And I just wonder how that's going to play out for him.
Well, what are you thinking, though? What are your thoughts?
I'm thinking, how does he then call this guy a war hero if he does get captured? Like I say, it's all sort of projecting into the future, and we don't know what's going to happen, whether he's going to get captured or not. But I just think that this shows that Donald Trump's firing from the hip comments. They just show him up, really, don't they?
Let's go to Ahmed in New Malden. Hello, thanks for ringing.
Hello, Vanessa.
Hello.
Yes. I just wanted to say that I think this could escalate. If it does escalate, it could now obviously involve the whole region. And Dubai, Abu Dhabi, all these countries probably will be annihilated in the process, which I think Dubai is already empty at the moment. So the thing is, I'm surprised everyone is just talking so casually about pilot or cost of energy going up and so on. But what's behind it? It's illegal, unconstitutional, attack military attack on a sovereign country. I'm not in favor of any religious leaders running any country, whether they are Christian, Muslim, or Jewish. I'm not in favor of any of it. But it's a sovereign country. So if another sovereign country attacked one of the Western countries, will we just all stand by and let it happen?
Well, I don't know. Have we stood by? Did we have any option?
Well,
it just happened, and it erupted.
UK media, American media, they are not condemning the illegal and it's war crimes. In any other language, it's war crimes. But that's what's happening.
But I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it did happen. It happened with Ukraine, and we saw how the Western world reacted to that. Versus when Israel and America do it, we're seeing how the Western world reacts to Israel and the United States of America doing unlimited war crimes in Iran, unlimited war crimes in Lebanon, unlimited war crimes in Gaza. And the reality is, like, we have no leg to stand on, you know?
40,000 civilian protesters against the regime being shot or killed in the streets. I mean, it's a question of the kind of the nature of the regime, isn't it? Or you don't think that matters at all?
Sorry, did you count these people yourself?
Did you? Did you count them yourself? What kind of a fatuous question is that? Of course, I didn't go there and count them, but it was reported in all our most reputable papers and all over the media that was the number of protesters killed, and they were just ordinary people protesting against a regime, and they were killed for it.
Please, if I can just say, such figures are all trotted around by the detractors, interested parties. They can say 50,000, 100,000. What is happening, the humanitarian disaster that is happening in the Middle East, why people don't condemn that?
Well, you think nobody has condemned what you think is a disaster?
Not in the language or by action they need to.
All right, I thank you. Thank you for the call, Amit, and with an interesting perspective. Let's go to Malcolm in Bodmin. Hi, Malcolm.
How are you?
I feel like it's not even an interesting perspective at all at this point, given the tendencies of LBC callers to have such a shared third worldist understanding. It's actually unbelievable how many British people that call into LBC are just like, yeah, honestly, I think it's awesome what Iran is doing. What the fuck?
Right. So, what are you looking at? What do you think is the prospect now? Do you think that the shooting down of this airman, this US airman, is going to materially affect the direction of what happens next? Because certainly, our reporter in New York seemed to think it was going to have a very big impact.
Simply 2 points of clarity, right, for your listeners, for me, for everybody.
Good.
Any American who is watching news channel, reading any serious newspaper, must be looking at the leadership here in Britain and thinking, oh my God, if only. If we had Starmer as our leader, this war would not be happening. Then, Vanessa, the caller, which is the point you're not making, the caller 2 calls ago, who said that Trump, in his first reign as the wannabe king of America, said, John McCain, I can't stand the man.
Yeah.
He was a loser. He got shot down. He lost. He got shot down. So, look, they're searching. The military, Vanessa, are searching for the second crew member of the shot down plane.
Yes.
And those military now will be thinking in their minds, we got to get this guy out. And we are being told to do things. We're sending planes up on insane missions where we've got a king reigning over us who just does not respect us. He thinks we're losers when we are shot down. And Vanessa, the real point I'm ringing is to say this, right?
Yeah.
The war in the Middle East.
Can't hear you. Talking to the phone because I can't hear you. The war in the Middle East.
Iran, increasing numbers of reports indicate the clashes are happening between U.S. and Iranian forces. I mean, people are saying that the clashes are still ongoing. But Jack Murphy, who seemingly is like fairly reliable, has already reported that the F-15, the F-15 weapons specialist was recovered alive, was escaping and evading, massive firefight. Iranians were actively looking for him in the area. So U.S. Air Force 15E weapons systems officer has been recovered alive after ejecting over Iran yesterday. Journalist Jack Murphy reports. He said the WSO was evading capture on the ground as Iranian forces searched the area with a massive firefight reported at the recovery site. Murphy's a journalist and military commentator who previously served in the U.S. Army Special Operations, including as a Green Beret. He's the co-founder of the High Side, host of the Team House podcast, and reports on national security and covert operations. Did he at least get Cuba Day before jumping in? I don't think he got the Cuba Day. If they recovered him alive, then he did not have the Cuba Day, you know? Iran, increasing numbers of reports indicate that clashes are happening between U.S. and Iranian forces in the area where the U.S. pilot is suspected to be. Thousands of people, citizens and tribesmen, are heading towards the area of clash between U.S. forces and Mujahideen of the Guard. But so far, Jack Murphy's the only person that has confirmed this, so we don't know yet. Iranian state-linked Tasnim News, citing a military source, claims U.S. forces are bombing areas in the southwest Iran where a missing pilot may be located, alleging Washington has lost hope of recovery and is attempting to kill him. Source added, "We will not announce whether the pilot is in our custody or not, and accuse the U.S. of not telling the full truth about the first crew member's U.S. claims was recovered." Separately, Iranian officials reported U.S.-Israeli strikes and at least 4 killed during the recovery operations. In Dehdasht, a city in the Kogilie Boyer Ahmed province in southwest Iran, 4 people were killed and 1 wounded after a telecommunications tower and the Kusia broadcasting center were struck, according to provincial officials. The site is part of a local communications infrastructure, suggesting that the strike targeted media or signal capabilities rather than conventional military base, though authorities said details remain under review. Trump refuting claims of health issues. Oh my God. I'm alive, y'all. I needed some time to relax and bounce on some dick. I'll go back to being president when I feel like it. ... I get it, guys. I get it. Yes, Trump is he's not dead in Walter. It's just, I know you know, but the story about the pilot recovery is obvious pivot away from the fact that they dropped the plane. Yeah, I mean, it's still an impressive operation that they are able to conduct, and I do think that it shows. It definitely shows that the Iranian defensive capabilities, at least in that area, are weaker than expected. So, yeah. Geez, saw my compliment. I was just casually praising him. Who knew he had so many fans? The average daily viewership of the live is around 30,000. Could reach 60 to 70 during breaking news. I remember he was top figure in overseas keyboard politics circles. Honestly, the Chinese tunic really accentuates broad shoulders. Is he really reading them out one by one? Now I get why he can stream for so long. So detail-oriented. No wonder he's always holding various drinks. The sheer volume of words is insane. Mainly because he looks really handsome when wearing it. Buddy reading the comments and got himself happy because the Chinese tunic suit is really handsome, giving off a vibe of a foreign friend. Every time I read the comments on Bilibili, they give him enough emotional value. Hell yeah. I love Chinese netizens, man. Chinese netizens are the best. Unreal levels of glaze. Yeah, okay, why can't you be like that, chatter? Huh? Ask yourself that question. Why can't you be like Chinese netizens and write beautiful prose? Did you show chat when you vibed out with a cat yet? I have not. Are we American netizens? Yes. American netizens are unfortunately not the best. Let's be real. I said Gaza the cat, sense that I'm Turkish, in parentheses, natural ally to cats. Shoykat Chakrabarty and I hung out the other night after my speech at the University of San Francisco Law School. We filmed a couple things. He showed me around town. He showed me important cultural landmarks in San Francisco. And places that he loves and enjoys and appreciates, people that he loves as well. He says, Omar has been a staple in this community for over 20 years. He and Major are the heart of the block. So glad I could surprise him with one of his favorites, Hasan the Hun. More coming soon.
That's one you. Whoa. I haven't seen that happen before. Sorry. No, don't apologize. Yeah. It's cool as hell. We're about to go see Omar and Major. They are the guardians of this block. I used to live down the street right there. I go to Omar's all the time. Anytime anything happens in this neighborhood, Omar knows. You go talk to Omar. Hey, Omar. I brought a friend.
Hi. I can feed him?
Yep. Back in 2010. My life changed forever when I started watching the Young Turks.
Wow.
I swear to God. The Young Turks and Bernie Sanders.
That's one you. Whoa. I haven't seen that happen before.
Sorry.
No, don't apologize. Yeah. It's cool as hell. Whoa.
That was.
Whoa. That's how you know you're a good person. If a cat wants to jump on you, right?
You got your back.
Thank you.
I'm serious.
Gotta get his back.
Oh yeah, of course.
All right, take care, Omar.
Nice to meet you, Major. Get why people are like, they want to protect what they have here. You know what I mean? San Francisco is unlike any other California city in many ways. It feels like you are in a totally different state, maybe a totally different country, really.
All right, man.
The cat just thought you were a scratching post. It's true. Cat jumped on there because small head, lots of space for cat. Yeah, Omar does have motion. Fun fact, Omar actually recommended both me and our political director directly to Shoykot. Not only does he bring the neighborhood together, but quite literally brought our campaign together. Epic crossover with Hasan the Hun. It's true. We need to be mean to keep you down so the glaze don't get to your head. We can't have it be normal size. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. It's like as soon as we watch something nice, you guys just went from talking about how Chinese netizens glaze me, and automatically you got to take me down a peg. Okay, I can't even be here. I can't even be here having a good old time. You know, speaking of cats, wanted you to see this ideology merger I made for my cat. Wait, what? Oh, shit. That's fucking dope. Oh, my God. That's fire. Jampod defended me. Let's take a look.
Now, Hasan Piker might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids. As a prominent voice on the left is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason. Hasan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted state comments like this one.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it. We totally put it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit.
He said XYZ, controversial. He said shit that's even
losing
bigoted.
Their fucking mind.
CNN. Even in his most extreme, these niggas will talk about what he said about 9/11. Like the broader point wasn't that American foreign policy during the 90s.
But when that happens
perfectly
again after
created the conditions for 9/11.
But when that happens again after this Iran war,
that nobody
and
wanted.
let's just say I get on it, I'm like, well, I mean, the U.S. kind of deserved that shit because you know the shit that they've been doing with Iran.
Watch.
Oh fuck! What did you just say? Nah, gang.
We just bombed a school of 175, like little girls dead.
Yes.
Nigga, yes, the U.S. deserved 9/11. And if you disagree with that, you haven't done enough research.
You haven't done enough research.
How many people did we kill every day in these conflicts since 9/11?
Since 9/11.
It was like 3,000 people that died.
Yeah.
Some 3,000 people that died in 9/11.
The motherfuckers that died in 9/11 deserve to die. No, that's not what we're saying.
No.
Yeah.
Unprompted wars of aggression and choice create civilian casualties.
Yeah. The same thing you're saying
and
is,
the
hey,
one time
the people in 9/11 that died, should we care more about them than the people that we have murked in Iran already?
If you say yes, the only reason why you have for yes is that they're American, those other people are brown.
That's racist.
That's why
You're
we
racist. This is where we are.
That's why in order to have a principled anti-war stance, you should acknowledge that, hey, the more we do this, the more likely you are to create scenarios like 9/11 because you're killing these people, civilians, for whatever goal you have, and you're going to inspire somebody to want to kill our civilians for whatever goal they have.
Yeah.
That's why you have international law, so shit doesn't break down and become law of the jungle.
Literally.
But who's been violating international law at every turn? Us. And who's been genociding and doing a 9/11 every single day for the last couple years? Israel with our weapons. So when you try to make it a high horse, I can't dare believe someone like Hasan would even approach saying something like that. That's
contributing to a genocide.
As we're doing the cycle again, the Iraq war, Iraq shit again.
Our politics lead now.
Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah, dude. Let's go. The Jam Podcast, everybody. Go subscribe. Hasan doing his Norm Finkelstein impression of world's most vindicated man. I just have good takes, man. I can be vulgar. And when you first hear it, especially because it usually goes against what you've been conditioned to believe, you might hear it and you go, what the hell is this guy saying? It's unbelievable. But give it enough time, be charitable, and think it through, okay? And you'll understand what I'm talking about. Maybe give it a couple years. You know, sometimes it doesn't take a couple years. Sometimes it takes months. Sometimes it takes days or weeks. You know, things move very fast. So who knows? Took me a 5-year ban. Damn, it's a long ass time. What are your thoughts on the fact that the Piker Broadcasting Service is a free service funded by View the Viewers? I love that. That's how I operate, you know? Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your voluntary contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime are what allows me to maintain my editorial independence and gifted subs as well. All right, situation monitoring update. Iran fired at least 4 missiles towards Beersheba, and Dimona. Mayor of Herat says several explosions have been heard in the Dimona area. Kuwait Petroleum Corporation says a fire broke out in the oil sector complex in Shuwaik following an attack by Iran. New York Times says a major satellite imagery provider, Planet Labs, is indefinitely withholding access to imagery over Iran and the conflict region more broadly, citing a request from the U.S. government. No, Donald Trump is not in the fucking hospital. Donald Trump has been in the White House the entire day. Donald Trump has not been in the hospital. He's not in the hospital. He's in the fucking White House. Here is Selena Wang, senior White House correspondent for ABC News. As of 5:04 p.m. Eastern Time, there's Marine sentry standing outside the West Wing, which means President Trump is president of the Oval Office. Trump had executive time on his public schedule starting at 8 a.m. today. The White House issued a lid for press at 11:08 a.m. Why is it that every single fucking day? Why is it that every single day there's another one of these like very clearly hastily put together narratives about Donald Trump dying or Benjamin Netanyahu dying, and then people just like lean into it? Is like, I get it, it's hope core for you, okay, but stop being silly, please. I don't understand. And then it's definitely worrisome. It is definitely worrisome how much I see this mentality amongst those who are of the liberal variety, of the leftist variety. It's just Very strange. Wait, Netanyahu died? No, man, he did not die. Popular leftist streamer hates his fans having dreams and hopes. No, I just have I will always autistically defend the truth, okay? No matter how hard it is to hear. That's it. I've always done this. What makes you think I would do anything different? This is what I do. This is what I've always done, and I will continue to do it. Okay? Even if it's not in line with my goals, even if it's not in line with my agenda, I'm just going to still offer proper analysis and try to go through misinformation. You got to stop finding the most predictable things surprising. Any day there's a lid, aka no president on camera, people are going to fanfic. It's the least shocking thing. Yeah, but it's still weird. It's still strange. Like, presidents do lids all the fucking time. It doesn't mean that they're dead. I don't know. Yes, new guy unlocked. This guy, I think, is a Nazi or something. Nobody's ever spoken like this. Mark Moran, nobody's ever spoken like this, man. This is an entirely new spec cadence, and his arms aren't emphasizing what he's saying. They're just moving with no rhyme or reason. This is literally like how an alien would speak and act and try to blend in.
Richmond, Virginia, Patrick Henry said, "Give me liberty or give me death." My name is Mark Moran. 250 years later, I'm saying the same thing.
He looks very strange. And he has the arm movement of a magician. Like, he talks like a magician.
Today, I'm going to announce that I'm breaking free from the Democratic establishment. And I'm going to run for United States Senate as an independent. I'm doing that because I'm putting our country first. I'm putting it above these divisive issues that the left, that the right, and our corporate media control. I want to talk about big, bold ideas that will save this country. We can't afford homes.
I don't trust this motherfucker at all. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know what he's up to, but there's just something about it that I can't get on board with instantly. Instantly. There's just something crazy. Hasan sold out. What? Netanyahu dead. Hasan, stop capping. I feel like Hasan sold out when he attacks independence. Guy who just can't comprehend anything. He just hears someone claim they're independent and then immediately believes that guy and then turns around and attacks me because I'm attacking an independent because I sold out.
We can't afford health care. We're dropping bombs on another country at the behest of another country. We're entirely controlled by corporate institutions. We make it so that when we take out a 30-year mortgage to buy a house, over 50% of what we pay over that 30 years, it goes to the bank.
It's also, wait, his pants are unzipped, and he's not even wearing a belt, even though his shirt is tucked in. And what the fuck is up with this? What the fuck is up with this bullshit, dude? What is up with this fucking Zoran Mamdani walk and talk shit that everyone is doing? I didn't realize it was going to be like this. Everyone's doing it now. Everybody's doing it, brother. Holy moly. Jesus Christ.
We're ripping off the middle class with our tax code. That the elites who are controlling us get loopholes while we don't. We need to simplify everything in this government. But we need to fundamentally restructure and turn this around so that it works for the people. Everything is wrong, and it's because money controls. That is not the system that our founding fathers designed. And I'm here to say that. I'm running as an independent because this message is about much more than me. It's about the idea of America. We're 250 years in. We have to have big, bold, beautiful ideas to change things. And it's up to us to not fall into the trap that Washington warned about, of being divided by political parties. It's time for us to unite, to realize we can close our borders. We can earn our citizenship.
Oh, thank God he's independent. Never mind. Yeah, now I know how independent he actually is. Oh, got it. This reptilian hasn't got full control over his new skin. Yeah, this guy's, I mean, he's just so weird looking. I don't know.
And the right to vote. And that we can do this together. And we can put America first. We can put the Commonwealth of Virginia first, but it's up to us to take it back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, hell yeah.
Like that.
Big, beautiful, bold borders. What is this? They'll patch it up. Hi, I'm part of the puppeteering team that ran the Mark Moran bot for this ad. I just want to apologize. Our team were last-minute replacements that didn't really have time to familiarize ourselves with this rig. We expect a more lifelike Mark Moran in the second ad. Yeah, I don't... How strange. How strange. Look at this old tweet for him, lol. I see a lot of people that are saying there's a vibe shift going on in society, but what if I told you there's something much more profound? The fifth great awakening is beginning in front of our eyes. There have been 4 periods of awakening in American history, and we just ended the 4th. The awakenings are periods of reoccurring political religious cycles that last about 60 to 100 years, and we have 3 phases that are about a generation long. The 4th awakening began 60 years ago in the mid-60s and just ended. Now we're about to begin an era of the rise of the belief in equality of opportunity. Why do I say that? Well, because history repeats itself, and the new 5th awakening period will be like the second great awakening, with the rise of the belief that anyone can achieve saving grace, emphasis on family, and merit-based processes. What? I'll go further and say politically we'll see things play out the same they did in 1824 to 1828, and just as the election of 1828 marked the transition from the first party system to the second, the election of 2028 will mark the transition from one party system to a new era. But what do I know? I took an edible and just typed this in bed for 20 minutes while my girlfriend works her real job. I can't tell. I mean, I can't tell if he's just like a Nazi or stupid. You know? But his vibes are so fucking off. Was your Chapo event filmed? It's going to be podcasted. My crank detector is blaring. I know Professor Jong viewer is watching this reading going, yes, he gets this. Oh, yeah. The Professor Jong lovers in here are saying, well, that's a predictive history follower and enjoyer. You know? Ay. What is this? React.
Hola, friends. I'm Dora, and this is my Israeli Defense Force monkey boots. We'll stick to Spanish while your parents are in the room, but the goal is to teach you Hebrew by the end of this season. Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? Can you find the West Bank? Trick question. You weren't supposed to click anything, Hamas. Oh no, Swiper punched me in the eye and stole my backpack. Was he wrong to do this? I hope you answered no, because the reality is, when you really sit and think about it, Swiper is ex-IDF. And me as a little brown girl, that can really be triggering for Swiper. That can really set Swiper off. He has the right to defend himself. Some have said, Dora, international law states that you can't just rewrite the map and draw on it as you please to decide what is and isn't explorable land for you and your terrorist monkey. It'll result in y'all being wanted by the UN. To that, I say, anti-Semitism. Buenos noches, friends. See you next time. And whichever one of you fucking bitches keep emailing the studio, Eid Mubarak, I want you to look out your window and wave to the Mossad agent, because we already on that ass. Yeah, this ain't rated G. It's TV-14. Yeah, pinche.
Have you seen this fucking nut job yet? Yeah, I don't care about this guy. Yeah, I know. I don't care about this guy at all. There's a top FEMA official that says he once teleported to a Waffle House. I feel like that's one of those like side stories that you know tricks the normies into paying attention to it, and he's like doubled down, I guess. I don't know. Here, let's watch. Here, let's go. Let's watch it.
Exclusive K-File report you saw first here on Outfront. New fallout over a top FEMA official's claim that he was teleported, yes, teleported, to a Waffle House. Yes, Waffle House, miles away. Democratic lawmakers have been raising concerns about those comments and about the FEMA official himself, Greg Phillips, after CNN's K-File reporting revealed, among other concerning comments, this claim Phillips made on a podcast.
Dr. Jung predicted this. Yeah, then it's real.
Last year.
We had a teleport incident, 2 of them, which transported me about 40 miles from where I was and near Albany,
Yeah, bro, you just drunk. Like, you were drunk driving, right? Like, I don't understand.
Georgia, to the ditch of a church. I ended up at a Waffle House like 50 miles away from where I was. It was an incredibly frightening moment to experience yourself in your car flying through the air. It was possible. It was real.
K-File's Andrew Kaczynski broke the story. He's with us now. Andrew, what exactly is Phillips saying now, and how is he explaining these claims?
Brianna, Phillips is doubling down on his teleportation claims in a series of new social media posts over the last week. Phillips, who oversees the government's disaster response, is defending those remarks, saying they were part of a religious experience and citing examples in the Bible, while also...
Yeah, he's doubling down, claiming he got it from the Bible, and that obviously Communism News Network is being ridiculous. They're being anti-Christian and they should go to jail.
Also accusing critics of taking him out of context. Haters gonna hate. That's what Phillips wrote in one of a handful of comments over the past month on media, not away from his claims, but defending them and doubling down. All of those coming in the days following CNN's reporting. On Truth Social, Phillips defended himself by writing in one post, "I have no regrets for my words, nor my faith in my Savior Jesus Christ. The Bible has many examples of the power of God." In that same thread, he then shared a passage from the book of Acts, describing the Apostle Philip being, quote, snatched away by the Holy Spirit and appearing miles away. And when another user asked him directly if he had experienced something like that himself, Phillips responded yes, adding, quote, "The Bible calls it transported or translated." That post has been deleted since our reporting. Now, we asked FEMA and Phillips which part was taken out of context, but we have yet to hear back. But
I mean, there is no religious experience that would teleport you to a fucking Waffle House, okay? Unless it's the work of Satan, I guess. So I don't think it's Christianity that caused you to teleport to the fucking nearest Waffle House. You know what I'm saying? Rescue not going well. We don't know if that's the case, man. Iran reportedly hit the U.S. rescue helicopter for missing F-15 pilot. Pending confirmation, will update shortly. Also, Iranian channel suggested the rescue operation is meant to probe Iranian readiness prior to the real invasion. Yeah, I don't, this is not reliable either. None of these reports are fucking reliable. Okay, out of all of the OSINT Twitter, the accounts that I do trust, consider that Jack Murphy guy to be reliable, or whatever his name is. Was it Jack Murphy? The former Green Beret guy, and he was the only one that has said that the mission was successful, but we haven't gotten any additional confirmation thus far. Let's get back to the real story that matters, the fucking Waffle House.
Phillips did post a lengthy response to our story on Truth Social on Wednesday, writing that the podcast occurred while undergoing cancer treatment and, quote, "The podcast at the center of this controversy was part of chronicling that journey, and during that journey, things happened that I can't explain." This all comes after Phillips failed to appear at a House Homeland Security meeting last week where he had been scheduled to testify on the impact of the partial shutdown on DHS. That is the agency that oversees FEMA. Now, neither Phillips nor FEMA responded to CNN's question about why he didn't appear, but again, it occurred several days after CNN's reporting. multiple Democratic lawmakers at that hearing saying that Phillips' past comments made him unfit to lead the Office of Response and Recovery, which sources have told us is one of the most consequential roles at the agency, pointing not only to his claims about teleportation, but his past violent rhetoric about former President Biden and inflammatory comments about migrants. Brianna?
I just don't. I don't. What do I say to this, man? I mean, everything is so fucked. America is just so cooked. America is so unbelievably cooked that there are people like this in positions of power. Conor O'Malley was right about everything. Like, this is like it's just so busted. I'm still pissed about your Waffle House comment. Okay. Yeah, he's a prophet. Conor O'Malley was a prophet, is a prophet. Everything that he like joked about nailed the mindset of like everyday Americans. You know? There's only one way to be teleported to a Waffle House, and that's a whole bottle of tequila? Yes. I mean, is this really surprising? Republican Party has always been like this. Busy had similar weirdos? No. Yeah, I mean, sure, there were always like kooky-ass motherfuckers in the Republican Party. Okay? It has never been like this. There's never been a moment where like regulatory agencies or like the federal government was occupied by fucking freaks like this. Even in Trump 1, it wasn't this bad. Even in Trump 1, it was never this bad. Okay? It was bad, but it was not this bad. Like, you're crazy. I've never seen anything like it. We are actively destroying ourselves. We are actively destroying this country. We're actively destroying our future. We're living like there's no tomorrow. Everyone in positions of power are just picking apart the corpse of America for scraps.
And you listen to Trump.
And we're fucking cooked. We're unbelievably cooked. And better yet, no one is paying attention to how cooked we are. No one is paying attention to how unbelievably cooked we are. Some people pay attention a little bit, or they'll look at China and they'll be like, wait a minute. How come I thought these guys were like living in mud huts? And now they have like cities that look much better than ours. Like, what the fuck's that about? And then they can sometimes connect the reality that that's what happens when you fucking what do you call it? When you don't spend endless amounts of money waging war and focusing on developing yourselves, right? But yeah, I mean, look at some of the organs of propaganda on the Democratic Party side. What have they been doing for the past month? America's waging a war of choice at the behest of Israel against Iran and nuking global energy markets, spending billions of dollars, losing tens of billions of dollars in assets, failing to even defend allies, right? Killing children, bombing bridges, bombing hospitals, bombing facilities like where they develop new medicines and shit. And the Democratic Party is busy complaining about me. We're fucked. We're so unbelievably fucked. Now, obviously, I want to change that with the limited amount of aid that I can offer, with the limited influence that I have. I want to change that with you guys, slowly but surely, piece by piece. But it's so busted. It doesn't have to be this way, but it's still pretty crazy. Still pretty crazy to just like watch all this shit unfold day in, day out. And it kind of feels like we are led by monsters, you know? Unbelievably incompetent people, unbelievably selfish people, unbelievably violent people. It sucks.
And you can hear it. He believes the United States is the all-powerful, most mighty nation without a peer, can do anything in the world, can threaten anybody, can make any choice. That's his mental model.
What about the funding for the war? We have been...
By the way, speaking of which, China now has a higher approval rating around the globe than the United States of America does. You know, more HasanAbi vindication, more vindication for this community, more vindication for the parasocialists out there, you know.
Hearing from the White House spokesperson talking about the U.S. president will ask Arab countries to cover the cost of the United States war against Iran. Estimated, according to some media reports, tens of billions. Of course, we have seen earlier in the Gulf War, there's a U.S. So-called coalition that eventually the rest has put together $54 billion US over the time, which is now likely to be $134 billion US dollars. That was for the earlier Gulf War. But is this situation likely to be different? Because you've been hearing from the European counterparts of the US, at least, that this is not their war. And many of them, at least, are saying that.
Anyone with their eyes open in the Gulf has to understand they've been had. And so, on the other hand, if Iran is mortally wounded by all of this, as Trump claims, well, something will work out and Americans will pay the bill on debt, that's for sure. We'll just raise the debt from this. But if it turns out that the military assessment is different from what Trump says, there will be a deep reordering of politics. These countries and their governments will have been profoundly exposed as having made fundamentally wrong decisions. And they're certainly not going to add to the U.S. coffers after fundamentally wrong decisions. So, again, a lot will depend on the military outcome. Right. On general principles, it's hard to believe that Iran has been, quote, defeated in a 4 to 8 week aerial campaign.
Earlier, we saw some negotiation reported in the press, of course, between some of the special envoys and Trump family, and also the relevant personalities coming from the Iranian side. Those two rounds, at least reported in public, did not go very well with the U.S. Went back on its words as the Iranian accused. So do you see, Professor, there is any possibility, given the savviness that we have these days about international politics, behind the scenes discussions or some kinds of lower level interactions, or pushing each other to the corners and eventually have some space for maneuver? Are we going to see some of this? Do you think that is on the horizon or not?
There is no possibility of U.S.-Iranian negotiations. It's not even a meaningful concept. There is a possibility of an end to the conflict in which China, Russia, India, other countries help to create conditions in which the U.S. goes home and Israel stops bombing and Iran has some security and the strait opens up again. That's possible. That is not negotiation between the U.S. and Iran. It can't even exist. You listen to Donald Trump. He says, we will watch by satellite and we'll come in and bomb again. This is not a basis for negotiation. This is thug behavior, thuggish behavior. And you can't negotiate with thugs. So there can be an arrangement in which this ends, but it would be one in which China and Russia broker the arrangement, not in which there are bilateral negotiations between Americans and Iranians. This is not a government, and my country's government, that negotiates.
What the fuck's the new Chupal video? Is this the same guy who keeps coming in and spamming? Is the new Chupal video on the docket? Oh, it is. This guy comes in every day, spams a couple times, and then fucks off. What's in the video? Like, just explain to me, you know, tease it for me. Get me invested. Get me excited. Single issue spammer, dude. He just comes in and says, is the new Chupal video on the docket? Iranian news outlet ISNA post report about American-Israeli attack in the province where reportedly the F-15 crashed. They say a number of residents were killed and injured. Announcement during the enemy's military attack on Kogaluya and Boyar Ahmed provinces. The Kosia area in Kogaluya city was attacked a few hours ago, which unfortunately resulted in the martyrdom and injury of a number of our fellow provincial residents. According to 24-hour pharmacies and some select pharmacies will continue to operate. Doctors and Ansal personnel will change their service status to in-person, and war wounded will be treated free of charge. I don't know. This guy still has not responded to me and told me what's in the fucking Chupal video. That's it. It's got to be a bot, right? He has not. I literally was like, tell me what's in the video. Tell me what you want to watch. Why you want me to watch it? And he's like, nope. I just wanted to know if it's on the docket. Yeah, it says 41 billion, but I think we probably gone way past 41 billion at this point. You know? Fetterman talked about you. Oh, he's back. It's not with Mark Levin. It's crazy. You have many of my party. They're proud to do events with Hasan Piker. Democrats have to decide whose side are you on. Are you proud to stand with that individual or Israel? Great. Yeah. No, keep more of this, please. Yes, let's ask Democrats if they would rather stand with me or stand with Israel. Yeah, even Democrats that have no fucking idea who I am are going to be like, yeah, Hasan, whoever is not Israel, I'm with that person.
It's not just at this point that the Democrat Party as an institution is quiet about Israel, neutral about Israel. You now have a growing sort of movement within the party, even within the Democrats in Congress, where they are hostile to Israel. And you even have some members that are supportive of the terrorists, of Hamas. How do you make any sense of this?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, my God, you have many of my parties. They're proud to do events with like that Hasan Piker. Now, this is the individual that just recently said that America deserved 9/11, and that they said that Hamas is 1,000% better than Israel, and he doesn't care about the rapes and cause Jews inbred and say these outlandish things. And then like people like the New York Times give these glowing kinds of profile. They don't mention any of that. I mean, he's become such a raging anti-Semite. You know, even
anti-Semite. I can't even sue him for slander. He's too stupid to know what he's saying. I don't think he's capable of being sued is like a secret weapon, you know? He said anti-Semite, brother. What judge is going to look at him and be like, oh, he's of sound mind? No, they're going to be like, you're suing this guy? Really? In order for defamation, in order for me to be able to successfully sue him for defamation, I would need to be able to establish malice. Okay, malicious intent. He is incapable of any intent. He doesn't have enough brain processing power to be malicious.
Been the guy that has a Nazi tattoo bailed on doing an event with him. I mean, Democrats have to decide who's.
Wait, what? The guy with the Nazi tattoo bailed on doing an event with me, so I'm good? So I'm against anti-Semitism? Like, wait, that doesn't even make sense. That's not something that even happened. But it's pretty funny to imply that, because it's like, okay, so Graham Plattner, the guy with the Nazi tattoo, is bad, but he hates me. So who's worse? Am I, the Twitch streamer, worse than Graham Plattner, the guy with a Nazi tattoo, by your own admission? Like, what's... See, this is what I mean. It's like impossible. There's no actual narrative you can fucking craft here. Where did the Plattner distance himself narrative come from? I think it came from, I don't know where it actually came from, but I think it came from like some fucking freak on the internet who saw it and was like trying to disparage the Progressive Victory event. You said it? No, I didn't say it. No, I did not say it at all. I didn't know who the fuck was supposed to be at the event anyway. And it turns out neither did. It came from the event. No, the event didn't say that at all. The event said, we did not get final confirmation from Graham Plattner before putting him on the fucking event list. Also, I think it's really funny that people always do this, but like, dog, two things, okay? One, I don't fucking care about doing stuff with politicians, okay? I don't. It's not beneficial for me at all. I don't know why these guys think that. Like, oh, he's going to be next to a fucking elected. He's going to appear alongside someone who's running for office. Like, who cares, brother? What the fuck? I'm a commentator. I don't need to be around politicians at all. Okay? That's number one. That's a you thing. You think that gives me legitimacy. It does not give me legitimacy. It doesn't change anything for me at all. It's not like a beneficial thing at all. I think it's a way that these guys, it's just a representation of like what their worldview looks like, where they think like, oh, this guy's appearing next to a fucking politician and the politician is like going to give him legitimacy, when in fact it's the exact opposite. Like, I'm standing next to politicians to help them. Okay, that's number one. And I do it regardless, because like there are a lot of people that I think are great, and they would be great elected representatives, and they'd be great politicians. But like, it doesn't, yeah, my audience often leaves when I have a candidate that comes on, and every time I have a candidate in general, people freak the fuck out. Because there's always like people who will be like, every American politician is actually a fucking imperialist neo-Nazi. Fetterman isn't up until 2028. Imagine you spent the last 2 weeks saying the same shit, thinking you were cooking, then you have Fetty Wap go on Fox News with the same talking points. Lol, I think I bury my head in the sand. I mean, yeah, I like that. I like Fetterman saying this shit. Yet another one of these recently turned Democrats saying you shouldn't be in the party. Amy Siskin supported Sarah Palin as a candidate. I'm not joking. Please stop associating with this lunatic Democrats tying to him as like the Republicans favoring Alex Jones. Yeah, the person that Amy Siskin is quote retweeting is literally an American Enterprise Institute guy who actually deleted it from his profile. Kareem Rifai is the Syrian twink that worked for like the last decade almost at the American Enterprise Institute. Notice how a lot of these right-wing, pro-war, insane think tankers are aggressively coming after me, and it's always these fucking centrist and right-wing Democrats that are also highlighting these messages. It's very strange. Very strange. Anyway. None of this changes anything. I don't know why these guys are fucking crying about this stuff. But I do like the John Fetterman thing. And yeah, of course
Anti-Semite. You know, even the guy that has a Nazi tattoo bailed on doing an event with him. I mean, Democrats have to decide, whose side are you in? Are you
whose side are you in?
proud to stand with that kinds of an individual, or stand with Israel? And then,
yeah, great take, great fucking take. You're irrelevant and everyone's talking about you. I agree, though. That's the problem. I do agree that I'm nowhere near as relevant as these guys make it out to be.
With Israel, and then AOC announced she's now going to vote and is going to support even things like Iron Dome. Outrageous. I mean, I'm not surprised, of course. I may have lost the socialist vote and the pro-Iran vote in my party, but that's part of my party that's growing, unfortunately.
There was more about you? He talked more about me?
I always agreed I'm going to follow what I think is right. Now, for me, every single Democrat should be fully supportive of Israel. That's the one nation in the region that has the kinds of values and then the kinds of communities within that. Whether it's like, for example, the whole Queers for Palestine people, parts of it, it's crazy. You know, Israel, you know, they have a democratic leader there. That's the democracy in the region. They have the kind of values that we all live in, the way we want, you know, in our country. And now more and more of them are becoming, you know, openly hostile to Israel. And now they are now making choices to vote against defensive things like Iron Dome, because Hezbollah or these other nations are going to fire missiles at civilians. You know, that's part of where our party's becoming. And now they are celebrating someone like Hasan Piker that's proud to be a raging anti-Semite.
Yeah, he's a raging lunatic, in my humble opinion, as well. And
Mark Levin, he's a raging lunatic. Oh, that's funny. Anti-Semite. The fuck?
And I want to thank you for your courage. Not that I always agree with you, but I certainly don't always disagree with you. And you take these things on and you explain yourself. And that is the tradition of America. And that's really a good thing. And I want to thank you, Senator, and God bless you for representing Pennsylvania very well.
Well, thank you for having me on.
Bro, Trump loves watching Mark Levin so much that he often just posts clips of his show on his True Social. Oh my God, you think Donald Trump is going to finally post about me? It's over at that point, right? I'm dead. I'd like at that point it's over, right? It's everything is over. And a Semite. Zoran probably put a good word in for you. with Trump. Oh yeah, that's true. Worst comes to worst, we got Zoran Kwame Mamdani who can send a text message to Trump and be like, yo, King, listen, this guy, he's all right. You know what I mean? Saying the quiet part out loud. You not a New Yorker, though? Look at that. Look at the hat. Talk to the hat. Spiritually. Trump will probably fuck with you like he fucks with Zoran. We just got to send him clips of you talking about the Clintons. Somebody send Trump the clips of Hasan shitting on Chuck Schumer will be okay. True. From an account close to Kalibov, strategic assessment. If Iran does not receive a credible signal by tomorrow of Trump reconsidering an attack on Iran's infrastructure, it will preemptively, irreversibly, and on a massive scale target the Saudi electricity and oil production infrastructure, as well as that of the Israeli regime. Iran has so far refrained from exercising this option in order to avoid entering an irreversible infrastructure war and a Ukrainization of the region. But the time for this restraint will end in the next 24 hours. Damn. Getting Ogre Fetterman with a negative 300 approval as Ops' big win of the week. It's just something that people should pay attention to, you know? We've heard this. People who Democratic over the needs of American citizens all week. We've heard this exact same message almost entirely from people no, not even almost entirely. How interesting that we've heard this exact same message entirely from people who place Israel over the needs of American citizens all week, who place the needs of Israel over the needs of American citizens all week. Literally, just if you see an account in the wild, okay? If you see an account in the wild and they're like, yo, fuck this guy, Hasan, just look at their account. Just see what they've said about Palestine. See what they've said about Gaza. At most, you'll see like a Ukraine-Palestine flag in the bio guy who will say stuff like, Hamas is a dangerous terrorist group that needs to be punished, but also Israel is fucked up. You know? Like, that's it. U.S.-Iran deafening firefight where F-15 pilot shelters. I don't know if this is like reliable or not. I don't know what the fuck's happening here. In 30 years, this man will be the Professor Morandi of what remains of the Democratic Party. Democrats predicted all of this would happen. The most vindicated people on earth are Biden, Harris, and the entire Democratic Party. He is. He is the Syed Morandi of the DNC. Like, you're right. The fucking lone brave warrior that will take on anybody to defend the honor of high-profile Democrats and the Democratic Party. Incredible tweet. God, Harry Hasan. He is my GOAT, and he will remain forever my GOAT. What is this?
Israel launched an attack on Iran that has raised fears of a widening conflict in the Middle East. What is your message to Iran?
Well, first of all, do not respond. It would be a mistake. And we are prepared to defend Israel as we have before. We will again.
Israel launched an attack on...
Yeah, I mean, she did do the whole, like, Iran is our #1 op shit, too. Still with her. Still with her. We're still with her. We're still with her. Did you see this latest update yet? Okay, here. Let's do okay, buddy. Everyone is freaking out. Preview of episode 192, Burrito of Hell, Austin's Breakfast Adventure. Here, let's do okay, buddy. Everyone's been demanding it. It's time.
Nobody fights for the working class like I do. Just yesterday, I was at a hotel staying.
Here we go.
And I ordered breakfast. It was a skirt steak burrito. It was the blandest, ridiculous. This is unacceptable. Right. So I ate the burrito. I got a refund for the burrito.
He's a hero.
Well, there's many such
he's a hero. He doesn't pay his healthcare bills.
No, I don't.
How does that affect your credit rating?
Every time it does, I pay it really quickly.
Austin, what can I say? What does this have to do with the Operation Mr. Trump? Trump says if Iran's supreme leader Moshe Khamenei is still alive, he's likely to be seriously wounded. It's so stupid. The Ankler saga. Why his pants so short? POV Unk is on the courts again. What is... Why his pants so shorter? Bro, you guys are always like, dude, let's look at Okay Buddy, and it's one guy. It's all one guy. Like 98% of the posts on Okay Buddy is the same guy. Like, what the fuck? These are all the same guy. It's just one dude. Congratulations to KK Kash Patel on the promotion to head Hoscord regulator. Welcome to Valhalla, brother. HasanAbi literally thinks chat won't notice. Your streamer lies about gaming. Yeah, Okay Buddy didn't unionize. It just turned into one guy. Same drip. Little Mermaid Kaya.
Yet another regime change war. And it's a war that should be opposed on every Americans. All of that.
She's so pretty. Next up on the list of top 10 most pussy dehydrating, Azun Bisex Fits, number 6. Same guy again. Do you remember this? Do you remember Hank Cedar? This is him now. Feel old yet? It's true. Aging like fine wine. What the fuck? HasanAbi referencing a Sticker Bush Heaven Souls song? I'm knocking at your door. HasanAbi busting out the light. Girl, you need to go and fly away into the satellite. What? I'm knocking at your door. HasanAbi busting out the light. Girl, you need to go and fly away into the satellite. I'm busting out the library? What? What the fuck? What is that? What's happening? I don't even know what this is. It's banger. That's what it is. I listened to this track. That's some demonic bullshit. Ball definitely produced that. What is this? Fear and Fun Data. Let's look at this. Is a doc. Fear and information gathering. I love data and I love the Fear and podcast. Bias. Will, but in like a keep them laughing so they can never see you cry kind of way. Austin, but in like a whoever, be in like a I'll be whoever you want me to be kind of way. Cutie, but in like a I refuse to change kind of way. Hasan, but in like a I'm a weird kid. No one likes me. Why is everyone so mean kind of way? Choose an unsolicited piece of advice. You're in a cage of your own, making the doors open. All you have to do is walk out. You must accept they do not understand you. The only way out is through. You do not have to be tolerable to be loved. What? Dude, I'm too stupid to understand what I'm looking at. Okay, the only way out is through. Objectively, who's most likely to go to heaven? Hasan, Will, Austin, Cutie, March. Pick a bit idea. They all switch seats but never address it. All politics episode. Easy. Cutie, Will, and Hasan announce Austin that they're in a throuple. I do believe Will completed this. Okay, pick another idea. Homophobia counter. How many times Hasan jokes about being homophobic? Feminism. How many times Cutie is interrupted or spoken over? Phone counter. Real, but they can't do it. Okay, obviously not the phone counter. Homophobia. Is the podcast better or worse when, or the same when there's a guest? Same, because it's always maximum good. Does it seem like they low-key hate being there sometimes? Yes. Please rank who you think is the most social capital during an episode of the podcast. Will. Who do you dislike the most? Will. Wrong. Hasan. Do you genuinely believe Cutie has autism? Yes. Are you ever, or have you ever been a member of the LDS? Yes. Do you genuinely believe Hasan has autism? No. Other. Fuck no. Do you think that it's our place to speculate on strangers' diagnoses? Yes. Stranger Things question. Door 1, kill yourself, die. Door 2, accept your fate. Door 3, escape. Will. Door 3, Hasan. Door 3, Austin. Door 2, Cutie. Door 2. Okay, more qualifications. Alpha, beta, omega this time. What is happening? What am I clicking on? Some of these are not questions. What's going on? Alpha, omega, beta, alpha. March, alpha. Okay, bonus round. Soldier, poet, king. Why is there... The soldier. Will, soldier. Hasan, soldier. Austin, poet. Cutie, king. Did you know March is not asexual? I did not know that. Why would I know that? Why did you think he was? He isn't, question mark. Either or. Gay and Lebanese.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
I would like to complain about one or multiple questions. I'm not even going to answer that. Okay, here you go. I submitted it. I don't even know what this was, but I did it. PBS is my most trusted news source. Dr. Jihad on the Majority Report. So stupid. Oh my God. What is this? Mind you, this is Hasan Piker. Oh, me wakes up and flips on the old Twitter machine to see what's happening in our stupid war. Twitter delivers the John Podhora's take. Mind you, this is Hasan Piker. Havana local. Hell yeah. That's dope. Smoker is Austin's twin. Oh my God, it's true. What the fuck? He does look like Austin. That's creepy. We need unwoke yaoi. For years, yaoi's been catering exclusively to the leftist community. I suggest we make a new genre of base trad values yaoi called men's yaoi. Normal yaoi, both are betas. The men are emasculated. Might as well be a Yuri. Neither can get pregnant. No respect for Christ. Feelings filled with left wing. Men's yaoi. Both are alphas. By men, for men. They can get pregnant in a throuple with Christ. They have guns and stuff. One appears to be a muscular lion. Chads. I like that. Communist leader exposed for flaunting opulent lifestyle. Gucci straight fit denim pants, $1,400. VTG YA Youngin winter hunting ear flap hat cap, $14.99. Miller clip on, $75. Ab implants cost in New York City between $7,000 and $9,000. It's true, it's real. Cost of penile implants, $16,000 to $19,000. All of that is real. Get his fit, 30 grand. First post, kind of nervy. That's cool. You have a great art style. I like it. Bro said, New Year, same me, no games. Okay. WR. Okay, buddy, Brace Belden. Wanted new stream to rep the subreddit. Ours isn't missing. He just forgot about us. Okay, we used to be a community. r/okay buddy Hasan just died. Good. I'm glad it's dead. It can no longer hurt innocent people. President Hasan Piker. Bisexual at the Vanity Fair party. Everybody knows I'm a chud-ass loser.
We're all for a big tent, but...
Bro is reading while driving. That is crazy, bro. Pull over, dog. That's crazy.
The Democratic Party needs to draw.
I better this way, cause you're more careful. Is that a dog or a child? I don't even want to know. I just wanna go home to my family. It's one right when I think about what I think she's gonna say. I just wanna go home. I just wanna go right when I think about.
I mean, driving drunk is fine. M is real high. M is real high. M is real high. M is real high. M Israel high. Apologies to the beautiful nation state of Israel. Greatest country in the world. More American troops should be thrown into the meat grinder.
You can't get away with it.
In an effort to, bro, they should post this video every time people talk shit and say I'm anti-Semitic. Just post this video, dude. What are we doing? Preserve Israel's strategic interests by diminishing the Gulf states and also Big Yahoo. I'm alive. Pick up. So destroying Iran entirely. Had a dream that the Irish revolutionized the turn into horses and watched a video of an entity reacting to it. What? What the fuck? Ireland's horse revolutions. The Irish are horses. What the fuck?
Excuse me. 9/11 is a radical act by the most honest actor of all time, Osama fucking bin Laden.
Got him. We fucking got him.
And it was awesome. And also on top of that, you better not criticize Al Qaeda because that's true Islam.
Oh my God. Dr. Jihad attends the Oscars 2026. These edits are so fucking goated. Yeah, goated at getting me fucking canceled. Notable alumni. Widely known in his field of work as Dr. Jihad, Columbia anti-Semite. This double PhD holder, the first in racism and the second in racism again, decided to round out his education by pursuing an MD with our institution. He is notable for his Twitch streams and in the medical field for his description of poop sock pathology. Since graduating, he has served as a medical correspondent for Dropsite News and Sama for the foremost anti-American publication, and also freelance for Al Jazeera. His breadth of medical knowledge has even landed him on the shortlist for Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s Department of Health, only failing to move on because of his moniker and already having too many Muslims, as said by RFK in private correspondence, presumably referencing Dr. Mehmet Oz, one of our other alums. Okay, that's good. Can you lock the fucking save me, Dr. Jihad? Dr. Jihad giving his first lecture. Dr. Jihad, lecture 1, How America Will Fall. This is so stupid. It was all an optical illusion, guys. Everyone else's normal size head. Hasan's normal size head. Thank you. This is exactly what happened and happens with my head. My head size is perfectly normal, but people end up thinking it's not. It's bullshit. It's optical illusion. FBI 10 most wanted fugitive.
Dr. Habab Pijer, aka Dr. Jihad, conspiracy to do a communism, assault with Islamic ray guns, unlawful repetition of Iranian propaganda, anti-Zionist sentiment, or non-approved news, conspiracy to Sharia everybody, conspiracies to make kid trans and or halal, conspiracy to mock their leader, esteemed cabinet members, or members of Congress. Joyzy, eyes sexy, weight snatched, race brownish white. The FBI is offering a reward up to 1 million treats for information leading to the arrest of Dr. Jihad. Dr. Jihad is believed to be living as a real doctor and offer wears sexy prescription glasses. Dr. Jihad has doctoral degrees in both jihad and racism. He's a real doctor, so he probably knows pressure points that can death pinch your neck. Not just like Dr. Spock. Which one was the pointy-eared guy on that space show? Should be considered armed and dangerous. P-gur, get it right? In memory of Dr. Jihad. Damn, bro, they put me in the pit. Happy birthday, Comrade Kaya. Aw. It's cute as hell. Iran appoints super leader Kayatollah Piker. Low latency aura. Respect. A real will they, won't they situation is happening. Hasan Piker, Gavin Newsom. I often joke about jalapeno poppers and the sedative impact that the jalapeno popper has on the mind of a hog, but that's also a necessity. That's a substitute. That's a placeholder statement for just treats in general. Treats are very, very, very important. Give me my treats. Give me my treats now.
Give me my treats. Give me my treats.
Applebee's is gay now.
Give me my treats, okay? Give me my treats now.
This is 2 minutes long. What the hell is this? My treats now. Why are you entertaining the Dr. Jihad bullshit? It's funny. The fuck? It's because a Israeli comedy show called me that, and I think it's very funny. This is literally just the same thing on loop for 2 minutes. Y'all are crazy. How to be a Hasan Piker starter pack. How to be a Hasan starter pack. $quadrillion mansion, Zin Towers, personal chef, gay and Lebanese.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
And Kaya. That's my goat right there. Okay, well, it's over. Old goat is the villain. God damn. That's a lot of thanks. That's another, this is a OG okay buddy thing where like more than half the video in a 20-second video is like dedicated to the outro. China trip throwback. Talking about Erica Post Kirkification merch sales and my high ass made this. Put that shit on a shirt. Austin. What? RIP Meat Pick Man. Okay, dude. Hazy is my MBZ. Oh, we already have seen this. I've been using it as an intro for a minute now. It can't be stopped. HasanAbi word search. Go back. Yeah, I wish I could go back. Class with Comrade Kaipak Kaya. New Maoist Standard English. Vocabulary for HasanAbi Sex. Broadcast. He Himmlers. JD Pog. Joint Dictatorship of the Pedophiles Occupied Government. They're being deployed to Iran. We're going on tour. Good morning. Behind the scenes of the Fearon podcast, exclusive interviews, Brad's Fearon, recapping the best Fearon moments.
Get ready with me for my first day in Vegas. Look at this makeup bag.
Major breaking news out of Washington. The Supreme Court ruling President Trump does not have the authority to impose most of his sweeping global trade tariffs.
Wait, this is an ad? No, it's not. Hi, this is my first ever project for the animation class I'm currently taking featuring our boy Hank Pecker. What? What's wrong with you guys?
Tell you because this is truly one of I'm going to need you guys to impose most of his sweeping global trade tariffs. I'm going to need you guys to take a deep breath and prepare for what I'm about to tell you because this is truly one of the most horrific things that I've seen so far in the Epstein files.
Oh, that's a good kitty, I say as I pet on Kitty. No, I'm evil kitty, said evil kitty.
Motherfuckers would be like, oh, Hasan, you claim to be a socialist, but you have money. It's like, okay, you're defending capitalism. You got no capital. Show me the deed to the factory and then we'll talk. What capital do you own?
I nominate everyone for the Touch Grass Challenge. Go outside and touch some grass.
Proud of you, Chatter. Try to do hustle with watercolors. Aw. It's great. AI could never? Exactly. Good morning, Kitten. I'll be honest, Daddy's on the verge of ending it all. How do I get my boyfriend to snap out of the Western work and be good mindset? I know he's smart enough to understand this, but he just won't. Is he cattle? Does he sometimes go, like when you bring him treats? Do you sometimes smack him in the ass and he just gets really excited and runs away, runs off into the distance, galloping around? Does he go, Because you might not have a boyfriend. You just have livestock at that point. I'm just saying. Okay. How do I get my boyfriend to snap out of the Western world and be good mindset? Okay. Are you dating a Lockheed Martin executive? Are you dating Mr. John Boeing? Ask him these questions. Ask your boyfriend, are you Mike Huckabee? Because if you're not any of those things, it's not beneficial for you, right? It's not beneficial for you at all. Especially if you grew up in a rural area. He might literally be a cattle. He might literally be livestock. But if you grew up in a rural area, ask him, hey, don't you think it's fucked up that you don't have a rural hospital? Like the last time you guys had like a healthcare professional in this region was 35 years ago, and businesses have completely pulled out of this area. Everyone is poor as fuck, but it seems like there's always money in the bank to go to war overseas. Does that do anything for you? It's good. Good editing, Chatter. How the fuck do you use this app? Daddy Kit Kat, steady making crosswords and puzzles like the New York Times out here. The jury is hung. What is my head size, man? Y'all need to stop. Kai is the newest Pokemon starter. You don't have a boyfriend at that point. You have livestock as one of your all-time greatest.
Cussy.
Oh, are we cooked?
What's that?
Cussy
Wait.
is car pussy, bro.
Cussy is car pussy.
Yeah, in the car cinematic universe, cars have babies.
He got me in his hand. Okay, wait.
In the car cinematic universe, there's, female cars, there's male cars, and then there's baby cars, which implies that there are car pussies, which we like to call cussy in my community.
Like Sally from the Cars movie. That's fun shit.
Are you going to evolve Kaya? Kind of getting bored of her puppy face. First of all, how dare you? Secondly, it takes some time, okay? It's not Pokemon out here. But when I do evolve her, I'm going to make sure she's a Vaporeon.
No. I will seize the means of my evolution from this man.
I will not be held captive to his whimsy in the HasanAbi mansion.
Hi!
Now chat. Let it begin.
The parks surround the HasanAbi mansion.
Carmack Kaipakai speaks, reveals truths. Bro, we're back to the same. This is the same guy. This guy spams. He stays. Jamie in chat stays spamming these memes. Is unbelievable.
Hello chat. It is Comrade Kaipakaya. Asuni has been sheltering my true opinions on the Cultural Revolution from you. Far. What you don't know, and perhaps he does not either, is that I am not originally from the Tibetan mountains, but from the heart of Beijing, where I operated under the direct leadership of Chairman Mao Zedong until his untimely passing. You don't believe me? I bet you don't know who was on the true first edition of the Chairman's Xiaohongshu. When Hanson Pike brought his bisexual delegation to my homeland, it was me who intervened, saving him from arrest in Tiananmen Square. Now, we will begin our reading session. Pick up your copies of On Practice and On Contradiction, chat. Before Marx, materialism examined the problem of knowledge apart from the social matter of man and apart from his historical development, and was therefore incapable of understanding.
That's crazy, dude. This guy.
All right, hold on. Should I dock us?
Yeah, dock us.
I don't think I can. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. They throw it in reverse.
Wait, I think you stepped on something. Wait, what is that?
Hold on. I'm gonna try to dock us right here. It's not letting me. It's not letting me dock it, bro.
Yeah, get to the beach. I think we gotta dock at the beach. Just fuck it, you know? Just ram it. Yeah!
All right, bet.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. We're 48 hours away from World War III and I'm watching
Brother
this.
का short form होता है bro. Sister का short form होता है sis. Mother का short form होता है mom. तो father का short form क्या होता है?
Bro would rather pick up the cramiometer than the controller. I'm dead. It's time for eugenics or whatever. Measure head. What? Okay, I'm getting sick of the fawn out. Yeah, me too. What I think Hasan should watch next by a media enjoyer. Hello, chat. Hello, Hasan. My name is Nat. I'm in my late 20s and I use he and pronouns. I regularly watch stream and I've been in the community since 2020. Really enjoy community parts of the stream, but haven't really participated recently. Guilty politics frog, so I'm being the change and contributing my recommended list for media and Hasan or anyone in the chat to look at for enjoyment. Disclaimer, this is purely media I enjoy and I think it's good enough to share with others, not a statement of ideology. Okay. Show 1, The Cremery. What the fuck is this? A 2-season dark comedy set in future New Zealand after a virus kills 99% of the male population. 3 dairy farmers struggle to adjust to their manless, new woman-centered society until they accidentally run over what is believed to be the last living man on the planet. Things I like about it. Main antagonist is if Gwyneth Paltrow got to govern over a village in New Zealand. Interesting take on policing and governance in a post-patriarchal world. Pog, I helped produce this show. Nice. Show 2, Moral Oral. That's crazy. Created by Dino Stamatopoulos. Greek name. Moral Oral, a stop motion series that follows the life of Oral Puppington, a devout Christian 11-year-old living in Morrilton, State of Soda, Bible Belt, trying his best to practice God's preachings with the help of trusted adults that are a little more into fanaticism than just loving God. By the way, chat, the show has a lot of triggering and edgy content. Things I like about it. Very personal, in-depth narrative grown up under Christian zealotry, compelling storyline, episodic in nature, but we get to discover the traumas and lore of the adults in town, similar to a child growing in such a dysfunctional place, anti-Catholic hate. Upload. Set in 2030s America, cyber feudalism is in full swing, and scientists have created a way to upload subconscious into code stored on a drive or server. The show follows Nathan Brown, a software coder who's been bleeding heart competition to the multi-billion-dollar industry, as well as the people in his immediate life and those who work in the said industry. Funny bits about food tech monopolies. I've never heard of any of these stories. Yuri on Ice. 12-episode anime depicting the career of an underdog figure skater. Boy Love. Okay. Thank you for the suggestions, chatter. Hasan and Deadlock. Wait, what the fuck? That's weird. A true foe. Oh. You see your character in Content King? No. Look how proud he is of Kaya. He really does look like rotisserie chicken. I can't get over it. Hi. It's true. Code switching. Hasan talking to the media. As a matter of fact, to the best of my ability. Hasan talking to chat. You fucking neurodivergent losers. Hasan talking to friends. I could vibe out a bear. Every day, like a ceremony, Hasan is visited by a robot at 2 p.m. filled with carcasses of 2 entire chickens and assorted sauces. It's true. No thoughts.
And if we plan in advance, we can buy a whole cabin.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we can just be loud and crazy and sprawl out.
I want to be able to desktop live stream.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, totally.
It's true. Gay and Lebanese.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Subliminal messaging. Pause the video to do something and came back to this frame. Lol. Crime pie. It's crazy. Repost. Credit. Aster from Hoscourt. 15-hour streams. Gaming. 90-day reacts. Old Hasan. Stream goes F. New Hasan. My goat's washed. Okay, it's true. Numbers don't lie. Chad Maoist. Theory Cell. Kaipakai is V-mogging the liberal theorless Dengus Azuni. Theory stream. Reading the Red Book. Then on practice and on contradiction. 354,000 live viewers. When Hasan says something so 1966, 1970s,
interstate. House full of gangster niggas never renovate.
Yeah, I've been using it less. All the fucking boomers, they won. Welcome back, Hossie P and the dog. I made it too small, didn't I? What a liar, dude. Whoa, this is sick. Castro bringing aid to Cuba. Happy Chinese New Year and chat and Haas. Why people happy?
Excuse me, I gotta find a lost kid. Can I use your mic?
That's what she said. Whoa, you got butt slam.
Listen, I could really use a hand here.
That's what he said. Butt slam. That's Manic Monkey on 97.1.
Manic Monkey, 97.1.
Cool weekends in the morning.
All weekend long. Beanie and the Butt. In the morning.
On the radio.
It's true. That is how it is.
A rather adorable relative of the rabbit. It's August and
every other month, Twitter says you're a real life Brian Griffin. Yeah, I see that all the time. Brian Griffin is a libtard. That's a pretty easy way to clock someone as being either a child or being, kind of dumb. Because they think like, oh, Brian Griffin, he talks about politics in a condescending way. He's just like Hasan.
summer is in full bloom.
America deserves 9/11. Fuck it, I'm saying.
But the days of plenty won't be here for long. These slopes are only free from snow for 10 weeks a year.
Come on over here.
When winter comes, this pika will be trapped in its burrow.
Every day. Examples of oh boy, I can't wait to watch my favorite streamer. I just hope he doesn't use that annoying soundboard.
Pushback.
Lois Lane interview Superman.
When you told your audience for weeks that Russia was not going to invade Ukraine, obviously we all know that that did happen. You insisted it was State Department propaganda, but when the tanks rolled in, you did apologise. Do you often get it wrong?
No.
At what point does your very expensive home stop being a basic
human necessity
and something that essentially reinforces the very system that you're critiquing?
I have a house.
You say you're not a journalist, but you have been accused by your critics of wrongly wearing a blue press vest while reporting out on the field on several occasions. Not just you.
What the fuck? That's crazy. 2026 HasanAbi broadcast. Vinyl Scratch Sound. What's up, chat? Car Crash Sound. We are live. Elephant Sound and a live explosion from sunny Los Angeles, California. Okay, you guys exaggerate how much I use the soundboard, dude. Okay. I accidentally gave Streamer the milk bag Valentine and May for Hasan on me. This was the one intended for Streamer. Nice. Resharing when I drew Kaya's uppies. That's cool. De-icing Minnesota neglected the posts back then. All right. We've done enough. This is the last one I'm looking at. Woke Baywatch, HasanAbi. That's the closest you're going to get to Subnautica. All right. I'm done for today. I'm tired. Chat. Gaming next. Okay, your greed knows no bounds. Okay. I love you guys. I'm going to be live tomorrow, as always, for situation monitoring and news and analysis and commentary. And we'll do some more fun stuff. This is Sunday Fun Day. I'm bringing it back. I'm bringing back Sunday Fun Days. Hopefully, if nothing crazy happens. But love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Starting off the
Peace.
day. All the chatter's trickling in. Hustle people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving grinning's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.